Llegué y me pareció pues diferente a todo lo que había visto.
Me impactó bastante la cantidad de áreas verdes que tenía.
Los campos de cultivo, el balance que tiene entre área construida y área verde.
Te das cuenta que estás en un campo abierto totalmente.
Vine a Jardín Botánico, era como ver plantas que solo había visto en la tele.
Había un montón de especies de árboles, que a mí me encantaban los árboles.
Fue como una reconciliación con la naturaleza.
Y me pareció un lugar muy hermoso para aprender.
Tenemos una ciudad universitaria hermosa, con lindas aulas, buenos equipos.
También las instalaciones de muchos laboratorios y muchas zonas de producción que tienen una tecnología bastante avanzada, ¿no?
Fue muy agradable ver los pasillos, ver básicamente los salones, los ambientes.
Y tienen implementos y herramientas que sirven de mucho para la exploración dentro de los mismos cursos, ¿no?
Para todas las carreras tiene más de 250 hectáreas.
Y cada facultad tiene un espacio para desarrollar sus actividades. Los de zootecnia tienen una zona para criar ganado.
Un gran establo lechero, porcino, avícola.
La gente de industrias luego tiene un espacio para procesar lo que produce zootecnia a través de la planta de leche o lo que produce agronomía en la planta de panificación. Hay un curso de mecanización agrícola también, manejas los tractores, conoces los equipos. Luego los forestales tenemos también pequeñas plantaciones dentro de la universidad.
Un huerto hortícola en los cuales los alumnos también practicaban.
Las salidas de campo son súper interesantes, hacer nuestras pruebas de ecología, las chacras de lejos que no habíamos visto nunca.
Otro tema importante es que la universidad tiene muchos fundos en diferentes zonas del Perú. Los alumnos pueden ir, ver diferentes cultivos o trabajar con diferentes tipos de árboles y conocer un poco más la realidad del país fuera de Lima, que es donde se produce la mayor parte del trabajo de los profesionales de esta universidad, ¿no?
La universidad agraria va mucho más allá de las paredes que tiene. Va más allá, llega a tu vida, llega a tu corazón y seguramente se quedará a lo largo del tiempo.
The College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at NC State stands poised to meet the increasing demands to feed a hungry world. We discover, develop, teach, and apply knowledge and technology that enable students to enhance the agricultural well-being of our state, our country, and the world. It is one of the most stimulating learning communities that you will find anywhere, creating and extending new knowledge through scientific research and extension in agriculture and the life sciences, ensuring that there will be plenty of food for all of us here and throughout the world. Agriculture, what we do, matters.
Between our corporate folks and our distributors on the ground, Reinders is our local distributor in this territory. So in concert, we are obviously working with them well in advance to service the needs. Our job really is to be a strong but silent partner. We want to help them showcase the property, showcase the facility, what can be done, and to be there to support them really in any way. I'd like to express my thanks to the PGA, the Ryder Cup, Whistling Straits, Chris Zugel and his staff. Without them, this event obviously couldn't happen. And again, our role here is to be a partner and almost be behind the scenes where nobody knows we're here. But that's really what gives us satisfaction in the end, is knowing that the conditions are here, people around the globe are watching it, and it's really nice to be a part of it.
Gear-driven rotors were invented back in the 1980s, but they've come a long way since then. Rainbird 5000 series rotors feature rain curtain technology, an evolutionary leap forward in rotor nozzle technology. Engineered to provide a uniform spray pattern that competitors can't match, Rain curtain nozzles deliver large water droplets for superior wind resistance and gentle close-in watering that eliminates brown spots around the head. It's easy to see why more contractors prefer Rainbird 5000 series rotors over the competition.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a una nueva entrega de IPESA Te Cuenta. Mi nombre es Santiago Mesones, soy subgerente de servicios en IPESA. Tengo más de 4 años en la empresa y más de 25 años de experiencia profesional. Hoy nos encontramos en nuestro taller de ATE y queremos mostrarte más de las soluciones que podemos brindar para el correcto funcionamiento de tus equipos. En nuestros talleres podemos realizar tareas tan complejas como el overhaul completo de una máquina. Por supuesto, también evaluaciones y diagnósticos y mantenimientos preventivos. Para ello contamos con la infraestructura y herramientas necesarias para lograr sacar su máquina operativa en el menor tiempo posible. Nuestros técnicos están plenamente capacitados, incluso por la misma fábrica, y cuentan con amplia experiencia. Y hoy vamos a poder mostrarles de primera mano cómo uno de nuestros técnicos atiende a uno de nuestros principales clientes.
Gracias a la gran flota de camionetas con la que contamos. Nos pueden contactar a través de www.ipesa.com.p o en nuestras 16 sucursales que tenemos a nivel nacional.
The College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at NC State stands poised to meet the increasing demands to feed a hungry world. We discover, develop, teach, and apply knowledge and technology that enables students to enhance the agricultural well-being of our state, our country, and the world. It is one of the most stimulating learning communities that you will find anywhere, creating and extending new knowledge through scientific research and extension in agriculture and the life sciences, ensuring that there will be plenty of food for all of us here and throughout the world. Agriculture, what we do, matters.
Universidad Nacional Agraria La Molina. El origen de la Universidad Nacional Agraria La Molina en el Perú se remonta a 1901 como Escuela Nacional de Agricultura y Veterinaria. La inauguración se llevó a cabo el 19 de julio de 1902 y en 1960 cambió su nombre por la denominación actual como Universidad Nacional Agraria La Molina. Siendo siempre una comunidad académica comprometida con los procesos de desarrollo del país, mediante la formación de profesionales capaces de responder con calidad, eficiencia y ética a los problemas nacionales, generando actividades innovadoras, enseñando y propiciando un manejo racional de los recursos naturales. Actualmente contamos con 12 carreras profesionales, 27 especialidades de maestría y 7 de doctorado. Carrera de Agronomía, donde se aborda la gestión de la producción agrícola, manejo y conservación de suelos, manejo de agua para regadío, horticultura, floricultura y fruticultura, gestión de productos en zonas áridas, de montaña y tropicales, biodiversidad, aplicaciones biotecnológicas y de mejoramiento genético de plantas, sanidad vegetal, entomología y fitopatología. Carrera acreditada por el Consejo Universitario Andino. Carrera.
Toro is the exclusive provider of equipment and irrigation for the Ryder Cup on a worldwide basis. Just couldn't be more excited to be a part of it. It's really a chance to show off not only the course here, but what we can do on a worldwide basis when people come together. One of the more visible pieces of support that you'll see around if you're in the maintenance facility or even out on the courses is we do provide apparel for all the volunteers and the crew. You can't make these events happen without equipment, because in an event like this where you're playing morning and afternoon, the time for maintenance really gets condensed down into small chunks of when you can actually do it. Having extra equipment around is just imperative to really making the conditions what they are here.
They gave us 12 mowers. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, what more can you ask?
The 5010 fairway mowers are very nice to use. With the wider reels, we can get more grass mowed quicker, so that helps us move throughout the morning a lot faster.
Oh, I like the quality of cut. I mean, that was my favorite thing when we got them. And it's nice that the reels are not hydraulically driven.
We jokingly say that we just cut grass and it cuts grass and does a good job doing it. So when you don't need to think about a mower and it does what it's intended to do, that's always a good thing.
Our relationship with Whistling Straits and Chris is a joint effort between our corporate folks and our distributors on the ground. Reinders is our local distributor in this territory, so in concert we are obviously working with them well in advance to service the needs. Our job really is to be a strong but silent partner. We want to help them showcase the property, showcase the facility, what can be done, and to be there to support them really in any way. I'd like to express my thanks to the PGA, the Ryder Cup, Whistling Straits, Chris Zugel and his staff. Without them, this event obviously couldn't happen. And again, our role here is to be a partner and almost be behind the scenes where nobody knows we're here. But that's really what gives us satisfaction in the end, is knowing that the conditions are here, people around the globe are watching it, and it's really nice to be a part of it.
Gear-driven rotors were invented back in the 1980s, but they've come a long way since then. Rainbird 5000 series rotors feature rain curtain technology, an evolutionary leap forward in rotor nozzle technology. Engineered to provide a uniform spray pattern that competitors can't match, rain curtain nozzles deliver large water droplets for superior wind resistance and gentle close-in watering that eliminates brown spots around the head.
Buenos días con todos para nuestro segundo día del Congreso Internacional del Césped. Estamos transmitiendo del estudio de grabación de lo que es el primer Congreso Internacional del Césped, organizado por la Universidad Nacional Agraria, por la Asociación Peruana del Césped. Queremos agradecer el día de hoy a nuestros expositores, a las personas David Márquez de Portugal, María Alejandra Blanco de Argentina, Grady Miller de la Universidad de Carolina del Norte de Estados Unidos, Rick Brandenburg, de la Universidad de Carolina del Norte de Estados Unidos. A Lee Butler, de la Universidad de Carolina del Norte, Estados Unidos. A Gary Grabow, de la Universidad de Carolina del Norte de Estados Unidos. Y finalmente al ingeniero Juan Carlos Jaulis, de la Universidad Nacional Agraria La Molina. Muchas gracias a nuestros expositores y esperamos que puedan compartir con nosotros y puedan disfrutar de participar de este primer Congreso Internacional. Queremos agradecer también a nuestros sponsors, a las empresas Rainbird International, The Toro Company, Agrícola Pumayaca, a IPESA y a Eslabones Corp. Muchas gracias por su participación y colaboración con el Congreso. También agradecer a los principales organizadores, a la Facultad de Agronomía de la Universidad Nacional Agraria La Molina, a la North Carolina State University, a la Asociación Peruana del Césped, al Centro Español del Césped, a la Dirección de Extensión Universitaria y Proyección Social de la Universidad Agraria y de manera muy especial al Grupo de Investigación en Plantas Ornamentales GIO, el cual es un grupo de alumnos de la Universidad Nacional Agraria. Gracias a todos por podernos ayudar, por ayudarnos para que este evento tenga el suceso y el éxito que esperamos. También queremos agradecer a los más de 600 inscritos que tenemos al momento. A todos ustedes les agradecemos su participación, ya sea que nos vean en vivo o ya sea que vean las transmisiones a través de la página de Facebook de la Universidad Nacional Agraria o a través del canal de YouTube de la Asociación Peruana del Césped. Recomendaciones generales. La sala Zoom tiene una capacidad limitada a 280 personas. Aquellos que no puedan ingresar a la sala Zoom podrán ver la transmisión en vivo a través del canal de Facebook de la Universidad Agraria o a través del canal de YouTube de la Asociación Peruana del Césped. Todas las conferencias van a ser grabadas y van a ser puestas a la disposición de los interesados días después de culminado el Congreso. Durante las conferencias, todas las cámaras y los audios van a ser apagados. Micros y cámaras van a ser apagadas para facilitar la transmisión de nuestro expositor y evitar cualquier interferencia. Las interpretaciones en inglés van a estar disponibles para todas las conferencias que se hagan en inglés. Contamos con interpretación simultánea. Segundos antes de iniciar la conferencia en inglés, se les pasará un video para darles las instrucciones sobre la selección del canal de audio que corresponde. En este momento vamos a hacer un break para preparar nuestra primera exposición, la cual estará a cargo del ingeniero David Márquez. David Márquez nos acompaña desde Portugal. Él es ingeniero eléctrico y electrónico. Hacemos una pequeña pausa para preparar la primera exposición del día que corresponde con la exposición número 9. Una pausa y volvemos. Gracias.
Por lejos Cansado de llamarte con mi alma destrozada, comprendo que no vienes porque lo quiere Dios. Y al ver que inútilmente envío mis palabras, llorando mi guitarra te deja oír y su voz. Y al ver que inútilmente envío mis palabras, llorando mi guitarra te deja oír y su voz. Llora guitarra porque eres mi voz de dolor, grita su nombre de nuevo si no te escuchó. Y dile que aún la quiero, que aún espero que vuelvas, que si no viene mi amor no tiene consuelo, que solitario sin su cariño me muero. Guitarra, tú que interpretas en tu vibrar mi quebranto, tú que recibes en tu madero mi llanto, llora conmigo si no la vieras volver.
Buenos días. Empezamos con la sesión del día de hoy, la conferencia número 9, a cargo del ingeniero David Márquez. Estamos transmitiendo en vivo, siendo las 8:55 de la mañana, hora de Lima, desde el estudio de grabación del primer Congreso Internacional del Césped, gracias a Dementes Producciones, la empresa que nos está ayudando en la producción del evento. David Márquez es de Portugal, es ingeniero eléctrico y electrónico y tiene el grado de magíster en electricidad. Fundó la empresa Loki y Andlet, empresas que se han dedicado al rubro de la iluminación, con especial en iluminación de césped deportivo con fines agronómicos. Queremos darle una gran bienvenida a nuestro amigo David Márquez desde Portugal. Bienvenido, David. ¿Estás en línea?
Sí, gracias. ¿Me escuchas?
Te escucho perfectamente, David. Muchas gracias.
Vale, muy bien.
Tienes que prender tu cámara, por favor, para compartir tu imagen y luego compartir tu pantalla.
Vale. Aquí estoy.
Perfecto.
Bien.
Ok, David, te damos la bienvenida. Bienvenido a la conferencia número 9 del primer Congreso Internacional del Césped. Quedas a cargo.
Vale, muchas gracias. ¿Puede empezar entonces?
Sí, perfecto.
Ya estoy a... Perdóname, ¿ya estoy a transmitir?
Adelante, ingeniero. Ya puedes empezar. Go ahead.
Muchas gracias. Antes de más, muchas gracias por la invitación. Bienvenidos y un saludo aquí de Portugal para todos y esperen que les guste la presentación sobre este tema. Yo voy a hablar un poco sobre sistemas de iluminación artificial para césped y los adelantos tecnológicos actuales que existen y en que nosotros estamos a trabajar para presentar para mejora de céspedes naturales en distintos tipos de aplicación, en especial para campos de fútbol en las más distintas áreas geográficas del mundo. Empezamos con el tema de la fisiología de las plantas y sus necesidades lumínicas. Básicamente para que nosotros entendamos qué tipo de necesidades tienen las plantas del punto de vista lumínico y otros, para podermos desarrollar e implementar un sistema de iluminación artificial específicamente y que crezcan de forma sana para un buen césped natural para aplicaciones deportivas de alta calidad. Entonces, los factores ambientales más importantes son la luz, la agua, el suelo y, claro, la temperatura ambiente. Todos estos en conjunto son determinantes para que se pueda tener un césped de muy buena calidad. La agua, el suelo y la temperatura o las condiciones ambientes son muy importantes, pero hay un tema que es la luz, sobre la cual vamos a hablar hoy, os voy a hablar hoy, que representa, para que tengan una idea, 95% de las necesidades de una planta energéticas. Hablo de energía. Para que podamos entender entonces un poco de la fisiología de una planta y hablamos de césped, el césped es básicamente una gramínea, es una planta gramínea que tiene una parte aérea y una parte radicular. La parte aérea normalmente no tiene las semillas o no se llega a la posición a la fase de las semillas porque se hace el corte del césped antes que llegue a ese punto. Entonces, en condiciones normales, nosotros lo que tenemos en condiciones reales es una planta que tiene la parte radicular y la parte aérea, pero sin la parte de flor y semilla, solamente básicamente crecimiento vegetativo. ¿Cuáles son los aspectos centrales de un césped de alta competición? Centrando entonces las plantas, nosotros lo que necesitamos es una buena densidad, entonces para eso tenemos que tener plantas más fuertes, hojas más gruesas y más plantas por metro cuadrado. Necesitamos de una buena amortiguación para que no sea tan duro el suelo, no sea tan duro el piso. Y para eso necesitamos también plantas con tallos más fuertes y hojas más fuertes que puedan hacer el amortiguamiento del pisoteo. Resistencia a tracción, claro, porque en un juego de fútbol, cuando los jugadores se movimentan en el campo, muchas veces saltan trozos de césped y por la tracción. Entonces es muy importante que se tenga una buena resistencia a tracción a través de más y mejores raíces. Y claro, una color verde más fuerte y uniforme, que sea tendencialmente más oscura, para que se tenga una buena calidad visual del césped, también muy importante para las transmisiones televisivas y no solamente para las personas que están en el campo y los jugadores y todos los que están dentro del estadio, pero fundamentalmente para la transmisión televisiva, para que se tenga una buena calidad de imagen y una visión perfecta del terreno de juego. Y claro, con el corte del césped se crean muy buenas condiciones de líneas y de cuadrados, de juegos de corte para garantizar una perfecta imagen y calidad de transmisión. Ahora hablamos un poco sobre la fotosíntesis. La fotosíntesis es un proceso central en el crecimiento de la planta. ¿Por qué? Porque es el proceso químico que permite a que convertir la luz, la energía lumínica en azúcares. Azúcares esos que la planta va a utilizar para su crecimiento. Entonces, la fotosíntesis a través de las células de clorofila lo que hace es recibir la luz y convertirla en azúcares en las hojas. Cuando la planta por la noche, cuando básicamente ya no hay luz, la planta cambia, mueve los azúcares para las raíces, con un proceso que se llama de translocación, transporte de azúcares a las raíces, a donde se va a generar todo el proceso químico que permite crecimiento de las plantas y las raíces de la planta. Y claro, con todas las trocas, los cambios de gases y absorción de agua, emisión de oxígeno y absorción de CO2. Ahora, para que nosotros tengamos un proceso de fotosíntesis, nosotros, claro, como he dicho, necesitamos de luz. Como he dicho al principio, en la primera presentación, la luz representa básicamente 95% de las necesidades energéticas, entonces tiene un papel central. Ahora, claro, que ni toda la luz es utilizada por las plantas para el proceso de fotosíntesis y procesos secundarios. Básicamente las plantas son como los seres humanos y los seres vivos en general y utilizan la luz que utilizan para su crecimiento es básicamente la luz visible. Que va desde los 400 nanómetros hasta los 700 nanómetros. Utilizan también algunas componentes de luz que no es visible hasta los 800 nanómetros y un poco más para abajo también los ultravioletas, pero ya son rangos de longitud de onda secundarios para otro tipo de procesos. Más importante en las longitudes de onda de los infrarrojos do que en los ultravioletas, pero los utilizan también como procesos secundarios. Todo lo que esté fuera de este rango de de este rango de longitudes de onda ya pueden ser agresivos y van a ser agresivos para las plantas, como los infrarrojos de muy baja, de muy alta longitud, de banda larga, como los ultravioletas de banda muy estrecha, especialmente los UVs y claro, los UVCs que son ya para esterilización, ¿vale? Entonces, centrándonos en la parte de luz visible, lo que nosotros vemos es lo que esta imagen enseña es a dónde está básicamente el espectro de absorción de la clorofila y de los carotenoides. Estos son los procesos. La clorofila, las células de clorofila tienen el espectro de absorción en línea con los azules y en línea con los amarillos rojos. Están más o menos centradas la clorofila A en 430 nanómetros en los azules y 660 nanómetros en los rojos, y la clorofila B un poco más arriba y abajo en 450 nanómetros y 640 nanómetros. Hay un desfase de longitudes de onda, pero básicamente están sobrepuestas. Después hay los carotenoides, que es un proceso secundario de captación de luz para el proceso de fotosíntesis. Está centrado más o menos en los 470 nanómetros. El proceso principal se hace con las clorofilas A y B. Entonces, la cuestión es, la energía que la planta necesita para trabajar está sobre todo entre los 400 y los 700 nanómetros, que se llama de zona PA habitualmente, la zona activa de la planta, Y lo que este espectro de absorción nos enseña es que ni todo la zona par es utilizada para la fotosíntesis, la generación, captación de luz y conversión en energía, en azúcares. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Que una parte de las componentes de luz no son aprovechables para este proceso. Claro que se utilizan en otros procesos secundarios y de la planta, pero en condiciones normales la gran cantidad de energía tiene que estar en la zona de los azules y los rojos, porque solamente 4 a 5% de la luz absorbida por la planta es necesaria en la zona de los amarillos y de los verdes para sus procesos, otros procesos. Esta cantidad de luz normalmente en condiciones normales se obtiene directamente de la luz solar, entonces no hay ningún problema porque todo lo que sea en zonas de amarillos y verdes se obtiene directamente, por muy poca que sea la exposición, se obtiene directamente de la luz solar sin necesidad de medios suplementarios. Por ejemplo, hablando de medios suplementarios como iluminación artificial, tenemos aquí dos ejemplos típicos de tecnología, una de vapor de sodio de alta presión y uno de LED. Un ejemplo de referencia de LED solamente con azules y rojos para que se vea dónde están posicionados el espectro emitido. Lo que se ve, por ejemplo, en el vapor de sodio es que está sobrepuesto en los espectros de absorción de clorofila y la emisión de cada una de las lámparas para que se vea a dónde está, cuál va a ser la eficiencia. Entonces, una solución de sodio tiene mucha potencia, como es normal y conocido por todos, en la zona de los amarillos y rojos, naranjas. Entonces está fuera del espectro de absorción de las clorofilas A y B, básicamente. Tiene muy poca potencia en azules y casi toda y alguna potencia en los rojos y far red. Los LED, un ejemplo tipo, tienen casi toda la potencia centrada en este caso en los azules y rojos y están sobrepuestos con los espectros de absorción de las clorofilas B y A, los azules en la clorofila B y los rojos en la clorofila A. Entonces, una solución LED está más centrada con el espectro de absorción de las clorofilas y va a ser siempre más eficiente en términos espectrales. Ahora, hasta ahora hablamos sobre la calidad de luz. Entonces, la calidad de la luz que estamos a recibir, sea de la luz natural, sea de la luz artificial. Y la otra parte es la cantidad de luz. Las dos cosas están siempre a trabajar en conjunto y son indisociables. Entonces, hablando de cantidad de luz, la cantidad de luz controla el ritmo circadiano de las plantas, que tiene que ver con el movimiento de las hojas, crecimiento, germinación, intercambio estomático y gaseoso, etc. Este ritmo circadiano es como todos los seres vivos, es como se controla el ritmo diario de 24 horas en función del sol, básicamente. Entonces, porque claro, todos los seres vivos están adaptados a la vida natural, a la luz solar, y este ritmo circadiano es como para las plantas, para nosotros el ritmo del día. Y las plantas se gestionan todos sus procesos en función del ritmo circadiano. Entonces, este es muy importante que se mantenga, que se tenga controlado para que las plantas puedan trabajar de forma natural y más optimizada y sana posible. Por otro lado, el fotoperiodo tiene que ver con el periodo en que tenemos luz y al revés, el periodo en que no tenemos luz. El fotoperiodo es muy importante para que la planta sepa en qué periodos va a tener luz, y ese periodo es muy importante que se haga el control para que esté adecuado al fotoperiodo de cada una de las tipologías o de cada uno de los tipos de plantas. Básicamente tiene que ver con, como los seres vivos, la duración del día y de noche, ¿vale? Hay plantas que necesitan de más luz, de fotoperiodos más grandes, y otras que necesitan de fotoperiodos más pequeños en función de su evolución natural en las condiciones a donde normalmente están. Si son plantas de más al norte, con una latitud más a norte, o una latitud más al centro, entonces más en el Ecuador, en la zona del Ecuador. Efecto del fotoperiodo y cantidad de luz en cambios físicos y fisiológicos de un césped, ¿vale? Sometido a sombra. Físicos, cuando nosotros tenemos poca cantidad de luz, tenemos una reducción de la poda, una cutícula más fina, una epidermis más fina, hojas más delgadas, hojas más estrechas, una masa radicular reducida, las raíces no crecen tanto y menos estomas. En términos bioquímicos, tenemos una reducción de pigmentos, entonces se reduce la cantidad de clorofila en las hojas, incremento del ácido gibberélico, disminución de la transpiración, que va a permitir que la planta regule la cantidad de agua, y carbohidratos reducidos. En el césped tenemos una reducción de rigidez, densidad disminuida, disminución de la tolerancia al tráfico, tiene que ver con la resistencia al pisoteo, y aumento de manchas foliares, de colores, ¿vale? Todos estos efectos son efectos naturales de reducida cantidad de luz y cuando reducimos el fotoperiodo. Entonces, básicamente, cuando no respetamos el fotoperiodo de la planta específica y la cantidad de luz que ella necesita dentro de ese fotoperiodo. Los efectos son muy negativos cuando empezamos a bajar tanto las horas de utilización como la cantidad de luz dentro de esas horas. Efectos de resistencia de los distintos tipos de plantas al efecto sombra, que es cuál es la resistencia de algunos tipos de plantas, en este caso de gramíneas, temporada fría y también para climas cálidos, al efecto de sombra. Lo que podemos ver, los más comunes son la perennial ryegrass y la Kentucky bluegrass. Estas plantas son de temporada fría, entonces son plantas que son muy resistentes a climas fríos, y por eso mismo, como normalmente en condiciones normales no tienen mucha luz, porque son zonas más al norte o más al sur, en el hemisferio sur, son plantas que tienen menos o muy poco resistencia al efecto sombra. Entonces, cuando tenemos efecto sombra en un campo de fútbol, nosotros vamos a tener un efecto muy agresivo sobre la planta porque están muy poco adaptadas a efecto sombra. Necesitan del máximo de luz posible durante el máximo de horas posible porque no están acostumbradas a tener muchas horas de luz y no se puede reducir mucho. Que tenemos, que podemos ver el fotoperiodo y cantidad de luz desde el punto de vista del DLI, de la cantidad de energía. Lo que vemos es que la mayoría de las especies se ven afectadas negativamente con muy pocas horas de utilización. Entonces, en un caso concreto como la ryegrass perenne o la Kentucky, vemos que la primera tiene que estar, la cantidad de energía que necesita para su crecimiento normal es entre 11,1 y entre 11,1 y perdóname. No sé qué ha pasado. Entre 11,1 y 20 micromoles de energía. Esto representa más o menos como mínimo 3 a 4 horas de luz solar directa. En condiciones normales, una ryegrass perenne, que es la más común, muy utilizada aquí en Europa, esto equivale a 16 horas de iluminación encendida con 260 micromoles por segundo por metro cuadrado. Es el valor que nosotros necesitamos para garantizar estos niveles de energía medios durante 16 horas por día. Cuando nosotros no tenemos el espectro más adecuado para la iluminación de las plantas, para su crecimiento, entonces se tiene que garantizar muchas horas de utilización para llegar a ese nivel de energía. Es decir, hay situaciones a donde, por ejemplo, con lámparas de sodio, se tiene que llegar a 24 horas de iluminación continua para que se garanticen los mínimos de energía necesarios para que la planta pueda hacer su trabajo. Problemas asociados, como no se va a respetar, no se respecta ni el fotoperiodo ni la cantidad de energía que es necesaria por tenermos un espectro pobre, la clorura del césped se va a reducir debido a la fotodegradación de la clorofila y como no respecta los procesos fisiológicos, se pueden conducir a problemas en el césped varios. Entonces, esto es una situación crítica. Muchas veces lo que nosotros vemos en situaciones de céspedes con soluciones de sodio de alta presión es que el césped, y tenemos esa experiencia en el terreno, el césped se queda amarillo. Y eso pasa porque tenemos la fotodegradación de las clorofilas. Otro tema muy importante tiene que ver con la temperatura y el impacto de la temperatura en el césped. Si las temperaturas, este es un tema importante porque muchas veces nos pone esta cuestión que las lámparas de vapor de sodio garantizan una temperatura más alta y por eso son mejores no para la iluminación, porque el espectro es muy poco rico y muy poco eficiente, pero para garantizar la temperatura de trabajo del césped. Entonces, una cuestión importante es que si las temperaturas están por encima de 0 grados, los brotes y las raíces se pueden continuar a desarrollar en los céspedes, aunque una tasa más baja, pero no para, ¿vale? Entonces, a partir de 0 grados es posible que continúe a trabajar. El crecimiento continuo y la producción de la clorofila permiten que las plantas se mantengan de color verde mismo en invierno y con temperaturas bajas. El regras perennes son menos susceptibles a estos daños de bajas temperaturas o posibles bajas de tasas de crecimiento porque son preparadas para bajas temperaturas. Las temperaturas del suelo de la superficie son más importantes que la temperatura del aire porque las coronas del césped están junto al suelo. Entonces, lo más importante es la temperatura del suelo y no la temperatura del aire. Otra cosa es que los equipos de sodio emiten mucha temperatura, pero por convección. El calentamiento se hace por convección. Entonces, cuando se tiene una situación real en un campo de fútbol, con el viento, la temperatura del suelo es básicamente la misma con sodio o con LED. Esos son los valores que nosotros tenemos y es la realidad y una situación real de utilización. Lo que pasa entonces es que la utilización de un sistema de iluminación artificial para calentar el césped resulta muy poco eficiente, una vez que la gran mayoría del calor emitido no llega al suelo. Entonces, lo que nosotros proponemos es la utilización de mantas térmicas. Con esto se va a garantizar un sistema más eficiente, no se está a gastar energía y se va a garantizar un sistema más eficiente de mantener la temperatura del suelo. Además, se permite respetar el fotoperiodo, porque manteniendo encendidas las lámparas se va a estar a calentar el suelo de alguna forma, mínimo para la cantidad de energía que se está a gastar, pero no se va a respetar el fotoperiodo y al final se va a degradar el césped. Entonces, ¿qué tenemos en términos de tecnología LED, de iluminación artificial para un césped? Un césped de alta calidad necesita de una altura de planta equilibrada con corte homogéneo, hojas de gran dimensión para buena densidad, hojas de gran espesor para mayor resistencia y mejor resistencia al pisoteo, hojas de color verde, como ya he dicho antes, para una buena uniformidad visual, tallo con buen espesor para una planta más fuerte resistente también al pisoteo, raíces de grande profundidad y ramificación y resistencia también a la tracción y elevada densidad de plantas para una cobertura y amortiguamiento homogéneos, muy importante para la práctica del deporte, en este caso del fútbol de alta competición. Y esto son las características de un césped de alta calidad. ¿Qué condiciones necesitamos para un césped con estas características? Necesitamos de una humedad para garantizar la cantidad de agua necesaria a las plantas y las hojas. Necesitamos de iluminación natural para el crecimiento de las plantas. Entonces, si sin luz no podremos garantizar un buen césped, una buena situación de aire para una correcta oxigenación de las plantas y un abono adecuado para que tenga todos los compuestos necesarios para su crecimiento. Dentro de todos son importantes, pero como he dicho antes, 95% de la energía viene de la luz natural. Entonces, la luz tiene un impacto y es el factor central. Pero el problema actual en los estadios de grandes dimensiones y modernos es que son cada vez más enfocados en las personas. Entonces, nos permiten tener muy buenas condiciones para las personas que están en los estadios, con mucho conforto y con condiciones espectaculares, muy atractivas, pero empeoran las condiciones generales del césped. Entonces, buenas para las personas, pero malas para el césped, que es, claro, un tema central en los estadios de fútbol de alta y para alta competición. ¿Por qué? Porque tiene menor calidad y cantidad de luz recibida en el suelo, porque tiene las cubiertas que van a tapar mucha de la luz, menor y menor cantidad de agua de la lluvia, porque claro, como las cubiertas impiden la llegada de la lluvia a muchos puntos del césped, baja oxigenación para las plantas porque impiden la situación del aire. La única ventaja o que mejora es que garantiza una temperatura ambiente más estable dentro del estadio. Esto es bueno para todos, para el césped. Entonces, ¿cómo hacer compensar todo esto? Con la utilización de sistemas de riego, con la utilización de sistemas de ventilación forzada en los estadios y, claro, la utilización de sistemas de iluminación artificial. Centrándonos en la iluminación, las limitaciones de la luz natural en los estadios, como he dicho, son muy críticas. En muchos estadios llegan mismo en el pico, a donde deberíamos de tener 2.000 a 3.000 micromoles por segundo por metro cuadrado, hay zonas a donde se llega a tener 30-40 micromoles por segundo por metro cuadrado. ¿Y por qué? Porque mismo en estadios muy abiertos, las cubiertas cortan entre 90 a 95, pueden cortar entre 90 a 95% de la cantidad de luz que llega. Y esto es muy crítico. ¿Por qué? Porque 30 a 40 micromoles por segundo por metro cuadrado es el nivel de sobrevivencia de un césped, de una gramínea. Y está al nivel, cuando está en el nivel mínimo, necesitamos de compensar entonces la luz natural con un sistema artificial. La idea es compensar y no sustituir. Entonces, la idea es mantener la utilización de la luz natural al máximo e intentar que la luz artificial nos permita llegar a los niveles que necesitamos para que el césped pueda crecer. Entonces, para las plantas, ¿cuáles son los requisitos principales? Un espectro adecuado para el crecimiento eficiente, que es el espectro tiene que ser rico y estar adecuado, ajustado al espectro de absorción de la clorofila para que así toda la luz emitida sea aprovechable. Niveles de energía ajustados a las necesidades reales de la planta, es decir, por muy abierto que sea y por mucha luz natural que tenga, hay situaciones donde las plantas básicamente no tienen ni los niveles mínimos para tener que garantizar esa cantidad de energía. Ritmo circadiano y fotoperiodo. La energía que se pase para la planta, si no se respeta el fotoperiodo y el ritmo circadiano, la planta se va a quedar enferma y no va a crecer de forma sana y a garantizar las condiciones que necesitamos. Necesitamos de cubrir la máxima área de exposición posible para optimizar la utilización del césped y la máxima uniformidad espectral energética posible para que el césped crezca de forma totalmente uniforme. En términos de mantenimiento y exploración, Una robustez adecuada para resistencia a vibraciones e impactos mecánicos, porque los sistemas de iluminación se tienen que mover dentro del campo y a cada X horas se tienen que mover para otras posiciones. Entonces, tiene que ser un sistema súper robusto y resistente mecánicamente. Estanquidad elevada para que permita riego simultáneo, claro, porque muchas veces el sistema está dentro del campo y si tiene que hacer el riego, si el sistema no tiene protecciones contra el riego, se va a estropear y eso no es aceptable. El peso lo más bajo posible de un sistema de iluminación, porque claro, es un sistema que está dentro del campo, no hay otra forma, y al estar dentro del campo va a afectar directamente o indirectamente al césped. Tiene que ser un sistema ágil y flexible para simplificar el proceso de transporte y almacenamiento, muchas veces muy limitado en los estados modernos o también los antiguos. Instalación de costes competitivos y ajustados a la realidad. Tiene que ser un sistema, vale, muy bueno desde el punto de vista tecnológico, pero tiene que ser aceptable desde el punto de vista de inversión. Y exploración de costes energéticos y mantenimiento bajos, es decir, tiene que consumir el mínimo posible de energía para garantizar que los costes son aceptables. Los sistemas actuales utilizan lámparas de vapor de sodio. Tienen un sistema no modular con diseño muy limitado, un sistema de reflector con un sistema óptico muy limitado, potencias fijas de 600 y 1000 vatios, espectro muy bajo, desajustado del espectro de absorción, muy baja eficiencia energética, entre 1,87 y 2,1 micromols por segundo por vatio o por joule, bloque óptico sin cualquier estanquidad, alta depreciación y mortalidad, imposibilidad de regulación de potencia, entonces no se puede ajustar las condiciones reales de utilización y muy baja, limitada incorporación o posibilidad de incorporación de sistemas de control. Esto quiere decir que la potencia instalada es demasiado alta para la realidad actual, niveles bajos de energía en las plantas, entonces se consume mucha potencia y efectivamente la cantidad de energía que llega a la planta y que es utilizada por la planta es todavía más baja porque está desajustada del espectro de absorción. Tenemos niveles de mortalidad muy altos, entonces obliga a operaciones de mantenimiento continuas, condiciones de instalación limitadas por potencia y óptica disponibles, niveles bajos de uniformidad y coste de mantenimiento y exploración altos. Un sistema de última generación LED, actualmente como un ProGrow, por ejemplo, son sistemas modulares con sistemas ópticos flexibles, ajustados a todas las necesidades, espectros ajustados al espectro de absorción, tecnología de punta, 3,25 micromols por segundo por vatio de rendimiento actual, muy alta eficiencia, mucho más alto de lo que la tecnología de vapor de sodio. Son sistemas con estanquidad, muy baja depreciación con el tiempo durante, por ejemplo, menos de 1% a 10.000 horas de utilización, muy alta robustez mecánica y resistente a vibraciones e impactos mecánicos y imposibilidad de regulación de potencia y de incorporación de un sistema de control completo. Entonces, la comparativa es que entre las dos soluciones tenemos una potencia instalada inferior a 60% inferior a una solución de sodio, que puede llegar hasta 75 a 80% de reducción, niveles altos de energía útil para las plantas, mucho más altos, condiciones de instalación flexibles y ajustables en función del tipo de aplicación. Entonces, tenemos mucha flexibilidad para adaptarlo en función del tipo de aplicación que se quiere, si se quiere iluminar todo el campo, solamente una franja, etc. Nubes muy altos de uniformidad, 90% más de uniformidad espectral y energética y costes de mantenimiento y exploración muy reducidos. Al final, entonces, que nos permite un sistema de sodio de LED en función contra un sistema de sodio, muy alta selectividad, control de potencia, de proporción, más energía emitida por cada vatio consumido, más energía en el plano, entonces por los sistemas ópticos, mucho más estable durante el periodo de utilización, mucho más uniforme y un arranque instantáneo, que al contrario de las otras soluciones que tardan a encenderse y a garantizar el servicio necesario. Desde el punto de vista ambiental, aseguran niveles de temperatura equivalentes en el suelo, demostrado por nosotros en el campo, en el terreno de juego, mejores niveles de humedad, porque como no secan tanto el suelo, muchas veces lo que se tiene que hacer es bajar mucho los equipos para garantizar los niveles de GEA y de sodio, y eso hace con que la temperatura suba y la humedad desaparezca, y eso es muy malo, que seca el suelo y las plantas se quedan amarillas. Los LED permiten una optimización del espectro y de potencia en función de las necesidades, garantizan IP66, mucho más resistente a vibraciones y con menos costes de exploración. Comparativa de una solución tradicional de sodio y de LED. Una solución ProGrow, como la que ven en las imágenes, de 450 vatios, garantiza los mismos micromoles por segundo de salida del equipo reales, y vean la diferencia de eficiencia entre las dos soluciones. Una solución LED es 160% más eficiente que una solución de vapor de sodio. Y solamente hablo de comparativa de micromoles por segundo. No, ni siquiera hablo de la eficiencia de utilización de la planta. Esto es lo que llega a las plantas, es por cada vatio cuántos micromoles estamos a emitir entre una solución y la otra. Y esto es decir que hay una reducción enorme de energía, y puede ser más grande todavía porque nosotros vamos a garantizar que la planta es más eficiente porque utiliza mejor la luz LED que la luz del vapor de sodio. Entonces, nosotros, con base en todo esto, ya vimos que cómo funciona la planta, qué necesidades tiene para garantizar un buen césped de calidad para alta competición, y qué tecnologías existen actualmente y las ventajas de la tecnología LED en comparativa con una solución de vapor de sodio tradicional. Desarrollamos o estamos a trabajar con sistemas, de móviles para utilización en el césped actualmente con este tipo de tecnología. Entonces, ¿cómo hacer con que, aparte de tener la tecnología, cómo hacer con que que esta tecnología pueda estar acoplada a un sistema, y que ese sistema, un nivel más arriba, pueda servir para mejorar todavía más los sistemas de iluminación artificiales de un campo de fútbol? Para eso se utilizan sistemas móviles con un sistema de iluminación LED, un equipo LED tipo ProGrow, y estos sistemas están dotados, aparte de tener un diseño mecánico que permite garantizar todas las condiciones óptimas de utilización en un césped natural, están dotados de sistemas de control de última generación, y tienen sensores que permiten medir un gran número de cosas, de factores como la conductividad, la temperatura del aire, la temperatura de la superficie del suelo, la humedad y la energía que llega. Con esto, el sistema se va a ajustar y controlar de forma automática las condiciones de utilización a las condiciones reales de utilización del césped, para garantizar la maximización y optimización del sistema de iluminación y bajar todavía más el consumo energético. Ese es el objetivo, y a partir de ahí nos permite, con una comunicación remota, controlar remotamente y acceder remotamente a todos los datos. Todo esto se hace al nivel del sistema con una metodología. Entonces, ¿cómo llegar a un sistema de iluminación artificial de máxima calidad? No es suficiente tener un equipo de alta calidad, es necesario tener un sistema de alta calidad, y para eso un proyecto. ¿Cómo? Haciendo una buena toma de datos, un estudio lumínico de energía, preparar una propuesta, hacer una buena instalación, formación para garantizar que se va a utilizar de la mejor forma, y se presentar los resultados con mediciones reales. Un buen estudio va a conducir a una utilización adecuada de los sistemas y de los equipos LED en un césped. Entonces, esta es la única forma de garantizar que Tener la mejor tecnología con un buen equipo desarrollado específicamente para este tipo de aplicación en un buen sistema se garantiza los niveles de servicio, de calidad de servicio necesaria. Nosotros aquí en Portugal estamos a desarrollar un proyecto que se llama TLAMP. Es un proyecto que empezó en 2021 y va a terminar en 2023. Es un proyecto entre Loki, la empresa UTAD, la Universidad UTAD y la empresa Montañas de Investigación, que es un grupo que trabaja y desarrolla sistemas de industria 4.0. Este es un proyecto de investigación a 3 años y que va a permitir al final tener un sistema móvil de última generación con inteligencia artificial para utilización en céspedes naturales de última generación y garantizar la máxima eficiencia a todos los niveles en utilización de céspedes naturales. Muchas gracias por vuestra atención y doy por terminada mi presentación. John.
Muchas gracias, David. Hola.
Sí, sí.
Hola, David, ¿me escuchas?
Sí, perfectamente.
Muchas gracias por tu presentación. Estoy disfrutando cada una de las charlas. Vamos a aperturar e invitamos a nuestro público para que pueda hacernos preguntas a través del chat. Tú, David, vas a poder ver en el chat tu presentación, las preguntas que pudieran hacer y
vale.
Invitamos a responderlas directamente desde el chat. Okay, entonces invitamos a nuestro público para que vaya haciendo las preguntas. Yo quería hacerte una para empezar esta pequeña conversación, un poco sobre el análisis de los costos. ¿Cuál es el costo que tú tienes experiencia, por ejemplo, para otorgar un mol o 5 moles por día de energía? ¿No? Para caso de un estadio que tiene una sombra parcial.
Sí, a ver, es muy complicado decirte porque depende mucho de las condiciones de utilización de un campo. Entonces, cada uno de estos proyectos se hace a medida, en función de las condiciones que tiene, en función del tipo de planta, en función de la infraestructura y de la ubicación, de latitud y longitud. Entonces, por eso decía que el método, tener un equipo, tener un sistema, con control o sin control, es una parte importante, pero el proyecto tiene un peso muy grande. Entonces, lo que te puedo decir es que en condiciones reales de un ejemplo, un proyecto de este tipo, comparativamente a un proyecto de sodio, se puede pagar en 1 año o menos, para que tengas una idea. Un ejemplo concreto. Una inversión, un proyecto de este tipo con 5 años de garantía o hasta 10, se puede pagar en menos de 1 año, sin cualquier tipo de problema. Entonces, darte un número es difícil porque depende mucho de las condiciones, porque todo es a medida. Se va a poner un sistema con más o menos equipos, se va a poner un sistema con control o sin control, con más o menos potencia, depende del tipo de césped, depende de un montón de condiciones. Es muy complicado darte un número así. Te he dado un ejemplo concreto de un estadio. En menos de 1 año, 9 meses se paga un proyecto de este tipo con todas las ventajas que se tiene.
Entiendo. Los estadios tienen que estar preparados además para albergar todos los equipos y la tecnología. Correcto,
claro.
Entiendo eso muy bien, David. ¿Tienes algunas preguntas en el chat? Estás libre de contestarlas directamente conforme vayan apareciendo.
Vale. Por ejemplo, me pregunta cuáles son las longitudes, me pregunta José Palacios, cuáles son las longitudes de onda que se utilizan en iluminación artificial. Como he puesto en mi presentación, las longitudes de onda más comunes de una lámpara de sodio son son en la zona de los amarillos y de los rojos. Entonces, el espectro de absorción de una planta para la fotosíntesis con las clorofilas está en la zona de los azules y de los rojos. Esto significa que todo lo que sea que esté fuera de los azules y rojos va a bajar la eficiencia espectral. Es decir, esos componentes no se van a utilizar con tanta eficiencia y así todo lo que se está a emitir debería de estar en torno a los azules y rojos del espectro de absorción. Cuanto más cerca, más eficiente va a ser el sistema de eliminación. Entonces, ni todos los micromoles que llegan son utilizables o se utilizan con la misma eficiencia. Y eso puede bajar la eficiencia espectral, que se llama de eficiencia espectral. Entonces, una lámpara de sodio que tiene 200 micromoles por segundo por metro cuadrado y una lámpara de LED que tiene 200 micromoles por segundo por metro cuadrado, la lámpara de LED va a ser muchísimo más eficiente, en torno al 75% más eficiente. Entonces, no necesita de tantos micromoles por segundo por metro cuadrado para el proceso de fotosíntesis. Creo que ha respondido a la cuestión. Voy a ver otras. La mayoría de las administraciones mide la radiación solar en vatios por metro cuadrado. ¿Cómo interpretamos esos datos? Es más o menos sencillo. Nosotros necesitamos de medir photon flux, el flujo de fotones, y dentro de la zona par, entonces el ppf. En ese caso, cuando se habla de vatios por metro cuadrado, hablamos de vatios de energía solar en todo el rango del espectro de la luz solar, que va desde de toda la zona invisible y visible. Para las plantas solamente hace falta la parte visible, como lo he comentado. Hay un factor de conversión, que si me acuerdo bien es de 2,7 para convertir vatios en micromoles por segundo por metro cuadrado, que es el factor que se utiliza, pero claro, ese es un factor, es una estimación, una aproximación. Es importante que se utilice sensores par para medir los micromoles por segundo por metro cuadrado reales, sí, pero van a estar en torno de ese factor de conversión, ¿vale? Porque solamente importa la parte que está dentro del rango par. Además, se tiene que utilizar los espectros, los filtros de los sensores correctos, porque hay sensores que no miden toda la zona par. Hay unos de última generación que te miden con toda la garantía los espectros del espectro de 400 a 700 y no echan la parte junto a los 400 y la parte junto a los 700. Se tiene que tener mucho cuidado con el tipo de sensores que se utilizan para no tener errores en las mediciones. ¿Cuántas horas de luz solar deben de ser las apropiadas en césped de golf? Por ejemplo, depende del tipo de césped. Un raygrass, raygrass, por ejemplo, necesita de entre 11 a 20 micromoles por segundo, perdón, de moles por metro cuadrado por día. Entonces, las horas de utilización solar dependen de la cantidad de energía, el DLI que necesita es ese. Las horas de luz solar depende de la latitud y longitud, en este caso más latitud, porque va a depender muchísimo de los vatios por metro cuadrado del flujo de fotones que tenemos por metro cuadrado. Entonces, depende mucho de lo que tenemos para llegar a esos números. El ideal es que se tenga 15, para ese tipo de planta, que se tenga 15 moles por día por metro cuadrado. ¿Cómo llegar a eso? Depende de la potencia que se tiene por metro cuadrado, del flujo de fotones, y el número de horas va a depender de eso. Entonces, cuando no tenemos suficiente número de horas, necesitamos de utilizar un sistema artificial de iluminación. Ahora, eso va a depender mucho de la ubicación y del tipo de planta. Se tiene que estudiar. La recuperación de un campo, pregunta, la recuperación de un campo deportivo por la noche no es tan eficiente porque, como yo he comentado, este es un tema muy importante. Es muy importante respetar el fotoperiodo y el ritmo circadiano tenemos que respetar el día-noche y día otra vez, y el fotoperiodo de la planta específica con que estamos a trabajar. ¿Por qué? Porque si no, la planta no va a trabajar a su ritmo natural y va a empezar a quedarse enferma porque no puede garantizar su trabajo o sus procesos naturales que tiene. Entonces, meter luz por la noche para intentar compensar la recuperación de un césped no es la mejor opción. Es necesario garantizar la recuperación y para eso garantizar el fotoperiodo de un césped. Cuando nosotros tenemos, con un sistema sodio, como nosotros no tenemos un espectro muy rico, se tiene que trabajar más horas, muchas veces 24 horas y durante 2 días seguidos. Esto afecta muchísimo a un césped y él se va a quedar enfermo al final de una semana o algo así, se empieza a quedar amarillo. ¿Por qué? Porque como no se respecta el fotoperiodo ni la parte del ritmo circadiano, trabaja continuamente durante 48 horas, empieza las clorofilas, así que empiezan a oxidar y a quedar amarillas. Por eso las hojas se van a quedar amarillentas y pierden el color verde oscuro que deberían de tener. Entonces, no es lo mismo trabajar por la noche y por el día, porque la planta se queda tonta y se debería de trabajar siempre por la noche y respetar el fotoperiodo. Económicamente viable utilizar solo para acelerar la recuperación. Sí, la recuperación de un césped para competición para alta competición es económicamente viable. Siempre tiene que ser porque necesitamos de garantizar la calidad del césped para la práctica deportiva. Entonces, cuando no hay un buen césped, no puede haber una buena práctica deportiva y se va a conducir a otras cosas como problemas en los jugadores, enfermedades, etc. Y eso también tiene un coste que se tiene que evaluar muy bien. ¿Hay algún sistema LED espectro adecuado para el crecimiento sea vegetativo y nivel de floración? Sí, un crecimiento vegetativo, el sistema que nosotros desarrollamos utilizando normalmente azules y rojos en una proporción adecuada que nosotros tenemos estudiada y calibrada, es suficiente para la eliminación de un césped en crecimiento vegetativo. La floración se hace con un cambio de la proporción entre azules y rojos, pero normalmente un césped no se llega a la parte de floración porque se hace el corte antes de llegar a eso, como lo he comentado en mi presentación. ¿Vale? Si necesario, en condiciones especiales se puede utilizar un poco de farred para acelerar todo el crecimiento de la altura de la planta. No, existen diferencias significativas entre la fotosíntesis natural y la luz artificial. Para la planta le da igual que sea luz natural o que sea luz artificial. La planta lo que ve son fotones. Entonces, ella tiene un espectro de absorción y no sabe si está básicamente sobre efecto de una luz natural o sobre efecto de la luz artificial. Lo que va a hacer es que la luz natural es muy rica en términos espectrales y tiene otras componentes que nosotros no necesitamos de aplicar en un sistema artificial para bajar los costes energéticos y el coste de la solución. Pero del punto de vista de fotosíntesis, la eficiencia es la misma, porque toda la parte de la luz solar va a estar dentro del espectro de la absorción de la clorofila y la luz artificial, la que nosotros desarrollamos, va a estar dentro del mismo espectro de absorción. Y como yo siempre digo, fotones son fotones. No importa si son de origen natural o artificial. La planta va a ver los mismos fotones con la misma longitud de onda y con la misma energía, porque eso es invariable independientemente si sea artificial o natural. Desde que esta intensidad de la luz se empieza a cronometrar las horas del día. Una planta necesita normalmente en torno de los 40 micromols por segundo por metro cuadrado para que pueda funcionar. La planta detecta la luz natural a partir de muy poca cantidad de luz, pero claro, hasta que llegue a esos 40, básicamente no está a funcionar. Se empieza a despertar, pero no está a funcionar. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que hasta que llega a los 40 micromols por segundo por metro cuadrado, no va a poder hacer sus procesos normales. Si no tiene esos 40, la planta se va a empezar a quedar enferma. Entonces, en términos prácticos, hasta que tenga los 40 micromols por segundo por metro cuadrado, no va a empezar a funcionar correctamente. Y entonces, para todos los efectos, es a partir de ahí que la planta empieza a trabajar y que se empiezan a contar las horas del día. Otra cosa muy importante es que la planta, el césped, una gramínea, tiene un nivel de saturación de 350 a 400 micromols por segundo por metro cuadrado. Es decir, no sirve de nada meter más de que 400 micromols por segundo por metro cuadrado para acelerar procesos de crecimiento. ¿Por qué? Porque la planta va a empezar a rebotar energía. Es decir, aparte de que estamos a gastar más energía para que la planta crezca y la planta no lo va a utilizar, y además la planta va a tener que utilizar su propia energía, alguna de la energía que tiene almacenada, para rebotar, para garantizar que no va a recibir más luz. Entonces, aparte de que estamos a gastar más energía para intentar que la planta crezca más rápido, mejor, la planta no solamente no lo está a utilizar, como va a utilizar, a quemar energía de su propio almacén para rebotar. Entonces es contraproducente porque no va a servir para nada. Entonces nosotros decimos, mira, se tiene que utilizar hasta los 350, 400 micromols por segundo metro cuadrado y a partir de ahí no se puede utilizar más. Es con este valor que se tiene que trabajar máximo para garantizar el DLI de un día de trabajo dentro del fotoperiodo. Cuanto más energía se pone, menos horas necesita de trabajar. Cuanto más energía se pone, más rápido va a recuperar con más horas de trabajo. No importa, se pone más DLI, ¿vale? Pero hasta ese valor, esa es la tasa de capacidad de absorción de un césped, de una gramínea. A partir de ahí ya no hace sentido y la planta va a rebotar y no va a hacer nada con esa luz que se está a intentar poner. Vale, y eso es un tema muy importante porque muchas veces lo que se intenta hacer es darle el máximo de potencia durante un corto periodo de tiempo, pero eso no va a ser muy eficiente y porque va a ir, probablemente a partir de un determinado valor empezar a degradar la planta y no a mejorar. La idea es intentar mantener el máximo de energía posible dentro del periodo de fotoperiodo. Si podemos tener 350 micromols por segundo por metro cuadrado durante 12 horas, mejor, ¿vale? Pero no, y máximo 16 horas de trabajo. Nunca sobrepasar las 16 horas para que la planta pueda descansar las 8 horas. Las 8 horas de noche son las horas que la planta tiene para hacer su trabajo de translocación, que es mover los azúcares de las hojas para las raíces y que pueda crecer. ¿Vale? Sin que pueda hacer ese trabajo, la planta no va a poder crecer porque no va a poder mover los azúcares de las hojas, de su almacén de las hojas para las raíces. Y así no tiene forma de crecer porque no va a tener energía para hacerlo. Y eso es un tema, de ahí es muy importante el tema del fotoperiodo. Máximo 12 horas si posible, como máximo de los máximos absolutos 16 horas. No deberíamos de sobrepasar de las 16 horas. Claro, ahora, ¿deberíamos de poner 350 a 400 micromols por segundo por metro cuadrado? Claro que sí, pero esa es una situación, un compromiso entre coste de inversión en el proyecto, de energía y resultados. Cuanto más energía hasta ese valor, menos horas, también va a ser mejor porque menos horas vamos a tener sobre el césped y no vamos a tener tanto pisoteo y a sacrificar tanto el césped. ¿Vale? Entonces todo es un compromiso. Cuanto menos horas mejor, pero también va a tener otros costes y es una cuestión de que en cada estadio se tiene que evaluar y en cada estadio se tiene que mirar cuál es el mejor compromiso y la mejor solución que se tiene. Por eso decía hace poco que se tiene que tener. Es muy complicado dar un valor porque depende muchísimo de las condiciones. Un proyecto de iluminación artificial de césped depende mucho del producto, de la calidad del producto y de la solución tecnológica, del sistema y también, muy importante, del proyecto. Todo en conjunto es lo que te va a hacer con que un sistema de iluminación artificial te permita tener una buena calidad de servicio o una mala calidad de servicio. No es suficiente tener un buen producto si no tienes un buen sistema o si no tienes un buen proyecto, porque todo en conjunto tiene que estar ajustado y adecuado para que tengas la mejor solución y optimización posible. Y eso es el compromiso de cada uno de los proyectos, es buscar siempre la mejor solución para cada uno de los proyectos. No hay una solución milagrosa para todos los casos. Se tiene que estudiar caso a caso. Y ese es uno de nuestros principales trabajos, es desarrollar productos, sistemas y hacer proyectos. Estudiar junto con cada uno de los clientes de cada uno de los estadios o campus la mejor solución. Sea de golf, sea de tenis, sea de fútbol, sea de lo que sea. ¿No hay más preguntas? ¿No? A vosotros y encantado. Espero veros pronto.
Sí, vamos a estar en contacto. Nos han quedado
Seguro que sí.
preguntas. Ahí está
Sí.
el correo electrónico de David para futuras consultas que puedan hacer.
Seguro.
Muchas gracias nuevamente por tu presencia, David. Que tengas un
Gracias.
gran día. Estamos en contacto.
A vosotros. Gracias.
Continuando con nuestro programa de conferencias, ahora nos vamos a ir a recibir a nuestra querida amiga María Alejandra Blanco desde Argentina. María Alejandra es ingeniera agrónoma de la Universidad de Buenos Aires y ella actualmente está estudiando su doctorado en la Universidad de Kentucky. Es especialista en superficies ecuestres. Así que nos vamos a preparar, vamos a hacer un pequeño break de algunos pocos segundos para presentar a nuestra siguiente expositora, María Alejandra Blanco.
Aquella vez que yo te conocí, recuerdo aquella tarde, pero no me acuerdo ni cómo te vi. Pero sí te diré que yo me enamoré de esos tus lindos ojos y tus labios rojos que no olvidaré. Pero sí te diré que yo me enamoré de esos tus lindos ojos y tus labios rojos que no olvidaré.
Correcto. Estamos nuevamente al aire transmitiendo desde el estudio de grabación del primer Congreso Internacional del Césped. En esta ocasión queremos darle la bienvenida a María Alejandra Blanco desde Argentina. María Alejandra es ingeniera agrónoma, es magíster y candidata al doctorado por la Universidad de Buenos Aires y la Universidad de Kentucky. Es docente universitario y actualmente es investigadora afiliada a la Research Racing Surfaces Testing Laboratorio y fundadora y directora ejecutiva de Grass and Horses. Bienvenida, Alejandra, al primer Congreso Internacional del Césped. ¿Estás en línea?
La verdad que muy contenta de estar acá, muy agradecida por la invitación Muy agradecida con vos y en tu nombre a la Asociación de Profesionales del Césped, y también quiero agradecer a Jorge Palma del CENEC, que el año pasado me dio la oportunidad de visibilizar este trabajo. Así que bueno, y felicitaciones, porque creo que el evento es un éxito y es lo que hace falta para que intercambiemos entre todos, ¿no?
Muy bien, Alejandra. Muchas gracias. Alejandra nos va a hablar sobre superficies ecuestres seguras para los deportes ecuestres. Quedamos entonces con ella. Alejandra, estás a cargo de toda la presentación. Muchas gracias.
Bien, gracias. Gracias, ya comparto pantalla. Bueno, como ya me presentó John, voy a obviar entonces las presentaciones y voy a pasar directamente a hablar sobre diseño, construcción y mantenimiento de superficies ecuestres de césped seguras. Así que esta la voy a pasar y voy a ir directo a comentar primero que los deportes ecuestres en general se dan en las dos superficies, se dan en superficies de arena y en superficies de césped. A veces vamos a ver, por ejemplo, el caso particular del polo, que mayormente se da en superficies de césped, pero también hay algunas versiones de polo y algunas prácticas de polo que tienen superficies de arena. Pero mayormente el cuerpo del conocimiento de este área, de los deportes ecuestres, se ha generado a partir de las carreras de caballos. Y las carreras de caballos, solo el 25% se corre en superficies de césped, mayormente se corren en superficies de arena. Con lo cual yo tuve que hacer un esfuerzo importante y tal vez un desplazamiento de la agronomía a meterme en la investigación de las superficies ecuestres de arena para después llevar ese conocimiento que hoy es bastante poco en las superficies de césped ecuestre, a el césped directamente. Entonces, o sea, hice como una inmersión en arena, que para mí fue como una salida de la zona de confort y un aprendizaje realmente de los lugares de mayor conocimiento, ¿no? Las superficies de césped ecuestres tienen que perseguimos dos premisas fundamentales. Una es la seguridad, porque estamos hablando de deportes donde hay un binomio, no es solamente un deportista, tenemos jinetes y tenemos caballos y tenemos que asegurar el bienestar animal por un lado y la seguridad del jinete. También tenemos espectadores, que ahí hay consideraciones que tienen que ver con algunos de los deportes o con también la construcción ya de estadios, ¿no? Pero la premisa básica de seguridad en cuanto a la superficie tiene que ver con el bienestar animal y la seguridad del jinete. Y lo que nosotros en césped llamamos jugabilidad, también a lo mejor en este ambiente y en algunos deportes más que jugabilidad es performance, es la otra premisa importante que tiene que ver que es variable entre los distintos deportes, porque en algunos deportes, por ejemplo el polo, que es un deporte con bocha, va a estar más por el lado de la seguridad y la jugabilidad, tiene que haber una rodadura de la bocha, pero en otros deportes, como las carreras de caballo, en realidad lo más importante tiene que ver con la performance, igual que lo que es en salto, adiestramiento, prueba completa. Lo que sería jugabilidad es la posibilidad de que el binomio pueda demostrar todo lo bueno que es, todo lo que puede hacer. La superficie tiene que permitírselo, no negárselo, que es lo que pasa cuando no cumple las propiedades adecuadas. ¿Qué nos distingue de otros deportes sobre el césped? Bueno, primero lo que dije recién es que hay un binomio, ¿no? Acá hay un binomio, caballo y jinete. Y esto ya nos lleva al segundo paso, que es que ese binomio va a generar la necesidad de conocer la biomecánica, porque acá hay otro peso, ya no es el peso de un atleta, del jugador, que incide sobre la superficie, sino que es el peso del caballo más el peso del jinete, todo esto de manera dinámica en movimiento. Entonces es importante hacer el abordaje de la biomecánica para poder entender cuáles son las propiedades que en esa interfase superficie-casco se ponen de manifiesto. Y después las variaciones que hay entre deportes, ¿no? Hay como dije antes, en el polo hay un equipo donde hay varios binomios a la vez en un lapso de tiempo, y además hay una bocha, eso da una determinada intensidad de juego, pero después en otros, que son deportes individuales, como las carreras de caballos, por ejemplo, son entre 12 y 14 binomios a la vez, y además varias veces al día se dan estas carreras, ¿no? Ahora vamos a hablar también de la frecuencia y de la intensidad. En el salto, en el adiestramiento o en la prueba completa, que son individuales, lo que ocurre es que son individuales la pasada, pero son muchas pasadas en el día. Entonces yo puedo tener 100 o 150 caballos pasando por un recorrido en el transcurso de un día. Y entonces, hablando justamente de la calidad de la superficie para poder mantener la seguridad y poder cumplir con estas premisas, es importante hablar de qué nivel de estandarización tenemos en las superficies ecuestres. En realidad, desde la medicina del deporte de humanos, es conocido el efecto que producen las superficies sobre los jugadores, ¿no? Está reconocido, está documentado, hay una epidemiología importante, y esto fue tomado por organizaciones internacionales como la FIFA y la World Rugby, que los transformaron en protocolos que se siguen en este tipo de deportes, ¿no? Por otro lado, y el orden de la flecha, digamos, tiene que ver con la magnitud en donde esto se hizo más manifiesto. En las carreras de caballos, en Estados Unidos y en el Reino Unido existen protocolos. Estados Unidos, es más, cuenta desde diciembre del año pasado con la ley que crea la autoridad que asegure la seguridad y la integridad en las carreras de caballos, que aborda más puntos, no solamente las superficies son una parte, y la protocolización del testeo de las superficies es parte de esta ley. Y el RCTL, el laboratorio del cual formo parte, tiene un trabajo importante en esto, ¿no? Ahora, en Sudamérica no tenemos realmente, en este área, en carreras de caballos, no tenemos protocolos de calidad y de seguridad. Digamos, las definiciones de calidad son blando, húmedo, no hay realmente una protocolización. Por supuesto que esto también tiene que ver con que ya en Estados Unidos, en el 2004, ahí tengo apuntado al doctor Stubbs, que él ya hizo observaciones y publicaciones donde mencionaba la inseguridad de las superficies de carrera, ¿no? Que las carreras de caballo eran sumamente inseguras, y esto fue generando que se crearan grupos de investigación en la búsqueda de esa seguridad y mejora de la performance. Por eso este área es la que tiene más desarrollo, ¿no? Después, en el salto y en el adiestramiento y en la prueba completa, lo que ha optado la Federación Ecuestre Internacional, acá de vuelta volvemos a nivel internacional, porque lo que dije recién, lo que mencioné de carreras de caballos, es protocolos de Estados Unidos, protocolos de la British Association of Horse Racing, pero no tenemos nada en Sudamérica, o sea, nada a nivel mundial. En cambio, la Federación Ecuestre Internacional en el 2014 publicó los white papers, el libro blanco de la Federación Ecuestre, en el que se hacen las consideraciones, se mencionan las consideraciones del deporte, de los deportes involucrados, pero además hay todo un libro sobre superficies, ¿no? Y en este caso se desarrolló, además de este libro, hay protocolos que se cumplen, después los voy a explicar con más detalle, que se cumplen sobre todo para competencias internacionales. En el polo, en realidad, al día de hoy no hay un protocolo, no hay digamos, puede haber una intención, pero no existe una protocolización de los controles y los relevamientos de las superficies de polo, ni a nivel de Asociación de Polo Argentina, ni a nivel de la americana. puede haber una intención o intención de parte de quienes los manejan, quienes mantienen los campos deportivos, pero protocolos a cumplir con certificaciones al día de hoy no existen. Un poco para poder entender cuáles son las propiedades que tenemos que mirar, es importante comprender que acá hay un animal que se mueve y que tiene una biomecánica muy particular. Entonces, en el 2008, el doctor Thomason y el doctor Peterson definieron esta mecánica, esta biomecánica para el paso, la dividieron en 4 etapas, y en estas etapas mostraron cuáles son las propiedades que en esa interfase están jugando su rol, ¿no? Su rol importante. Entonces, en la primera etapa, no sé si ustedes ven el mouse, yo tendría que haber puesto el indicador, pero bueno, la primera etapa es la etapa donde el casco se apoya, entonces hay una desaceleración, que de acuerdo a qué paso es, acá estamos hablando del paso, pero si viene del galope, la desaceleración será más abrupta cuando apoya, que va a recibir es una desaceleración, y generalmente los fenómenos de desaceleración tienen que ver con la modelación ósea del miembro, ¿no? Y también se recibe en tendones y ligamentos. Entonces, esta desaceleración tiene que ser recibida por la superficie y es donde se va a manifestar la dureza, las propiedades mecánicas que aparecen como importantes, es la dureza y la firmeza. Cuando vemos el segundo fase, la fase inmediata, esto se da en diferencias de milisegundos, la segunda fase es una fase de deslizamiento y frenado, ¿no? En esa fase de deslizamiento y frenado, las propiedades de la superficie que son importantes son la resistencia a la tracción y el grip, para moderar ese deslizamiento. La tercera fase es la fase de soporte, y es quizás una de las más importantes, porque en este punto todo el peso del caballo pivota arriba de este miembro y recibe la fuerza más importante de la reacción de la superficie. Entonces, en esta es muy importante la compactabilidad bajo el casco y la amortiguación que pueda ofrecer esa superficie, ¿no? Esta es la fase más importante y la más riesgosa. En carreras es la más riesgosa. Y la última, la cuarta, es el despegue. El despegue, en realidad, está asociado a la resistencia a la tracción y al grip. Nosotros queremos que traccione, que se mueva, no queremos que quede atrapado en el piso, pero tampoco queremos que se resbale. Entonces, eso está dado, se puede medir a través de la resistencia a la tracción, y de ahí se puede calcular el grip. Entonces, es muy importante estos conceptos, incluirlos dentro del diseño constructivo, y también para la elección de los instrumentos de medición, es importante tener en claro qué es lo que estamos midiendo y a qué nos estamos acercando, a cuál de estas propiedades estamos intentando acercarnos. Vamos a ver acá, cortito, lo que pasa en una partida, ¿no? Hay impacto, aceleración, velocidad, todo junto, y acá tenemos varias fuerzas. En una carrera a 60 km/h, el casco impacta unas 150 veces en el minuto. O sea, esto es algo todo muy rápido. Es un martilleo permanente que va a ser más o menos martilleo en función de la superficie, de la calidad que ofrezca esa superficie. Entonces, el primer impacto permanece en contacto con el suelo 1/6 de segundo cada vez. La desaceleración, el momento en que toca la superficie, dura entre 1 y 3 milisegundos en una superficie firme. Cuando la superficie es blanda, dura más, y eso genera otras cuestiones. La desaceleración es del orden de los 100 G en carreras, esto en galope de carreras. Y la fase de soporte, que es la que mostré antes, la tercera, la más peligrosa, es donde la fuerza de resistencia del suelo en galope es igual a 2,4 veces el peso del caballo. Entonces la fuerza que está recibiendo ese casco en un caballo de 400 kilos es de 1000 kilos. Entonces es justamente esta fase en donde se producen mayormente las lesiones catastróficas, y por las que se producen las lesiones catastróficas, se denominan aquellas lesiones que generan la mortandad del animal, ¿no? Y de aquí, bueno, tiene todas las consecuencias, como no sé si muchos saben, pero el anteaño pasado en Estados Unidos estuvieron cerradas, prohibidas las carreras de caballos, en tanto y en cuanto no se mejorara toda esta situación. De hecho, el año pasado y este año hubo muchos hipódromos que reemplazaron sus superficies. Acá para compartir un poco y ver cómo queda una superficie de una pista de carreras al final de la temporada, ¿no? Entonces, en algunos lugares hay 4 meses de carrera, en otros lugares hay todo el año de carreras, pero hay 4 meses de carreras con 4 días de carreras por semana. De esos días, en general, hay 3 carreras al día que son en el césped, en algunos lugares, hay otros lugares donde no. En general, un hipódromo tiene una superficie, la pista de césped puede tener entre 6 y 8 hectáreas, y en cálculos generales pasan 1.700 caballos en la temporada, o sea, 6.800 cascos, y eso sin contar cuando tenemos carreras de doble recorrido. Vamos a mirar un poco en el polo. En el polo tenemos un poco de todo, ¿no? Tenemos velocidad, impacto, deslizamiento, vamos a ver que hay momentos de saltos, hay giros, o sea, hay tracción longitudinal en el deslizamiento, tracción rotacional, cuando vemos esos momentos de giro, y los movimientos estos de tracción rotacional tienen que ver con movimientos rotatorios de la pisada, ¿no? Entonces tenemos tracción longitudinal cuando hablamos del movimiento hacia adelante y hacia atrás, y tracción rotacional es este movimiento acá, o en la letra C, cuando está el apoyo y después el apoyo con la punta, eso es una rotación del casco, o cuando en una superficie blanda el casco se hunde, tengo una rotación hacia algún lado, o cuando giro, tengo una tracción rotacional, porque rota el miembro y el casco, y eso tiene una fuerza que se mide a través del torque. ¿Qué pasa en el salto? En el salto tenemos impacto, fuerza de las patas traseras, velocidad, caída. Ahí en la caída de la mano líder, en general en salto, esa caída va de entre 6 a, significa para el casco entre 6 a 10 veces el peso del cuerpo del animal, ¿no? Esto varía con la altura. En las pruebas internacionales, que son sobre 1,65, estaríamos más cerca de los 10 que de los 6. En esta prueba, que era de 1,30 m, 1,40 m, estamos más cerca de los 6. Acá hay deslizamiento. Esta era una pista buena, que está en buenas condiciones. Ahora vamos a ver una pista que ya está gastada después de 3 días de concurso. Ahí está la recepción. Miren cómo sale proyectada la arena. O sea, la arena no está siendo el soporte del caballo, está suelta, ¿no? Eso es un error muy frecuente que se ve, que se hacen desparramos de arena. Y para ver un poco más, porque hasta ahora nos falta comprender cuán importante es en profundidad, ¿no? O sea, lo que nosotros llamamos topsoil, cuán importante es la homogeneidad y la profundidad de este topsoil. Entonces, estos son diagramas de perfil de contorno de estrés, o sea, hasta dónde llega el impacto de este casco en la profundidad, ¿no? Esto es un diagrama de una superficie de una pista de carrera, que esto tiene aproximadamente 10 centímetros, y acá tenemos la base sólida de la pista. Esto es el caballo en reposo. Un caballo en reposo de 400 kilos está generando un peso, y el 20% lo consideramos más o menos en el casi 70% de la profundidad de ese topsoil. Cuando estamos en el peso dinámico, cuando el caballo está al galope, eso se transforma en 1000 kilos. Y entonces ese perfil ya está dentro de lo que sería la subbase. O sea, parte de ese estrés lo está absorbiendo la subbase. Y si vamos a un caballo más pesado, que acá está en reposo, y ya casi su perfil de estrés casi llega a la base, imagínense, galopando va a estar casi hasta la mitad de la base, ¿no? Eso quiere decir que los caballos, o sea, el efecto sobre el casco no es solamente superficial, ni de ver el pasto verde, ni de que esté todo cortadito y prolijito, sino que importa mucho lo que pase más abajo. Estos son algunos ejemplos de los divots que quedan en un torneo, por ejemplo, esto es un torneo de salto, después del primer día de competencia, donde lo que había sucedido, la particularidad, es que habían llovido 100 milímetros los 2 días anteriores, y después del primer día, que pasaron 120 caballos, algunos divots eran como estos, no era la mayoría, después había como esto, pero esto hay que repararlo. O sea, primero se hace una preparación para llegar al día de competencia, que a veces no es del todo buena, pero después hay que repararlo, ¿no? Porque si no, ya esto de la foto de aquí abajo, aquí debajo ya no es, digamos, también hay una cuestión de igualdad de oportunidades en la competencia. Para el caballo que entra al final, esto ya le genera un soporte diferente y le genera una desventaja con respecto del primero. Entonces, esto tiene que ser reparado, y para eso hay una frecuencia de paradas en el concurso para reparar. Vamos a ver un poco qué pasa en prueba completa. Esto es justamente de los Panamericanos de Perú del 2019. Acá hay descenso por pendientes, deslizamiento, impacto, esfuerzo, tracción, ahora vamos a ver longitudinal porque está el deslizamiento, y ahora en la curva vemos que encima hay tracción rotacional, acá hay todo. Y además en este deporte hay 2 días sobre pistas de arena y 1 día sobre pistas de césped. Entonces acá estos son tal vez los caballos que combinan todas las actividades, ¿no? Un poquito más de particularidades de la pisada. ¿Qué pasa cuando una superficie es muy blanda? Entonces el caballo pierde su eje de disposición óptima de equilibrio, y la carga el eje de la carga se empieza a correr, y entonces eso redunda en que las articulaciones y los ligamentos y tendones asociados son los que tienen un estrés mayor. Cuando la superficie es muy dura, el estrés es más que nada un impacto óseo, aunque también las articulaciones se resienten, ¿no? Y cuando la superficie es la óptima, el eje de equilibrio está alineado con el eje de la carga, y esto lo da una superficie que es óptima, que para eso también medimos la superficie de las huellas, que una huella de entre 2 y 5 o 6 centímetros nos estaría dando una superficie óptima. Ahora, estas propiedades funcionales, de las que yo hablé al principio, en realidad ya fueron definidas en el primer libro blanco que hubo de las carreras de caballos, y después las adoptaron y le sumaron otra cantidad de conocimiento en el libro blanco de la FEI, de la Federación Ecuestre Internacional, en el año 2014. Y esto se publicó en un libro que tiene todo el cuerpo del conocimiento. Y las propiedades son firmeza, agarre, amortiguación, devolución de la energía y uniformidad. Y a la vez, esta última, la sexta, y casi la más importante, que es que estas 5 propiedades sean consistentes a lo largo del tiempo, o sea, que se puedan repetir, que se mantengan. O sea, yo hago un diseño que tiene que incorporar estas propiedades. Entonces, cuando yo justamente pienso en diseñar una superficie para cualquiera de estos deportes, tengo que tener en mente la premisa de seguridad y jugabilidad. Y eso significa cumplir con estas propiedades funcionales. Para cumplir con estas propiedades funcionales tengo que poner atención en el diseño. Las dimensiones tienen que ver más que nada con el tipo de deporte, la geometría también tiene que ver con el tipo de deporte, pero en la geometría también hay riesgo. En la geometría, por ejemplo, de una pista de carrera, más o menos codos, yo le voy agregando que tengan un esfuerzo, contracción rotacional, que genera un tipo de dificultad, ¿no? Después, la construcción, el tipo de construcción, si es sobre superficies naturales o superficies sintéticas, ahí también estoy asumiendo ya un riesgo. O sea, lo puedo minimizar si elaboro bien qué tipo de superficie voy a usar, y con la selección de los materiales que me asegure que sean lo más homogéneos posibles, ¿no? Y por supuesto, la metodología de construcción de esos perfiles para que realmente puedan cumplir con esas propiedades. Y con respecto al mantenimiento, que comprende las prácticas culturales que mayormente manejamos en todas las superficies, pero con un valor adicional. En este caso, nosotros necesitamos que, además de que el césped esté verde y que las raíces funcionen, las raíces acá también cumplen una función mecánica. Las raíces también son parte de ese conjunto que va a dar mayor resistencia a la tracción. Entonces, o la necesaria, ¿no? No digamos, cuando decimos mayor parece que estuviéramos poniéndole ya un número. Es la necesaria para que el caballo se pueda sostener y para que este sistema funcione. Entonces, es de particular importancia la atención a las fertilizaciones adecuadas, también teniendo en cuenta las raíces. Bueno, control de maleza, frecuencia de corte, también eso redunda en tener raíces más sanas, ¿no? Y la maquinaria, bueno, la maquinaria es la misma, ahora vamos a ver en otra diapositiva, así que no me voy a detener en eso, pero sí me quiero detener en que las condiciones meteorológicas, o sea, el diseño, la construcción y el mantenimiento van de la mano de las condiciones meteorológicas. O sea, yo cuando estoy proponiendo algo tengo que tener en mente en qué condiciones esto va a funcionar. Y con esto, dicho esto, no puedo dejar de decir que ya los factores de riesgo los estamos asumiendo desde el diseño y desde la construcción. O sea, si elijo una geometría con más dificultades, ya estoy asumiendo un factor de riesgo. Si elijo trabajar con superficies naturales, como vamos a ver ahora, con heterogeneidades, con texturas muy difíciles de manejar, ya estoy con un factor de riesgo. Entonces, están ya en el diseño y en la construcción. En el diseño, bueno, es un poco más de lo mismo, ¿no? De lo que decía recién. En las superficies naturales yo puedo trabajar desde el diseño, en la planialtimetría, puedo trabajar en la geometría, puedo definir drenajes a partir de la pendiente natural, o sea, hacer drenajes gravitacionales y ver la forma posible y ver las zanjas consecuentes necesarias, caracterizar los materiales originarios. Estoy en superficies naturales, tengo que caracterizar los materiales originarios, pero para eso tengo que recoger la variabilidad que tienen estos materiales, porque después encima generalmente hacemos agregados de algún tipo de enmienda o de arenas que si tenemos una gran variabilidad textural, van a hacer ruido diferente con cada uno, o sea, vamos a agregar más fuente de variación. Y también pensar en la profundidad efectiva del topsoil. Si bien necesitamos una profundidad efectiva, y muchas veces hablamos del topsoil de 10 centímetros, en estos deportes es sumamente necesario el topsoil y qué viene debajo, porque eso también está soportando, como mostré antes en los diagramas de esfuerzo, está soportando lo que sucede en la superficie durante un juego. En las superficies sintéticas, las mismas consideraciones de planialtimetría, solo que acá ya voy a definir, al pensar en una superficie sintética, puedo tener una planialtimetría no condicionada por la topografía natural del ambiente. Yo puedo hacerla de cero. Bueno, las geometrías son las mismas consideraciones. Los perfiles, en este caso, son perfiles en capas, que tienen que ser de materiales que sean caracterizados y seleccionados previamente para que cumplan con estas propiedades fundamentalmente, ¿no? Para que cumplan con las propiedades. Y caracterizar el comportamiento que va a tener ese topsoil. En general, en estas superficies sintéticas no usamos suelo, no usamos tierra, en general es un tipo de arena mucho más fina del que usamos habitualmente para el top dressing, y en algunos casos hay quienes les agregan una capa de turba, hay quienes no, y lo manejan muy bien con la fertilización. Así que lo importante de caracterizar el funcionamiento, primero tengo que saber bien cómo lo voy a componer, si le voy a agregar o no le voy a agregar materia orgánica, si va a ser solamente de arena, o con otros materiales sintéticos como puede ser geotextil o fibras de polipropileno. Las especies en general no generan digamos, en general, bueno, en nuestra latitud nos manejamos siempre con especies de base de Bermuda y resiembras. Las resiembras que en realidad a nosotros más nos gustan, generalmente son de los blend de ryegrass, pero a veces las situaciones económicas no permiten usar los blend de ryegrass y uno termina viendo ryegrass anual. Bueno, habrá deportes en los que se puede y habrá deportes en los que no. Hay deportes en los que directamente no se resiembra y porque tampoco coincide la temporada de juego con ese momento, entonces no tiene sentido resembrar. Pero en los hipódromos sí se resiembra, porque se corre durante todo el año. Entonces ahí hay que evaluar bien qué especies poner de acuerdo nuevamente a la ubicación, al geoposicionamiento, al clima y al clima del lugar, ¿no? Bueno, esto es, lo voy a pasar, no quiero detenerme mucho, pero para dejar una idea, esta es la rutina, la hoja, digamos, el diagrama de flujo de los análisis que se realizan en el laboratorio para caracterizar una superficie ecuestre, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos la granulometría, la caracterización granulométrica por tamices, que este es un método aprobado por la FEI y es adoptado y realizado, que hoy ya también se realiza por la metodología de láser. Se utiliza un equipo que se llama Master Sizer, y lo que en el de tamices lleva 3 días y 300 gramos de muestra, en el Master Sizer son 20 gramos y 20 minutos, o sea que avanza mucho la velocidad de análisis, ¿no? Y después hay, bueno, estos son solo algunos, hay una lista larga de más análisis, pero algunos, por ejemplo, importantes, la caracterización mineralógica de las arenas, la difracción de rayos X, nos permite conocer la mineralogía. Y la mineralogía nos permite saber la fecha de vencimiento de la arena. Entonces, tenemos claro, la arena no dura para siempre, las propiedades de la arena no duran para siempre, y si conocemos la mineralogía, podemos estimar cuánto nos va a durar. Y como esto, también tenemos las determinaciones de densidad aparente de la arena, de densidad aparente de la arena más el agregado que se haga, si es geotextil o si son fibras. Eso nos va a dar a qué nivel podemos compactar nuestro material que vamos a usar en un sintético. Viendo un poco de construcciones naturales. Bueno, estos son 2 predios sobre suelos naturales, ¿no? Y generalmente esto es lo que pasa. Uno ve que son bastante desuniformes, porque las desuniformidades no solamente generan manchas ni colores diferentes, sino que cuando uno después va con un elemento de medición, acá hay lecturas diferentes, ¿no? Y esto es lo que va a sentir el caballo después. Entonces, las construcciones sobre sistemas naturales tienen este tema de la gran variabilidad textural, y si a eso yo le agrego que cuando voy a agregar arenas, por ejemplo, en este caso generalmente se usan las arenas gruesas de top dressing, y si agrego arenas de distintas procedencias y no están caracterizadas, voy a ir generando distintos ruidos, voy a agregar una fuente de variación más a la que ya tengo con las variaciones texturales del lugar. O sea, y esto es un tema que tiene que ver con la logística y con el control de la logística, ¿no? O sea, cuando me van trayendo los camiones de lo que sea, de tierra, de arena, del material que agrego, es importante tener un control, porque si no, me dicen que el primer camión es de lo que yo pedí, y del tercero en adelante viene cualquier cosa, y esto genera las desuniformidades que después generan distinta jugabilidad. En las construcciones sintéticas, bueno, un poco de esto, estos son justamente 2 perfiles que yo estoy analizando en mi tesis doctoral. En realidad hice una primera parte con 4 perfiles diferentes, y ahora hice una segunda parte que tengo 6 perfiles diferentes, donde cambié un poco la estructura del perfil, y son base, en este caso es base Tifway, y una arena de granulometría controlada. En este caso, este es uno de los tratamientos que tiene chips de geotextil, acá debajo hay uno que no lo tiene, sobre una base de arena compactada de 20 centímetros de profundidad. Bueno, ahí tengo más variaciones de tratamiento, pero acá traje solo 2 para mostrar. La idea de este agregado, o de esto es una malla Geonet que ponemos, es buscar que las raíces tengan se agarren, y realmente acá se forma un entramado muy, muy interesante, que le da un buen soporte al piso. Así que las mediciones las voy a tener a fin de año. En esto siempre está incorporado, en este caso, en esto que están viendo, es un drenaje gravitacional, no tiene drenaje subsuperficial, pero hay diseños que incorporan el drenaje subsuperficial dentro del perfil, y en ese caso, bueno, hay que definir claramente las cañerías, los diámetros, las dimensiones, las pendientes, la cantidad de piedras necesarias. También, pues, en este caso no lo son porque justamente el diseño era hacerlo con un drenaje gravitacional, pero también existen y pueden realizarse, ¿no? Y después el sistema de riego, que de nuevo, en este caso es un sistema de riego por aspersión, que es generalmente lo más común, pero ya están empezando a usarse los sistemas de riego que vienen por debajo, ¿no? Lo que por ahí hoy se llama flujo-reflujo, también pueden incorporarse, pero falta, bueno, en algunos casos ya están, en fútbol ya están funcionando. Acá en césped todavía, yo creo que conocí una pista en España, pero no sé cómo funcionaba bien. O sea, no sé, quiero decir, no funcionaba muy bien el sistema de flujo-reflujo. Con respecto al mantenimiento, bueno, son las mismas herramientas y las más fuertes y necesarias en este caso, dada la compactación que se produce por el paso y el tránsito de los animales, es la aireación. Cobra una gran importancia y en ocasiones varias veces al año, y cuando se está sobre todo cuando uno ya está analizando o conociendo la superficie, uno ya puede empezar a ver cuáles son los puntos más problemáticos, porque no todas las superficies tienen el mismo problema. En las naturales lo vamos a detectar, después yo voy a mostrar un mapa, lo vamos a detectar de acuerdo a las diferencias texturales. Entonces si uno hace realmente una grilla y un trabajo concienzudo, puede ver dónde están las diferencias. Pero acá también tenemos, bueno, puse la cortadora porque el corte es una manera de mantener el césped saludable, y en todos estos deportes hay alturas de corte diferentes. Sabemos que en el polo estamos entre 3 y 5 milímetros, en una época del año, el hipódromo está entre 5 y 7 centímetros, en el salto estamos en 3 a 5, eso es lo que se espera, y también esto está un poco relacionado con las especies, ¿no? No es lo mismo para una bermuda que cuando tenemos ryegrass o alguna mesotérmica. Y lo que sí tiene que quedar claro es que la uniformidad depende directamente de la construcción, o sea, que nosotros veamos desuniformidades no quiere decir que pasó algo adicional, tiene que ver con una construcción defectuosa que no se va a poder superar con el mantenimiento. Y esto lo marco porque generalmente a veces uno escucha, bueno, no, lo hacemos así porque después total, con la aireación, no. Bueno, con la aireación vas a mejorar un parche, pero no vas a mejorar toda la pista, ¿no? Toda la uniformidad que tiene que tener. De la misma manera, un diseño excelente, un diseño constructivo que puede haber sido llevado de la mejor manera y con todos los controles, puede malograrse por un problema de manejo. Entonces, acá hay que buscar la manera de cómo poder medir si un diseño constructivo es eficaz o si la práctica de manejo, el mantenimiento, es eficaz en seguridad y jugabilidad. Y la única manera de esto es midiendo, ¿no? Entonces hay que medir, hay que generar los protocolos de testeo por deportes, hay, como ya mencioné antes, hay deportes en los que ya existen, tener objetivos concretos, hay niveles deportivos que tendrán un objetivo, y entonces uno buscará un protocolo para ese objetivo, pero realmente la lesión, el bienestar animal, tiene que ser transversal a todas las categorías, no es hoy, por ejemplo, en la Federación Ecuestre Internacional impone estos protocolos para la alta competencia. Pero el bienestar animal tiene que ser, convengamos, para todos, o sea, las escuelas de equitación también tienen que tener superficies en las que los caballos estén con bienestar animal. Entonces, hay que ir generando en cada institución o en cada federación estos tipos de protocolos. Después, la frecuencia de testeo eso tiene que ser dado de acuerdo a la intensidad de uso de cada superficie. La estandarización de los equipos. Es importante que los equipos estén estandarizados, porque muchas veces uno escucha resultados de... perdón, me está sonando el teléfono. De superficies que no están, de equipos que no están estandarizados, y entonces comparan equipos parecidos y creen que están midiendo lo mismo. Que de esta manera los informes técnicos tienen que ser comparables para que todos estemos hablando el mismo lenguaje, y necesitamos que la gente que está dentro de las instituciones, los superintendentes, la gente que trabaja en el mantenimiento, esté capacitada y familiarizada con esto. En este momento existen 2 protocolos de mantenimiento de la calidad que están funcionando, por lo menos que yo conozca. Está el sistema de mantenimiento de la calidad, que se está utilizando en 16 hipódromos, en más de 16 hipódromos de Estados Unidos en este momento, que lo lleva a cabo el RSTL. Es un sistema en el cual todos los hipódromos acordaron ciertas prácticas de manejo. Entonces hay un sistema online donde se carga diariamente las mediciones con determinados equipos de TDR, y en este momento están usando un instrumento que les voy a presentar, que es el Golden Stick. Y las maquinarias, los mantenimientos que están haciendo, la forma, el horario, el día, las condiciones meteorológicas, porque están además conectados con sus centrales meteorológicas. Entonces todo se puede ver diariamente ahí, y el laboratorio además da el soporte a todos los hipódromos que requieran de las mediciones en tiempo y forma. Y el otro es el protocolo de mantenimiento de la calidad de la Federación Ecuestre Internacional, que es obligatorio para todas las competencias 5 estrellas y para los Juegos Olímpicos. Para que se den una idea, este protocolo, además de certificar la superficie cuando está construida, el protocolo empieza antes de la construcción. O sea, una empresa que quiere presentarse a una licitación para los materiales que se van a utilizar en la construcción de una superficie olímpica, primero tiene que pasar por el análisis de materiales. Después de que los materiales son aprobados, entra a la licitación, no al revés. No entra a la licitación y después no. Primero, si los materiales son aprobados, entra, si no, no. Y bueno, ¿qué medir, cómo medir y dónde medir? Bueno, en realidad, ¿qué medir inicialmente cuando estamos arrancando en algo que estamos construyendo o en una pista que ya está construida? Tenemos que hacer análisis de materiales de ese lugar, ¿no? De la pista, sea natural o sea de un perfil sintético. Mediciones de suelo, o sea, análisis de suelo en general, no solo para conocer el nivel de nutrientes y el funcionamiento químico del suelo, necesitamos análisis de suelo que tengan que ver con la granulometría, análisis texturales para reconocer qué situación estamos. Humedad de los materiales por gravimétrica, lo que dije antes, que acá no está en la lista, la densidad aparente, y la calidad de agua del lugar también es importante, porque eso va a interactuar con los materiales y va a cambiar las condiciones. ¿Qué podemos medir in situ? Bueno, in situ podemos medir el contenido volumétrico de humedad, ya que la humedad es tiene relación directa con las propiedades funcionales. La carga máxima, la carga máxima que se va a generar, la profundidad del espesor de amortiguación, la consistencia de los materiales, eso se mira en el mismo lugar, o sea, ver que todos los parches están corregidos con el mismo tipo de arena y saber qué tipo de arena es, ¿no? La geometría en algunos casos en los hipódromos tiene que ver con las pendientes, con los peraltes, con que se mantengan estas condiciones. La infiltración es otra de las cosas que también se miden. Ahora, en realidad, en este momento, el único equipo que simula la mano, el peso, la energía que genera la mano líder de un caballo al galope es el Orono Biomechanical Surface Tester, OBST más fácil. Este equipo mide, este equipo que está aquí a la izquierda, es un equipo pesado, bastante grande, que tiene una herradura que va por un riel que es lanzado desde aproximadamente 1 metro y simula la mano del líder del caballo al galope. Y tiene una serie de sensores que miden la velocidad a la que impacta, la aceleración vertical, la aceleración horizontal, mide los desplazamientos laterales, o sea, tracción rotacional y tracción longitudinal, la devolución de la energía y la carga máxima. ¿Cuánto es la carga máxima? Y con todos estos datos, con todas estas variables, ya existen los algoritmos para calcular las propiedades funcionales. O sea, de aquí se pueden inferir el grip, la devolución de la energía, no me salen ahora las palabras, pero las 5 propiedades funcionales se pueden dirimir desde estas variables. Nosotros, ¿qué podemos tener? Existen muchos dispositivos para hacer controles in situ. Lo que pasa es que después existen algunos problemas o algunas fuentes de variación en cada uno de estos equipos. Un caso particular es el clickhammer, por ejemplo, que lo que registra es la desaceleración máxima, responde a una norma STM. Lo que yo hice en particular es construir algo parecido al clickhammer, tuve una primera versión, pero lo que mido es la diferencia de cuánto se entierra la pesa que lleva el clickhammer adentro. Para los que no lo saben, el clickhammer es un tubo que adentro tiene una pesa que puede ser de 2,5 kilos o de 4,5 kilos, que fue diseñada para medir, para la construcción de rutas, y que se utiliza a veces para determinar la dureza, ¿no? La dureza de las superficies. El tema es también cómo se usa, porque en realidad el creador también diseñó el método, y existe un método que es, bueno, hay que hacer 5 mediciones, se utiliza la carga máxima, o sea, el último valor, el valor más alto de las 5, y además es importante registrar la diferencia entre primera y última, y entre primera y cada una de los lanzamientos, porque eso me da una información de la deformación de la superficie. Pero la limitante que tiene es que, no responde a lo que buscamos, que es la pisada de un caballo, pero sí puede responder a detectar que está pasando algo. No estoy detectando, no puedo decir que va a dar, que se va a alterar una propiedad funcional, pero sí puedo ir detectando un proceso. El penetrómetro dinámico, el penetrómetro que utilizamos para medir la resistencia a la penetración en el suelo, también tiene la misma problemática que el clickhammer. La probeta es muy pequeña, es resistencia a la penetración del suelo, no me está dando exactamente lo que va a pasar con la pezuña, con el casco del caballo, pero sí me puede dar una orientación. Con el going stick también es un penetrómetro en realidad de base, lo único que tiene un par de sensores más, o sea, mide resistencia a la penetración, es una probeta también de 10 centímetros, y por arriba de este disco tiene 2 grupos de sensores, uno que mide resistencia a la penetración y el otro que mide tracción longitudinal. O sea, esto es como si se clavara como una pala, y una vez que llega a este disco del tope, se acciona para atrás, se baja 45 grados, y ahí aparece el índice. Ese índice, cuando uno lo descarga en la computadora, se desglosa en resistencia a la penetración y a la tracción, ¿no? Son 2 valores con los que uno puede trabajar, y que el laboratorio RCTL y yo trabajamos en la calibración, porque uno de los problemas es que como índice no teníamos valores de magnitudes, entonces tuvimos que trabajar en la calibración para obtener las magnitudes. En este momento tenemos propuesto una norma STM para el uso de este equipo, y también para la certificación de superficies. Pero también este fue un equipo especialmente diseñado para las pistas de carrera en Inglaterra. Ay, no me está cambiando el... Ahí está. El siguiente son otros equipos. Este es el de tracción rotacional, que fue diseñado específicamente para caballos. Tiene una norma STM, es una pesa de 30 kilos con una herradura en la base y dos ramplones. Los ramplones son opcionales, cada uno puede decidir si quiere probar si los ramplones tienen un efecto o no. Y un eje de 1 metro en el extremo tiene un torquímetro, entonces cuando uno acciona la palanca del torquímetro, la alarma nos avisa cuando está en la carga máxima. ¿Sí tiene algunas dificultades? Sí, tiene dificultades de paralaje, por ejemplo, tiene dificultades de cambio de operador, entonces hay que ser muy cuidadoso con eso. Bueno, el TDR, que mide el contenido volumétrico de humedad, que cada día los modelos se van superando, y ahora también tenemos, ya hace un tiempo, el que mide también la conductividad. Y otro es el penetrómetro de Longchamps, que yo lo agregué a mi serie de mediciones en mi tesis. También consiste en el mismo sistema, en lanzar una pesa desde aproximadamente 1 metro de altura, que pega sobre una espiga, y esta espiga se clava, ¿no? Pero también la sección del elemento que se clava es de 1 centímetro cuadrado, entonces de vuelta estamos en algo que nos permite detectar un cambio, pero que no necesariamente nos está diciendo lo que va a pasar con la pata del caballo o mano. ¿Son confiables estos instrumentos? Bueno, parte de mi tesis, acabamos de publicar el primer trabajo de mi tesis, y yo justamente hice una comparación de elementos simples, como fueron este medidor de impacto que convertí a partir de Kleckhammer, el medidor de tracción rotacional también, para caracterizar distintas superficies. Y en realidad a mí me da que lo que nos aparece es que hay elementos simples que sirven para detectar cambios. No estamos diciendo que esos cambios, no estamos diciendo la magnitud del cambio, pero sí orientativamente uno puede saber que con algunas herramientas básicas uno puede hacer un control y ir teniendo idea de cuál es el proceso que está ocurriendo. Esto se los resumo, es mucho más extenso, pero no quiero tampoco extenderme. Entonces, ¿cómo metemos todo esto en un sistema de mantenimiento de la calidad, ¿no? Esto es como en cualquier actividad donde se pretenda seguir las buenas prácticas, ya documentar, registrar las herramientas, el diseño, las prácticas de manejo, el análisis de materiales, el proceso constructivo, ya eso tiene que estar en cualquier sistema de mantenimiento de la calidad, tiene que estar documentado, tiene que poder verse. Después es necesario tener, digamos, el medidor OBS-T viene a ser, hoy por hoy, es nuestro metro patrón. Entonces, tener testeos por encuentro, o por evento, o por temporada, con este tipo de equipo que realmente nos está dando cuál es el estado real de la pista para los caballos, o para deportes con caballos, y a partir de ahí poder desarrollar prácticas de mediciones con estos equipos portátiles más sencillos que puedan ser usados en los establecimientos de cualquiera de los deportes, para poder sostener con el mantenimiento lo que se logró con el diseño. Entonces, yo puedo hacer mi medición, supongamos, cuando está el OBS-T, y yo hago mi medición con la herramienta que tengo, y después voy haciendo el seguimiento, y ahí voy a captar si hay una degradación. Por ahí la voy a captar, no en el nivel de magnitud, pero voy a captar un cambio. Los testeos pueden ser en grillas, de acuerdo al tipo de deporte. Hoy, un miembro del laboratorio, uno de los coautores del trabajo anterior, está llegando también como resultado en su tesis doctoral que para un hipódromo, con 8 puntos dentro del hipódromo, registro de 8 localizaciones y 3 distancias hacia el interior, es suficiente para poder testear. Entonces, hay algunos, esto hay que hacer los estudios por deporte, hay que avanzar por cada deporte. En algunos habrá que testear haciendo una grilla, en otros hay que testear por intensidad de uso, cuáles son las áreas que tienen más intensidad de uso. Acá Esto es parte del testeo, ¿no? La toma de muestras y viendo, por ejemplo, en una misma cancha tenemos diferentes estratos. Tenemos dentro del mismo estrato hay diferentes materiales. Y esto es lo que sería el resultado final, ¿no? Un mapa estos son mediciones, este es el mapa que se hizo con las mediciones del Going Stick, que estuvimos trabajando con un grupo de estudiantes de la Universidad de Morón, y esto es el resultado que nos dio. El Going Stick tiene una escala de 1 a 15, donde 15 son las superficies más duras y 1 serían las extremadamente blandas. Entonces, acá tenemos que las superficies amarillas son las que están, digamos, tirando a más blando. Todo lo que es verde sería lo óptimo, y lo que ya va entre el azul y el gris son las situaciones de mayor dureza. Entonces, si uno mira esto así a primera vista, ve que en esta banda tenemos la mayor parte gris, en esta otra banda también, pero tenemos mucho gris de este lado, y uno puede decir, ah, es el arco, pero del otro lado también tenemos un arco, y no está la misma banda. Entonces, hay algunas cuestiones que uno puede suponer que tiene que ver con el tránsito o con el tránsito de máquinas, pero hay otras cuestiones que nos están mostrando las diferencias en los materiales naturales, porque si, digamos, tenemos arco de los dos lados, ya no se lo podemos asignar al deporte. Tiene más que ver con los materiales, o con alguna pendiente que haya que hace que arrastre algunos materiales de un lado a otro. Pero eso hay que confirmarlo. O sea, la idea de esta información es que podamos ofrecer un mapa de resultados que permita tomar decisiones objetivas. O sea, esto no es un trabajo que tengan que hacer la gente que está manejando las canchas semanalmente. Por ahí este es un trabajo para un grupo de asesoramiento, pero sí poder generar cuáles son los puntos más de mayor intensidad para que quien trabaja todas las semanas pueda dedicarse a mejorar esas zonas, ¿sí? Bueno, y hasta acá en realidad tengo mucho más para decirles, pero es lo que traté de resumir. Muchas gracias y estoy a disposición para las preguntas.
¿Listo? ¿Me copias, María Alejandra?
Sí.
Muchas gracias. Sí, se nota en tu exposición la pasión que le pones a los deportes ecuestres y sobre todo a la importancia de la seguridad. Conversaba con un amigo que me decía que en otros deportes, como por ejemplo el golf, la seguridad no es tan importante, pero en un deporte donde participa el dúo jinete con el caballo, que pesan más de 400 o 500 kilos y corren a 60 kilómetros por hora, la seguridad es vital. Te agradecemos muchísimo. Invitamos a las personas a que puedan hacer sus preguntas a través del chat. Mientras tanto, María Alejandra, algunas de tus palabras finales de este evento.
Acá tengo una pregunta, mira, ya estoy viendo las preguntas, no sé si me pasé, ahí está. Me está preguntando sobre el mapa de resultados que nosotros, cada cuadrante a cuántos metros cuadrados equivale. Bueno, nosotros ahí usamos cuadrantes de 15, usamos una grilla de 15 por 15. Y en realidad esta decisión no fue arbitraria, sino que estuvimos analizando la fuente de variación, la posible variación, la variabilidad de los datos, y entonces de cuánto tendría que ser el cuadrante mínimo. Esto puede ser variado de acuerdo también a las dimensiones de la superficie. En dimensiones más chicas uno tendría que hacer cuadrantes más chicos, y en superficies más grandes, esto era de casi, creo que es de 3 hectáreas y media esta cancha, tiene que ver con el tamaño de la superficie y con la probabilidad de variabilidad. Ese era de 15 por 15. Y si se podría comparar y sectorizar varios cuadrantes, sí, justamente la idea de ponerlos en los colores tiene que ver con poder ver cuáles son las zonas que están en igualdad de situación, ¿no? Y cuáles son las que están diferentes, y entonces uno de esa manera puede trabajar con alguna práctica, porque a veces no es necesario airear varias veces todo, sino que uno necesita trabajos parciales en algunas zonas, ¿no? Sí, creo que si respondí con eso,
Seguramente van a quedar muchas preguntas. Está tu correo electrónico ahí.
Otra más. ¿En qué momento de meses sería óptimo realizar la medición con el OBS-T en un campo recién instalado o áreas recuperadas de césped? Eso tiene que ver con tu calendario deportivo. Entonces vos tenés que ver cuándo empieza o vas a empezar tu preparación, y en general se hace muy asociado al calendario deportivo. Hay veces que se hace antes y durante, o sea, antes para que la preparación sea dirigida hacia ese resultado que te va a dar, y después a veces se hace otra medición previo al evento, como para tener un certificado de que la pista estaba en condiciones.
No. Yo creo que no, ya no tenemos más preguntas, María Alejandra. Nos has dejado una tarea enorme para poder investigar sobre el tema del césped para superficies ecuestres. Nuevamente, agradecerte tu participación en el primer Congreso Internacional. Te damos muchísimas gracias. Nuevamente, me alegra mucho la pasión que le pones a tus investigaciones en el tema del césped. Vamos a estar en contacto para poder aprender un poco más de tus experiencias. Tus palabras finales, María Alejandra, por favor.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Me encanta la posibilidad de difundir. Creo que tenemos mucho por hacer y mucho por aprender también. Y bueno, y si podemos aprender en conjunto, mejor. Así que, bueno, muchas gracias y abierta a todas las ideas y las propuestas que haya de armar proyectos en común o de ver cosas en común. Así que gracias.
Esta sala y a todos los que nos van a ver a través de la página de Facebook de la universidad y a través de la página de YouTube de la Asociación Peruana del Césped, nos une justamente la pasión por el césped. Muchas gracias nuevamente, María Alejandra. Hacemos un receso en el primer Congreso Internacional y volvemos luego con las conferencias de los profesores de la North Carolina State University. Un corte y nos vemos en algunos minutos más. Muchas gracias.
Llegué y me pareció pues diferente a todo lo que había visto.
Me impactó bastante la cantidad de áreas verdes que tenía.
Los campos de cultivo, el balance que tiene entre área construida y área verde.
Te das cuenta que estás en un campo abierto totalmente.
Vine a Jardín Botánico, era como ver plantas que solo había visto en la tele.
Había un montón de especies de árboles, que a mí me encantaban los árboles. Fue como una reconciliación con la naturaleza.
Y me pareció un lugar muy hermoso para aprender.
Tenemos una ciudad universitaria hermosa, con lindas aulas, buenos equipos.
También las instalaciones de muchos laboratorios y muchas zonas de producción que tienen una tecnología bastante avanzada, ¿no?
Fue muy agradable ver los pasillos, ver básicamente los salones, los ambientes.
Y tienen implementos y herramientas que sirven de mucho para la exploración dentro de los mismos cursos, ¿no?
Para todas las carreras tiene más de 250 hectáreas.
Y cada facultad tiene un espacio para desarrollar sus actividades. Los de zootecnia tienen una zona para criar ganado.
Un gran establo lechero, porcino, avícola.
La gente de industrias luego tiene un espacio para procesar lo que produce zootecnia a través de la planta de leche o lo que produce agronomía en la planta de panificación. Hay un curso de mecanización agrícola también, manejas los tractores, conoces los equipos. Luego los forestales tenemos también pequeñas plantaciones dentro de la universidad.
Un huerto hortícola en los cuales los alumnos también practicaban.
Las salidas de campo son súper interesantes, hacer nuestras pruebas de ecología, las chacras de lejos que no habíamos visto nunca.
Otro tema importante es que la universidad tiene muchos fundos en diferentes zonas del Perú. Los alumnos pueden ir, ver diferentes cultivos o trabajar con diferentes tipos de árboles y conocer un poco más la realidad del país fuera de Lima, que es donde se produce la mayor parte del trabajo de los profesionales de esta universidad, ¿no?
La universidad agraria va mucho más allá de las paredes que tiene. Va más allá, llega a tu vida, llega a tu corazón y seguramente se quedará a lo largo del tiempo.
The College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at NC State stands poised to meet the increasing demands to feed a hungry world. We discover, develop, teach, and apply knowledge and technology that enable students to enhance the agricultural well-being of our state, our country, and the world. It is one of the most stimulating learning communities that you will find anywhere, creating and extending new knowledge through scientific research and extension in agriculture and the life sciences, ensuring that there will be plenty of food for all of us here and throughout the world. Agriculture, what we do, matters.
Toro is the exclusive provider of equipment and irrigation for the Ryder Cup on a worldwide basis. Just couldn't be more excited to be a part of it. It's really a chance to show off not only the course here, but what we can do on a worldwide basis when people come together. One of the more visible pieces of support that you'll see around if you're in the maintenance facility or even out on the courses is we do provide apparel for all the volunteers and the crew. You can't make these events happen without equipment, because in an event like this where you're playing morning and afternoon, the time for maintenance really gets condensed down into small chunks of when you can actually do it. Having extra equipment around is just imperative to really making the conditions what they are here.
They gave us 12 mowers. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, what more can you ask?
The 5010 fairway mowers are very nice to use. With the wider reels, we can get more grass mowed quicker, so that helps us move throughout the morning a lot faster.
Oh, I like the quality of cut. I mean, that was my favorite thing when we got them. And it's nice that the reels are not hydraulically driven.
We jokingly say that we just cut grass and it cuts grass and does a good job doing it. So when you don't need to think about a mower and it does what it's intended to do, that's always a good thing.
Our relationship with Whistling Straits and Chris is a joint effort between our corporate folks and our distributors on the ground. Reinders is our local distributor in this territory, so in concert we are obviously working with them well in advance to service the needs. Our job really is to be a strong but silent partner. We want to help them showcase the property, showcase the facility, what can be done, and to be there to support them really in any way. I'd like to express my thanks to the PGA, the Ryder Cup, Whistling Straits, Chris Zugel and his staff. Without them, this event obviously couldn't happen. And again, our role here is to be a partner and almost be behind the scenes where nobody knows we're here. But that's really what gives us satisfaction in the end, is knowing that the conditions are here, people around the globe are watching it, and it's really nice to be a part of it.
Gear-driven rotors were invented back in the 1980s, but they've come a long way since then. Rainbird 5000 series rotors feature rain curtain technology, an evolutionary leap forward in rotor nozzle technology. Engineered to provide a uniform spray pattern that competitors can't match, rain curtain nozzles deliver large water droplets for superior wind resistance and gentle close-in watering that eliminates brown spots around the head. It's easy to see why more contractors prefer Rainbird 5000 series rotors over the competition.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a una nueva entrega de IPESA Te Cuenta. Mi nombre es Santiago Mesones, soy subgerente de servicios en IPESA. Tengo más de 4 años en la empresa y más de 25 años de experiencia profesional. Hoy nos encontramos en nuestro taller de ATE y queremos mostrarte más de las soluciones que podemos brindar para el correcto funcionamiento de tus equipos. En nuestros talleres podemos realizar tareas tan complejas como el overhaul completo de una máquina. Por supuesto, también evaluaciones y diagnósticos y mantenimientos preventivos. Para ello contamos con la infraestructura y herramientas necesarias para lograr sacar su máquina operativa en el menor tiempo posible. Nuestros técnicos están plenamente capacitados, incluso por la misma fábrica, y cuentan con amplia experiencia. Y hoy vamos a poder mostrarles de primera mano cómo uno de nuestros técnicos atiende a uno de nuestros principales clientes.
Hola, buenos días, les habla Carlos Durán del Servicio Postventa. ¿En qué lo podemos ayudar? Señor Ega, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo está? Buenos días. Claro que sí, atenderemos su mantenimiento preventivo a su tractor que se encuentra ubicado en Cañete. No se preocupe, muchas gracias. Así como nuestro amigo Edgar, tú puedes solicitar tus requerimientos de acuerdo a tus necesidades. Comunícate directamente con nosotros para poder atender y brindarte una solución rápida para que tu máquina esté siempre operativa en campo. Nuestro servicio postventa tiene cobertura a nivel nacional para atender todas las operaciones de nuestros clientes. Ahora voy a contactarme con nuestro personal técnico para que pueda atender a nuestro cliente.
Buenas tardes, don Edgar. ¿Qué tal? Mucho gusto. Venimos a hacerle servicio preventivo a su equipo.
Ya, qué bien.
Listo.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Edgar Arostegui Castro, mi empresa es Arostegui SAC. La empresa es especialmente lo que es zona agrícola. Inicié con el trabajo con un tractor y poco a poco va trabajando, vamos juntando más dinero para poder aquí más tractores, ¿no? El servicio que viene de la casa que me mandan los mecánicos, sí, vienen bien, arreglan bien.
Hola, soy Alexi Bustíos, soy superintendente de proyecto en IPESA, ya llevo 4 años trabajando con ellos. En este momento estamos en los campos del señor Edgar Arostegui para realizar el mantenimiento preventivo a uno de sus tractores John Deere 6110. Detrás mío está José Trujillo, uno de nuestros técnicos máster, realizando las labores de servicio de mantenimiento preventivo. El primer paso de este servicio es la evaluación general del equipo para poder identificar cualquier falla que esté ocurriendo y tomar las medidas correctivas. Posterior a ello, realizará el cambio de filtros y aceites del equipo utilizando repuestos originales de la marca John Deere, para así asegurar la vida útil del equipo. En caso requiera servicios de mantenimiento preventivo o correctivo de IPESA, nuestros técnicos podrán llegar a sus campos gracias a la gran flota de camionetas con la que contamos. Nos pueden contactar a través de www.ipesa.com.p o en nuestras 16 sucursales que tenemos a nivel nacional.
The College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at NC State stands poised to meet the increasing demands to feed a hungry world. We discover, develop, teach, and apply knowledge and technology that enable students to enhance the agricultural well-being of our state, our country, and the world. It is one of the most stimulating learning communities that you will find anywhere, creating and extending new knowledge through scientific research and extension in agriculture and the life sciences, ensuring that there will be plenty of food for all of us here and throughout the world. Agriculture, what we do, matters.
Toro is the exclusive provider of equipment and irrigation for the Ryder Cup on a worldwide basis. Just couldn't be more excited to be a part of it. It's really a chance to show off not only the course here, but what we can do on a worldwide basis when people come together. One of the more visible pieces of support that you'll see around if you're in the maintenance facility or even out on the courses is we do provide apparel for all the volunteers and the crew. You can't make these events happen without equipment, because in an event like this where you're playing morning and afternoon, the time for maintenance really gets condensed down into small chunks of when you can actually do it. Having extra equipment around is just imperative to really making the conditions what they are here.
They gave us 12 mowers. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, what more can you ask?
The 5010 fairway mowers are very nice to use. With the wider reels, we can get more grass mowed quicker, so that helps us move throughout the morning a lot faster.
Oh, I like the quality of cut. I mean, that was my favorite thing when we got them. And it's nice that the reels are not hydraulically driven.
We jokingly say that we just cut grass and it cuts grass and it does a good job doing it. So when you don't need to think about a mower and it does what it's intended to do, that's always a good thing.
Our relationship with Whistling Straits and Chris is a joint effort between our corporate folks and our distributors on the ground. Reinders is our local distributor in this territory. So in concert, we are obviously working with them well in advance to service the needs. Our job really is to be a strong but silent partner. We want to help them showcase the property, showcase the facility, what can be done, and to be there to support them really in any way. I'd like to express my thanks to the PGA, the Ryder Cup, Whistling Straits, Chris Zugel and his staff. Without them, this event obviously couldn't happen. And again, our role here is to be a partner and almost be behind the scenes where nobody knows we're here. But that's really what gives us satisfaction in the end, is knowing that the conditions are here, people around the globe are watching it, and it's really nice to be a part of it.
Gear-driven rotors were invented back in the 1980s, but they've come a long way since then. Rainbird 5000 series rotors feature rain curtain technology, an evolutionary leap forward in rotor nozzle technology. Engineered to provide a uniform spray pattern that competitors can't match, rain curtain nozzles deliver large water droplets for superior wind resistance and gentle close-in watering that eliminates brown spots around the head. It's easy to see why more contractors prefer Rainbird 5000 series rotors over the competition.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a una nueva entrega de IPESA Te Cuenta. Mi nombre es Santiago Mesones, soy subgerente de servicios en IPESA. Tengo más de 4 años en la empresa y más de 25 años de experiencia profesional. Hoy nos encontramos en nuestro taller de ATE y queremos mostrarte más de las soluciones que podemos brindar para el correcto funcionamiento de tus equipos. En nuestros talleres podemos realizar tareas tan complejas como el overhaul completo de una máquina. Por supuesto, también evaluaciones y diagnósticos y mantenimientos preventivos. Para ello contamos con la infraestructura y herramientas necesarias para lograr sacar su máquina operativa en el menor tiempo posible. Nuestros técnicos están plenamente capacitados, incluso por la misma fábrica, y cuentan con amplia experiencia. Y hoy vamos a poder mostrarles de primera mano cómo uno de nuestros técnicos atiende a uno de nuestros principales clientes.
Aló, buenos días, les habla Carlos Durán del servicio postventa. ¿En qué lo podemos ayudar? Señor Edgar, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo está? Buenos días. Claro que sí, atenderemos su mantenimiento preventivo de su tractor que se encuentra ubicado en Cañete. No se preocupe, muchas gracias. Así como nuestro amigo Edgar, tú puedes solicitar tus requerimientos de acuerdo a tus necesidades. Comunícate directamente con nosotros para poder atender y brindarte una solución rápida para que tu máquina esté siempre operativa en campo. Nuestro servicio postventa tiene cobertura a nivel nacional para atender todas las operaciones a nuestros clientes. Ahora voy a contactarme con nuestro personal técnico para que pueda atender a nuestro cliente.
Identificar cualquier falla que esté ocurriendo y tomar las medidas correctivas. Posterior a ello, realizará el cambio de filtros y aceites del equipo utilizando repuestos originales de la marca John Deere, para así asegurar la vida útil del equipo. En caso requiera servicios de mantenimiento preventivo o correctivo de IPESA, nuestros técnicos podrán llegar a sus campos gracias a la gran flota de camionetas con la que contamos. Nos pueden contactar a través de www.ipesa.com.p o en nuestras 16 sucursales que tenemos a nivel nacional.
Buenos días, nuevamente desde el estudio de transmisión del primer Congreso Internacional del Césped, evento organizado por la Facultad de Agronomía de la Universidad Nacional Agraria y la Asociación Peruana del Césped. En esta ocasión nos corresponde, de acuerdo al programa, con la conferencia número 11, la cual estará a cargo del Dr. Grady Miller, profesor de la North Carolina State University. El doctor Miller es profesor y especialista en extensión en la universidad. Es autor de innumerables artículos y de 3 libros especializados en gestión de césped deportivo. Él nos hablará sobre diseño, construcción y mantenimiento de superficies deportivas cubiertas con césped bermuda. Esta es una conferencia que se dará en inglés. En este sentido, les pedimos a la audiencia, por favor, ver el siguiente video para que puedan seleccionar el audio de su preferencia. Debido a que va a ser interpretado de manera simultánea, vamos a tener 2 canales de audio. Por favor, vean con detenimiento el siguiente video instructivo.
Algunas de nuestras exposiciones se desarrollarán en idioma inglés. Para quienes deseen disfrutarla en idioma español, contamos con un servicio de traducción. Para cambiar de idioma, diríjase a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Dé clic en el icono Interpretación. Dé clic en Español. Dé clic en el icono Español y silenciar el audio original. Eso es todo. Ahora puede disfrutar de la exposición en idioma español.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias. Regresamos al estudio de transmisión del primer Congreso Internacional del Césped y le damos la más cordial bienvenida al Dr. Grady Miller. Welcome, Dr. Miller. Are you online?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Muchas gracias. A partir de este momento, usted queda a cargo de su conferencia. Thank you very much. Welcome, and you are in charge.
On. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, great. Go ahead.
1 slide or 2?
2.
2. We had that problem earlier. One slide or 2?
1 slide.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I appreciate the invite from John to be here today to talk to you a little bit about some sports turf issues, primarily related to performance and how they handle wear and traffic, and also some maintenance aspects. As was mentioned, I am Grady Miller from NC State University. And the primary turf we deal with in this area is Bermuda grass, much like you, but we do have some alternative grasses as well. But we're going to primarily concentrate on Bermuda grass areas and some of the construction. So the slide you see in front of you today is actually a baseball field near where I work. And in our stadiums in the US, they're being asked to do more and more outside of sports events. So sometimes we have expectations that are very high that they will perform. So in this case, they are actually covering the field to protect it from having a concert on the surface. So we are going to talk a little bit about failure when the field is not performing ideally. When I talk to field managers, they often give me a number of reasons why their field is not doing well. So this is a top 10 list I often hear from our field managers. Certainly, many of them fight construction issues and certainly overuse issues, but they also have issues associated with maintenance, whether it's trained labor, equipment, or adequate equipment, and then the resources they need to maintain the field. And then we also sometimes have storms or other situations that cause an influence on the field and may cause it to fail. And I will share with you some pictures in just a moment. In many cases, there's also a question of what to do when we have these issues. And they often are multiple issues. It's not just one. So we have a number of things that come about. So the focus today really is around this success formula, which I like to use in sports turf talks. So at the middle of the success is the proper design and construction. But around that, you have maintenance issues and use issues, which sometimes can help you overcome construction problems. Not always, but sometimes. So how you manage your water, your maintenance practices, and also the limit of use. And I'm not talking about reducing use, but just how it's used during the course of time. And that's very important. So as I said with the previous slide, a field may fail for a number of different reasons. And we often talk about combinations of these and also even secondary influences. So I'll explain that in a moment as well. So here's a picture of our university stadium. And you might notice this was taken in fall of 2009 during the football season. They had a break and they actually renovated the field the first time in many years. And they did a very good job of designing and constructing. They used appropriately sized equipment, good turf grasses, and a great deal of care in constructing this particular field. But another issue they also had is a concert, a very large stage, a very big band, and ultimately, a lot of damage to the field, which required them to do the renovation. So it also afforded them the opportunity to pay for the renovation. So once again, our use is also driving what's being done. And this was during the same month, but a few years different in the fact that despite the fact they had done a good job of building the field, because they had not maintained good cultural practices to alleviate compaction and also the buildup of organic matter, when they had a very severe hurricane storm, the field played very poorly. It retained a lot of moisture, and it was not a very good surface of which to play on. So I often like to talk about primary problems and secondary problems. And really, primary problems are the ones that are causing the issues. But oftentimes, primary problems result in secondary issues that you have to address. And the example I will use for the next few slides is surface soil compaction. So when you have a lot of wear and play on a field, you compress those macropores, and often you have a lot of negative conditions. So what comes out of that is often poor water infiltration, poor gas exchange, rooting problems. And typically these are symptoms of the primary problem, and often these are the ones that we addressed first. So we may not actually even try to address the primary problem because we're so concerned about these conditions that are secondary in nature. So these are often immediate. So you tend to address these and not really take that long-term approach to minimize what originally happened. And often that may require even renovation. So one of the examples I like to show is very well depicted in this soil core. So you have a heavy soil type. This particular field was not getting good infiltration, so they capped it with sand. But unfortunately, then they put a sod on the top that had heavy soil again, like their subsurface. And once again, despite the fact they attacked a symptom, they didn't really correct the problem with the renovation. So then they began top dressing to once again build up that soil profile. So there were several mistakes made in the maintenance and care of this particular field that ultimately caused it to have a lot of secondary issues. And certainly primary or secondary issues come about. So if you have disease, turf decline, weeds, you're going to address those very quickly. In many cases, you need to go back and address that primary problem. So I tell turf managers frequently, despite the fact you have symptoms, you're getting failure or problems with your field, ask yourself what is really causing it. And while you may manage the secondary problems, at some point you need to go back and address what's causing that primary issue on your field. Now, as I have asked managers for years, what are their major problems? What are they having symptoms of or issues of? Almost invariably, wear and compaction on athletic fields are the top two. Equipment or lack of equipment or appropriate equipment is often very high. Now, we do have some fields that have great equipment. So this is not a list that everyone would use, but it is a common list, particularly at our mid-level types of fields. Drainage and irrigation, weeds, insects, and diseases, while we have products to control these, because of that, they're often very low on our list of problems. And then certainly the cultivar species sometimes comes into play. So these are all, in many cases, issues that need to be addressed at some level, and some of these we can address very quickly, some of which we cannot. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the ideas that we've presented to field managers, in some cases even coaches, to deal with their primary problems. Certainly with wear is controlled use. And by controlled use, not continual use just because the field is open. So having practices, rotating practices, not using the field when it's very wet or very dry, but just wise use on that field. And I'll show you some additional ideas along that as well. Often fertilization can be used to promote growth. You can even fertilize just in the high wear areas more than the non-wear areas. So not necessarily maintaining the entire field the same way, but addressing those high wear areas individually. I've mentioned rotating already. We did some work many years ago looking at shoe and cleats and the damage that a cleat does to a field. So having more cleats that are smaller for athletes can go a long way. So having maybe practice cleats or bane cleats, some alternatives. And certainly cultural practices like top dressing and plant growth regulators can be used. So you see wear like this in our soccer goal mouse, and I know soccer is certainly a major sport in many areas of the world, and you've seen these kind of wear and much worse in some of our fields. So having the ability to move that goal, having temporary goals, such as we see here for practices, is really important to change those wear patterns and the habits of those who are using it. Even our large goals we use in American football, we see sometimes locations where they'll put those on wheels and move them around to alleviate that wear and compaction area. So just good management of the user groups, the athletes, and where they're using your facilities goes a long way on wear. I'll also reference this publication. We have Turf Files, which is where we put a lot of publications. And if some of you would like more information on ways to maximizing the durability, this publication can be downloaded. Some of the talking points from this presentation are coming from this publication that is available. Then there's also dual use fields. For those of you, maybe in some situations where you have a field used for multiple sports. In this picture, right along where I'm dragging my mouse, that is the American football sideline. It's not currently painted, but it will be right there. And then the soccer sideline is further back. So you can see the amount of wear this field is getting. And we've tried to encourage less and less use of these dual use fields because you can see it can be quite damaging to these surfaces. So always be looking for ways to reduce wear. This is a baseball field. And you can see, we often see this high wear area in front of the pitching mound, where we get this teardrop shape, where the pitcher walks up after he throws, practices and pitches. So using surfaces and mats and other things can go a long way towards causing some of those wear patterns. The other thing that's become popular in some of our multi-use facilities is having small areas with synthetic turf to do concentrated drills. So in this particular picture where it's dark green, where the people are standing, you can do things that require very intense practice on this area, and then for less intense practice, go to the natural grass. So I see this as a very good use for a synthetic surface, just for those very repeated practices and wear, and not, being on the other surface. Some things require a little more education. In our soccer, the linesman damage, where they run back and forth. I tell people that's really a people issue. It's talking to your linesman and encouraging them to run down the line in a different pattern, moving back plus or minus a few feet. And certainly in our soccer, or your soccer, we can move the lines of the field without any issue. I mean, American football is very exact where that line must go, but soccer allows a range of field widths and dimensions. So moving this line in one direction or the other can sometimes help alleviate a problem wear area. In our baseball, we often have small kids. They stand out in the outfield when they're bored, and they have cleats on and they'll dig holes. I mean, that's a coach and a parent has to help the field manager not have that issue come about. So often we have people issues in addition to field issues, but working with these players and their parents with small kids can be very important in maintaining a nice field. And then sometimes we just have problem areas. This is due to excess shade and also excess wear right in front of the dugouts. In many cases, that's going to require a lot of extra maintenance, or in some cases, we might put a synthetic surface in these areas just so that we do not see that sort of wear patterns. So these are some points brought out in the publication I mentioned earlier. And certainly there's a lot of things, and a lot of our problems with field are chronic problems. So it's not one opportunity or use, it's a combination of a lot of issues over time. So this list, in many cases, you may not do them all every time the field is used, but it certainly gives you ideas. And the more you can control the use and the people and how they use it, the better off your field will be. Just something as simple as having a fence around the field so you don't have a lot of unofficial play can be very important. You may have a park area or a recreation area for unofficial play, but for your sports teams, you may want to control that and keep that from happening. And certainly anything you can do to, change practices and move athletes around can be very beneficial for its use. The other thing I encourage people to do is to establish maximums. And I usually talk about number of hours of use. And we developed these many years ago just to provide some guidelines. And I tell people that they are just guidelines. We have some fields that can handle many more games, many more practices than these guidelines will suggest, and other fields that, these may be too generous. You may need to be even more conservative. But if you can track field usage and monitor it and develop guidelines. In many cases, you can really help your fields in maintaining turf grass stands. So this is a good starting point, and these would be hours of use in a year, starting with good field conditions. And certainly, like I said, you can adjust these as you get data for each one of your fields that are being used. I'll talk a little bit more later in the talk about how you can actually use information like this to establish standards for fields. And that's been very effective for some of our field managers, is actually providing standards based on field use. Other things is to use signage. Just some examples that I've taken over the years. This was a field that they wanted it to recover, so they would put up a sign and they would close it for some period of time. In this case, it was for several months in the summer. Just helping to control people, letting people know you may be watching and that when they're out there, and trying to control use, or in some cases, almost vandalism type of use from our facilities. The other issue that is very challenging for a lot of field managers and facilities is the equipment they use. In many cases, the people that buy the equipment, the administration, they may not have a good understanding of what your equipment needs are. So I put communication at the top. In many cases, you need to communicate to the people exactly what equipment you would need, and if you had certain pieces of equipment, what you could do with it, how it would be used, how it would benefit your facility. So certainly with turf equipment, communication with those people involved is very important. In some cases, you should also look at opportunities to lease equipment, because it may be a less investment than purchasing it. I'm not sure if you have lease programs like we do, but in many cases, we have opportunities to reduce our cost by leasing the equipment rather than purchasing it. Also borrowing it. If you have multiple fields and municipalities, you may be able to trade and loan equipment to each other. And that can be very effective for some pieces of equipment that are not used very frequently. It's just loaning it out or borrowing it from another facility. And in many cases, you may even be able to fabricate some equipment. For our baseball fields, a lot of the pieces of equipment that you use on our baseball fields to manage the clay areas, the infields, in many cases, field managers will fabricate that to save on cost. So let's talk a little bit about wear maintenance, and certainly you cannot talk about wear maintenance without mentioning aerification. So this is obviously a picture of a core aerifier, so it's going to make some fairly sizable holes. It's going to pull cores, and that's going to be your best way of combating excessive wear and compaction. Now, how should you aerify? And I tell people in many cases that you cannot aerify too frequently. I like to see a field aerified at least once or twice a year. It's not getting a lot of traffic. And if it's getting a lot of traffic, you may be needing to aerify 2 to 5 times a year. Now, having said that, that doesn't mean you necessarily need to aerify the entire field, 5 times. You may only aerify high wear areas 5 times, the goal mouths or the corner kick areas. And you may aerify areas that do not receive as much wear less frequently. That's one way to make your equipment last, good use of labor, and also just trying to manage your time and equipment more efficiently. So core it as often as you can, but certainly core your high wear areas, your high impact areas more frequently if you can't get over the entire surface each time. I say use hollow times when possible, but you may need to even use deeper times sometimes during the year. So we have a lot of equipment available sometimes, but some of it may not be available to you. So I tell people to use whatever you can, whatever you have available to your benefit. Here's a much deeper tine. It goes down, 10, 12 inches. Really helps to get through subsurface layering and compaction. This is the kind of equipment, at least in the US, we often contract out to have people come in and do this infrequently, because this type of equipment is too expensive to own for most facilities. So contractors will then go around and use it. So utilize your industry, and contractors in some cases can save you money, but also offer services to help you keep your fields in good shape. So this is a great picture that goes back to the earlier discussion on primary and secondary types of symptoms. In this particular field, it's at a university. You see a lot of what looks like wear, but this is actually disease. This is spring dead spot, which is a common disease in Bermuda grass that we see in the US. And the difference between the field and the sidelines was they were aerifying this. The sidelines were not getting aerified. So we were seeing a disease symptom from a maintenance practice, or lack of a maintenance practice, to be honest. So the way they alleviated this issue was one year they actually controlled it with fungicides, but they started aerifying more of the sidelines, and ultimately they did not have the disease appear like they did in this particular year. So by treating that cause being soil compaction, they didn't see that symptom of that disease. So very good lesson on managing a field. And then we have drainage. And certainly if you have drainage issues and they are continual, it's time to renovate. I mean, it's time to go ahead and address that drainage issue. In the next slide, I'll show you a drainage issue that field managers ignored for a long period of time when they should have addressed it very quickly. So aerification will help with drainage as well as top dressing, but it's going to be very limited, the results you will get from those management practices. And I will tell people chemical intervention using chemicals to try to increase drainage generally does not work. Wetting agents can help distribute water, but wetting agents really will not benefit drainage. This was that slide I was mentioning. This is an entry gate for the women's soccer team. And every time it rained, it would be standing in water. At some point, they needed to increase the drainage such that it wasn't standing in water. So I tell people, if you have drainage nowhere else on your soccer field, at least get water away from the field. If you can get surface flow on the field, if you look back at the previous slide, there's not water on the field. The water is on the sidelines, but this impacts the play of the game, where the players are standing, etc. But once the water gets there, you need to get it away from the field, away from the stadium. So at least putting drainage around the outside is a great minimum. Here is a baseball field that had continual drainage problems. They came in and retrofitted and put some drain lines to get the water, away from that field. And this is before the field has healed. Same situation here, just having water drainage around the outside would not be sufficient on this rather large baseball field. I mean, this was after a storm. They did cover the infield, but this is excess water. So this type of field would require obviously much more drainage. And this was a construction issue, and ultimately they had to rebuild this particular field. And sometimes it's not just construction, it's just management and the environment. I mean, this field, very low level of maintenance, standing water, poor drainage, it just was not going to perform at any level. So it needed to be renovated. So to maximize water movement, you can put drainage across larger fields and then have a smaller crown. So whether it's a football field, American football, or soccer field, that would be more ideal, is to not only have the edge drainage, but have the drainage across the surface. And the example I have here is going back to a baseball field where they had a lot of infield issues. So they went ahead and put the drainage in later on after the field was built. And many cases, this can be done in-house with your own employees, or in some cases you may contract out and have someone come in and do this during an off season when the field is not needed quite as frequently. But also managing all of your surfaces. You know, baseball, softball for us requires us to manage not only the natural grass, but also the clay surfaces. But regardless of what it is, having a good constructed field that's been laser leveled, that you really can get the surface water off the site, will go a long way towards maintaining the integrity of that field and prevent some of the wear and damage you might see. So whether it's a renovation of this field, it's a softball field, or a new construction, using good equipment, good techniques to build it, design it and build it correctly is very, very important for long-term use and maintenance of that facility. So you deal with irrigation, and I mentioned that as one of the cornerstones of a well-maintained field. You can certainly go to the extremes of not enough or too much. If you have not enough, certainly renovation, adding irrigation, but also even temporary measures with hose reels. And I mentioned wetting agents can help disperse what little water you have. It doesn't actually increase drainage, but it can disperse water. So you get a more thorough wetting, can go a long way towards dealing with that lack of irrigation. And certainly too much, in many cases, you may not be able to do anything but wait for the drains. And in some cases, you can also use smart irrigation technology. I know Dr. Graybo is going to give a talk at your conference. I've worked with Dr. Graybo for many years on irrigation issues. I'm sure he will share with you some very good ideas on some sensors and shut-off devices to incorporate into your irrigation management. So just a couple of pictures. We see instances like this, in many cases when our irrigation coverage is not very good, so it wasn't very well designed, and we don't get good distribution. And this was a field, the day I was there, they were actually irrigating, but those stripes across the field were mud coming up on the mower tires earlier that day when they had mown the outfield of this particular field. So it did not need additional water, and they were still irrigating it this particular day. So that's going to take some management on your part, or using technology to help you. And it's certainly important to fix problems before they get too big, whether it's drainage, irrigation, whatever that instance may be. This particular field I was going to that day, when I drove up, I could see the water coming out of the ground. So they had a busted quick coupler, and in short order, it had totally removed the pitching mound on this baseball field. So let's circle back around and talk a little bit about grass species and cultivar. And this is a very busy slide, so I don't really, you don't need to know a lot about it, but I wanted to take a little bit of an opportunity to talk to you about differences in cultivars. And we have a turfgrass evaluation program within the United States where we evaluate every 5 years new grasses along with industry standards. And this is part of our National Turfgrass Evaluation Program. And I highlighted some common cultivars of Bermuda grass that we often use. And I did highlight Tifway, and these are in order of this last column. So the bigger the number, the higher the quality. So the mean up here, 6.2 for Tif Tuff, is obviously much better than New Mexico Sahara which is a common type, a seeded type of 3.2. So you want to be at the top end of the scale. But if you look, Tiftuff and Latitude 36 are for us new grasses. They have been named, they've been on the market a few years. They offer a much improved surface over the industry standard Tifway. Riviera is a seeded type. So we do see seeded types of Bermuda grass having quality, in many cases, similar to our vegetative types. So I like to point that out because sometimes I hear people say, I can't afford to sod or to sprig, but I can purchase seed. Is certainly look at data available to you of what would be an improved seeded Bermuda grass and start off with the best seed you can, to get the best grass you can. And this data is fairly widely available. You can contact a lot of researchers in the US that do in-depth studies, or look at the in-depth website and start looking at what grasses you have available, to you. The other thing, which I apologize, I don't know if you all overseed very much. We don't use overseed as much as we used to, but applying a ryegrass onto a Bermuda grass will certainly increase the wearability of that surface. So if you look at the orange bars are with perennial rye and the white bars are without perennial rye, the number of games before you reduce coverage is usually pretty substantial. Here's 13 games to 20 games, 7 extra games of wear and tear. And I would say the kind of wear put on this study was pretty aggressive. But you can benefit yourself. But there's also differences in different cultivars. In this particular case, Tifway was, more wear tolerant than Patriot, etc. So it does make a difference in cultivar and also how you oversee that cultivar. The other thing you probably want to stay away from, and I took this picture visiting a baseball field a number of years ago, is they had introduced a newer cultivar into an existing field. And it was a repair area. But you can see cultivars have different traits, different characteristics. And to me, that's not very attractive to introduce this very dark green grass into what was traditionally a medium green field. So be very cautious of how you introduce cultivars. In many cases, you're going to want to introduce, larger areas if you are going to change out, part of your field in a new turf grass. And then sometimes when I visit fields, they want to blame the grass, and you'll understand this picture more with the next picture, but this was in the middle of the field and this was the end zone. And the comment I heard from the facility was, the field didn't hold up because the grass doesn't hold up. I pointed out that the end zone, where obviously the players were not reaching the end zone very frequently in the American football game, actually looked pretty good. It was in the winter time, so it was partially dormant, but it was really the wear of the field causing an issue, and the field was very wet. And this is the actual field. And it's interesting to point out, this is the coach, this is me, and these are two school administrators. And you see one with a coat on, a coat and a tie, and nice dress shoes. He did not want to walk across the field and get his dress shoes wet. But he was the person we needed to convince, because he was going to write the check to make some improvements to the field. So it's very good to have communication when there are field problems with the people who are involved. In many cases, I actually like the coach to be out front, not in the back, to help also discuss issues he has with the field. But ultimately, the decision was made to change out the grass on this field. So that's a great segue into just some other miscellaneous things to bring up. And the first one I wanted to bring up was evaluation of your fields. Develop some type of mechanism by which you can judge your fields and record it. This is very important as you're trying to track how much use your field is getting and the condition it may be in. That will help you make changes and help talk to your people that may invest the money in the field and making renovations as appropriate. And also it can help maybe prevent a next time. If you know there's issues and you can document it, maybe next time you will not get to that situation to begin with. There's a number of resources available to our field managers. You can make your own, but this is one that our Sports Turf Managers Association developed years ago. These can be downloaded from their national website, but it's basically allows you to go out on the field and make observations and document the conditions. So this is just basically a field safety and maintenance checklist. So you do this periodically, once a month, once every few weeks, and it will help you sit down with those decision makers about your field and what you might do to keep it safe, keep it playable for the number of athletes who will be using it. So I mentioned this early on. I wanted to circle back around to it. We've had a number of facilities in the United States that I've worked with that have multiple fields. They may be in one location, such a park setting that have 5, 6, 7 fields, or it may be a town that has fields all the way around their town areas. But one of the things that we have found to be very successful is they designate these fields as certain categories. And I'll give you 2 examples here. One of them that the local town uses is championship, tournament, or recreational. You may use something a little bit more general, like a game field, a practice field, and a recreation field. But what the local groups have done in many cases is they develop standards for these 3 categories. And you could have fewer or more categories. And they say, we'll guarantee total turf coverage on our championship field. But to do that, we need to spend a little extra money. We need to have a fence around it so we can control wear. And we also need to be able to make decisions on closing it or opening it based on its condition. So what we're basically saying is our highest level of management, we will guarantee if you'll give us a little more money and a little more control. Our tournament fields, we're not going to maintain at the same level. We're going to maintain them at a high level, but not quite as high, but we're going to put less money into them. Our recreational fields would be just that. These will fields that will get minimum maintenance, minimum inputs, but we're not going to maybe guarantee their condition for the whole year, the whole season. And what this does is basically it sets the expectation bar appropriately to your coaches, your athletes, and user groups. They're going to want to use a tournament or championship field. But they also realize that to have that level of quality is going to take more from you or whoever's paying the bills to keep it at that condition. In many cases, what it also does is allows you to illustrate to the user groups, if you give me enough money and labor, this is what I can do. If you want to turn a recreational field into a tournament or a tournament to a champion, we can do that, but it requires you to assist us in getting there. And this has been a very effective way, once again, dealing with the people issue along with the agronomic issue, bringing them together for those decision-making processes. So that was something I would encourage you to try and see if that would work in your situations. So one of the things they do in this situation certainly is developing a basic budget and then for each category having their own unique budgets. So you're projecting costs, you're setting priorities, and you're allocating spending to produce that desired and realistic result. So if you can develop a system where you can do this, like I said, if you have multiple fields, you can do this. If you're at a situation where you only have 1 field or maybe 2 fields, this would be much, much more challenging. But certainly it's something for you to consider and to think about. And certainly as you look at this field, and this is a tournament level field, excuse me, a championship level field locally at one of our soccer parks. they have 8 fields on this facility. 3 of them are designated as a championship level. And then they have, I think, 4 or 5 that are designated as tournament level, and then a couple that are recreational level. But you can see the quality of this field. And because it's such a high quality, there's a lot of tournaments that bring in revenue for the community that are brought into this facility. And this was one of our collegiate women's soccer tournament championships several years back. So it goes back to certainly water management, your maintenance, and your limited use, also built around that proper design and construction. So if you can put all of those together, you can have great championship level fields. But if you can't put those together, it doesn't mean you still can't have good services for your athletes. So with that, before I stop sharing my screen, my email address, if you would ever like to contact me and have questions, certainly I'm open to that. This is our football field once again. And once again, it's my first name and last name underscore. And that then kind of concludes. I have not been monitoring chat. Let's see. It looks like the chat was just to everyone. So John, I'm not sure if you want to, how you're doing the questions or chat times, but I'm certainly open to questions. I think I have about 10 more minutes or so for questions.
Por favor, algunas preguntas pueden hacerlas a través del chat en este momento. Todas las preguntas que quieran hacer para el doctor Grady Miller. We are going to wait a little bit, Dr. Miller, please.
Okay.
So maybe Susana is going to help us to read some questions if those are making in Spanish.
Yeah, I'm your official translator.
Thank you.
So I have a question.
Okay.
I'm going to ask it in English, and then I'm going to translate to Spanish. Okay. So I was surprised to see the disease ranking so low in the concerns, especially considering that you said that some of the issues in like drainage, for example, will end up in disease issues, right? So is it because they spray, or like how could it rank so low? Okay, let me translate.
Okay.
Mi pregunta para él, cuando enseñó cuáles son los principales motivos que los agentes que manejan las canchas tienen en consideración, ¿no? O sea, lo primero era qué tanto uso se le da a una cancha, problemas de drenaje, todos los diferentes problemas. La última complicación era enfermedades. Pero él también mencionó que hay algunos problemas como drenaje, por ejemplo, que causan otros problemas como enfermedades. Entonces me parece extraño que enfermedades esté rankeado tan abajo cuando se sabe que otras de las causas otros de los problemas que están rankeados muy altos causan enfermedades. Okay, go ahead, Grady.
So, and you kind of alluded to the answer in the fact that at least in the US, they are so accustomed to spraying, they can turn that around very quickly. So if they see disease, it's usually once the symptoms start, they can then deal with the symptoms pretty quickly. And disease rarely ever kills Bermuda grass. I mean, it causes damage, but it rarely ever kills it. So I think it's a little bit of that, the quick fix opportunity is there, where it's maybe not there for chronic problems like severe compaction or drainage issues, not enough equipment, things like that.
Okay. Él responde que uno de los motivos es que en Estados Unidos se está muy acostumbrado a asperjar fungicidas, entonces generalmente si ven un problema de enfermedad simplemente asperjan químicos. Y la otra razón es que generalmente las enfermedades no matan completamente el pasto, o sea, definitivamente causan daño, pero no lo matan completamente, entonces puede aguantar un poco más que, digamos, si tuviese un problema de compactación. There's more questions in the chat now. ¿Cuál es la máxima cantidad de horas de uso que soporta una cancha de soccer? What is the maximum amount of hours of wear that a soccer field can take?
That's a very good question. The first field that I showed was a baseball field, the Bermuda grass baseball field. And they would normally cover it on Friday and try to get the covers off Monday, sometimes Sunday night. So 2 or 3 days. And it depends upon what kind of cover you're using. Some of them allow light and air in, and if it's plywood, then you're not going to be able to cover it very long.
No, the question was where. How much where? You have one above that.
Okay.
How much wear? The first question is how much wear can a soccer field take?
There's too many variables to give a definite answer on that.
Para Jean, pues me dice que hay demasiadas variables que tener en consideración como para poder dar una respuesta simple a esa pregunta sobre cuántas horas de uso soporta. Depende mucho de cuál es la situación específica de la cancha.
Yeah, I've seen fields take thousands of hours of use in a year, okay, and some fields fail with 200 or 300 hours of use if it's very wet, poorly constructed, etc. So it's a huge range on that one.
Okay. Varía un montón dependiendo de cuál es el mantenimiento que se le da a la cancha. Okay, at 120, you have a question in English, so you can answer that one yourself.
Yeah, the 120, that was the one I was answering originally. I mean, there are platforms or covers that are used in the U.S. now that are more common that you can allow them to be covered for 4 or 5 days without damage. But if you put down plywood or plastic that's impermeable by light or air, then you're only talking a couple of days before you start seeing pretty heavy damage. So it depends upon what it's being covered with, but commercial covers are really good now. And
okay.
Weight has a factor too. The stages for big concerts, there's a lot of weight with those. You have to use a very big stage. It's very thick, and those cause lots of damage.
Hay una pregunta en el chat que ¿cuántas horas se puede poner coberturas sobre una cancha de Bermuda cuando se usa para conciertos? Entonces él responde que para juegos de béisbol, por ejemplo, en que se cubre la cancha los fines de semana de viernes a domingo, pero se cubre con tela y es una tela muy ligera que es especialmente para eso. Entonces se puede cubrir por 3 días y no hay problema. Pero para conciertos, generalmente lo que se pone puede ser madera o pueden ser plataformas que, o sea, no dejan que pase muy bien el aire, hay mucho más peso, entonces eso daña más el pasto y generalmente un día es lo máximo. ¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Quisiera hacer una pregunta respecto a la vinculación que tiene la universidad con los clubes o con los usuarios finales. ¿Cómo es que la universidad interacciona con el usuario final?
Okay, so John is asking, how is the relationship between the university and sports clubs, whether it's, like football teams or soccer or whatever sports? What is the relationship between the university and the teams? How do you interact with the managers of those fields?
Me personally?
You, as a university professor.
Okay. As they have issues, they contact us and we try to help them solve issues. So whether it's a site visit or a phone call or email, I mean, we're open to help people in the industry.
Parte de la misión de la universidad es extensión social. Entonces, parte de su trabajo, el doctor Miller trabaja en investigación, pero también trabaja en extensión. Una gran parte del trabajo que él hace es extensión. Entonces, la gente que maneja canchas, puede ser de golf, de fútbol, de cualquier deporte que tengan césped, lo llaman. Lo pueden llamar por teléfono, le pueden escribir un email, y si necesitan, o sea, pueden llamarlo y simplemente hacerle una pregunta, o también lo pueden llamar y él lo contacta para que él vaya a hacer una visita on-site. Entonces hacen una cita, él va, visita la cancha, ve cuáles son las condiciones y de acuerdo a eso, él les da información de cómo mejorar la situación de la cancha. O sea, es parte del trabajo que él hace, es ir a visitar canchas de diferentes deportes y ayudar a la gente que tiene problemas, ¿no? Y lo mismo con parques de recreación, parques de la ciudad. Parte de su trabajo es eso, es responder preguntas y ayudar a los usuarios en todo el estado.
Gracias, Susana. Muchas gracias, doctor Miller. Vamos a esperar, si ya no hay más preguntas, quisiéramos darle las gracias de manera muy especial a Susana, que nos ha apoyado con hacer las preguntas, y en especial al doctor Miller por presentarnos esta conferencia. Muchas gracias, doctor Miller.
Thank you.
Correcto. Entonces, con esto damos por terminada la conferencia número 11. Hacemos un pequeño break y nos preparamos para la siguiente conferencia, que nos la dará el doctor Rick Brandenburg. Hacemos una pequeña pausa y regresamos en unos minutos. Gracias.
No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Said I remember when we used to sit in the government yard in Trenton. Over our
Buenos días. Volvemos a transmitir desde el estudio de transmisión del primer Congreso Internacional del Césped, organizado por la Facultad de Agronomía de la Universidad Nacional Agraria y por la Asociación Peruana del Césped. Siguiendo con nuestro programa de conferencias, nos corresponde la conferencia número 12. En esta ocasión tenemos al doctor Rick Brandenburg, también profesor de la North Carolina State University, Estados Unidos. El doctor Brandenburg es profesor y extensionista especializado en el cultivo de maní y de césped. Él es codirector del Turfgrass Environment Research and Educational Center. Él es creador de un grupo famoso en Facebook llamado Turfs, Books and Rock and Roll. Le damos la bienvenida al doctor Rick Brandenburg. Doctor Brandenburg, ¿está usted en línea? Le invitamos, doctor, a que encienda su cámara y active su audio para poder entrar en la conferencia. ¿Falta su cámara? Correcto, esperamos unos segundos a que el doctor se conecte. Mientras tanto, recuerden que pueden ustedes ver esta transmisión en vivo desde la página de Facebook de la Universidad Nacional Agraria y desde el canal de YouTube de la Asociación Peruana del Césped. Estas conferencias y todas las demás están siendo grabadas y después serán puestas a disposición de los interesados. Por favor, ayúdennos a la difusión del mismo a través de sus propias redes sociales. No, doctor Brandenburg aún no está conectado, esperamos unos segundos más. Ok, vamos a esperar un tema de conexión con el doctor Brandenburg. Estamos en vivo transmitiendo desde el estudio del primer Congreso Internacional del Césped. Okay, doctor, welcome. Welcome and
Thank you very much.
for accept our invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone for allowing me to participate in this. I'm seeing here, trying to share my screen right now. There we go. Okay. Okay. Thank you again for allowing me to participate. There are a few names I see on the participant list that I know from past opportunities. During my time, I want to simply speak on a number of the insect pests that we see. There are many of them, and today I will give an overview of a number of them that I know that you face in your locations, and hopefully in the future then at an in-person conference we can discuss some of these in more detail. One thing that I would like to do really today is just focus on what's highlighted in yellow here, and that's understanding the systems of the pests that we're talking about. Because when you have a basic understanding of the biology of the pest, without exception, you can always do a better job of managing them. And when I look at reasons, you know, how we evaluate various pests, let's see here. Okay. One of the things that we sometimes don't understand well is the life cycle. In this particular graph, this would be for obviously the northern hemisphere. The tall bars represent the highest insect populations, and the white line represents when the turf damage would appear. And often the case is that the damage actually appears after the peak insect population. So that's part of the reason why I talk about the biology of the pest. So you understand its life cycle, and you can prevent the damage from increasing because you understand the life cycle and when the optimal time to control the pest might be. And I get a lot of questions every year on why a product would fail, why a pesticide didn't work. And there's a lot of reasons, but the two at the bottom are the most common one. And the last one is that it's just difficult environmental conditions. It may be very hot and dry, and the insecticide just doesn't work very well. Or it may be that, you know, there's an error in the timing. And that is the most common one, in that we have products that work very well, but we simply don't time it really well. And as a result, you know, the product doesn't work as well as we would like. So I'm going to start out and talk about a number of pests. Some of them, you know, you see in your area, some of them you may not, and we'll cover a number of them. But one is what we call the fall armyworm. And armyworms are a pest in the Western Hemisphere. In North America, South America, Central America, it's a native species, and we see a lot of it. It's the adult is a moth, and that adult lays eggs. And from those eggs, the small caterpillars will hatch in a matter of just a few days. So here's the life cycle. You have the adult moth. It lays eggs on a variety of surfaces. And then when the eggs hatch, they hatch into small larvae or caterpillars. And then as they continue to feed and grow over the next 3 or 4 weeks, they get much larger. Then eventually, when they're fully grown, they bury in the soil and they form a pupa, it's called. And that's the transition stage to become an adult moth again. And this cycle can repeat itself multiple times during the year, but it always goes through this cycle. And this is what an egg mass looks like. The female moth will lay a number of eggs in a group or a cluster, and they'll lay these eggs on trees, on buildings, on fences, on a lot of different surfaces, and not really on the turf grass itself. And here you see on a golf course a wooden post, and you can see that it's just covered with with egg masses. And here in the United States this year has been probably the worst year we have ever seen for fall armyworms. So some of these photos are ones from just in the last couple of months. And here you even see on a golf course on the flag these egg masses. So it's very, very common to see their eggs on things that other than the turf grass. In fact, they rarely will they ever lay an egg on the turf grass. And these are what the worms look like. To give you an idea, my hand, when they get this large, there's two things that are very, very important. One is that they eat a lot when they're large. They will eat a great amount of turf or foliage. And the other one is when they get large like this, they're more difficult to control. And we'll talk about that in just a few minutes, the challenge that presents. These are what we call the pupa. This is when the caterpillar is fully grown and it buries itself in the soil, they convert to this pupa. They stay there for about 5 to 7 days, and then they eventually emerge as a moth again, and the whole process starts all over again. This insect cannot tolerate cold temperatures. It's a very tropical insect. In most areas, it has to migrate, the moths migrate or they fly after the winter time is over. In the United States, they only survive in the very southern portion of Texas, in the very southern portion of Florida. And then in the springtime, they migrate northward and they cause the infestations. But even in this pupal cage in the soil and stage in the soil, they cannot survive cold temperatures. So really anything below 0 degrees Celsius, this insect cannot survive. And I show this photo because it represents the characteristic that the moths have of laying their eggs on structures or plants other than the turf grass. Here, the moths laid their eggs on the sides of this house, and then when they hatched, the small caterpillars crawled down the side of the house. They began to feed on the turf grass, and then as they became larger, they began to actually damage the turf grass, and they began to spread out. They're called armyworms because they essentially march. They walk further away from where they first hatched, and they do this significant amount of damage. Here's just another example, and you can see that the fall armyworm moths laid their eggs on either the landscape plants or on the side of the building. And then once they hatched, they moved into the turf grass, and then they moved across the turf grass, and eventually their damage was stopped simply because of the sidewalk that prevented them from feeding on any more turf grass. But this is really a very common characteristic of armyworms in that they move outward from the area where they laid their eggs. And how this is important is that armyworms rarely occur in the middle of a turf area. They occur from the sides or the edges, and they move in. So there are several valuable points from this, and one is that if you think you see fall armyworms, the place to look is along the edge of the turf grass area, along the edge of the sports turf, along the edge of the golf course, or the edge of whatever turf property it might be, because that's where they're going to start and they're going to move inward. It's also important because if you find them early, you probably only need to treat the perimeter or the edge of the turf area, because that's where all the worms are concentrated at first, and then they obviously disperse or spread out as the infestation continues. So this idea that they lay their eggs on buildings and plants and fences and irrigation valve boxes and all kinds of things like that tells us where the problem is going to originate. And that's really important for us to know. This just shows example. This is Bermuda grass, and it shows you the extent of damage that these insects can do. It can be quite significant. It can happen very, very quickly once they get large and they begin to move. So it's a challenge for us to manage these in an effective way. but the fact that they always start along the edge or side of the property and move in does help us a little bit. And they really like newly sodded areas, newly sprigged areas, and newly seeded areas. And part of it is we're putting a lot of water on it. We're getting new, young growth of the turf grass, and it's really desirable. And this is a case where, again, sod was put down, a lot of water was applied to keep it alive, a lot of fertilizer to green it up, and the fall armyworms found it and began to move in and do a lot of damage in a very short period of time. One way that you can detect armyworms early, the first one on the left is if you see a lot of birds. Birds love armyworms. They will find an infestation when it's along the edge, and they will have a banquet or a feast feeding on these armyworms. Unfortunately, they typically don't feed enough to actually control the population, but they can certainly be an early indicator that you have a problem. So if you see a lot of birds in the property of turf grass, you may want to go out and check. And one of the easiest ways to check is to mix up some soapy water. Just take some liquid dishwashing detergent and add about 15 mils of this detergent, the liquid detergent, per liter of water. And in the area where you suspect fall armyworms, where there's either damage or where you saw a lot of birds, you pour that out. And you would pour about 4 liters over, say, a square meter area. You pour that out because they're not all, during the day especially, they're not up on top of the turf feeding, they're down deeper in the turf. So if you pour about 4 liters of this solution over a square meter area, you get down on your hands and knees and you look. If you have fall armyworms, they will move to the top of the turf grass because they do not like the soapy water. So it's an accurate method to determine, do I really have fall armyworms and do I need to do something about it? So keep that in mind. We'll talk about it again in just a little bit when we talk briefly about mole crickets. So there are a number of products that can be used to help you. Some of the products that have been around for a long time, such called the pyrethroids, and I have some trade names here from the US, but lambda cyhalothrin, bifenthrin, deltamethrin. These are very common. They've been around for many, many years. And they're typically, people like to use them because they're not very expensive. So they're a good choice as far as the cost. They do not work quite as well against very large caterpillars. They'll still control 70%, but they probably won't control 95% if the caterpillars are very large. They also have very little residual activity. In other words, you spray them and the pyrethroids are probably not going to work after they've been out for 7 days or so. We had old chemistries such as chlorpyrifos and acephate. These work very well against armyworms. And then we have some newer chemistries that may or may not be available for you. One that Syngenta has called acetylene chlorantraniliprole, and another one that Syngenta has, trade name in the States is Provant or Indoxacarb. These work very, very well. They're going to be a lot more expensive, but they work very well against fall armyworms. Chlorantraniliprole gives months and months of residual long-term control. There's also a new one from Bayer. I failed to add to this slide. It is tetraniliprole, and in the States, it is the trade name is Tetrino, Tetrino. It also is very, very effective. So you have a lot of options. There's a lot of difference in the price or the cost of these products, but there are a lot of options to look at for fall armyworm control. The key is watching for birds, watching for damage along the edge, and trying to do your control or start your control relatively soon. Now I want to talk about what we often refer to as simply white grubs. There are a number of species. It's a frequent problem. In some cases, it's a sporadic problem, but it is a frequent problem in many turf areas, especially turf that is irrigated. These are the larval stage or the immature stage of beetles. This is a very common shape. They take on what we call a C shape. They will be, the life cycle is that the insect spends 80% or more of its life in this grub stage, a very short period of time as an adult, very short period of time as eggs, and a very short period of time as a pupa. This has a life cycle very much like the fall armyworm we talked about. There are a lot of species. These are just some of the examples that we have in the States. You have the beetle. The beetle lays its eggs in the soil. For most of the species we have, this happens in the middle of the summer. Then those eggs hatch into grubs or larvae. There are typically 3 stages. There's a very small stage, a medium stage, and they complete these 2 stages usually within about 3 weeks. Then they become the full-size grub, and they begin feeding on the roots of the turf grass, doing a lot of damage. They typically will overwinter in this stage, and then the following spring, they will form the pupa, which is the picture on the top right, and they'll stay in that stage for a couple of weeks, and then they'll emerge as a beetle. Most of the time, we have 1 generation per year for most species. There are some exceptions, and there certainly are some exceptions in the Southern Hemisphere. So the challenge with this particular insect is that they feed directly on the roots of the turf grass. So they can create drought stress, they can reduce nutrient uptake, and just reduce overall turf health. They move up and down somewhat based on the soil moisture. The more soil moisture you have, the closer they will be to the surface. And when it gets very dry, they will be down deeper in the soil because they do need good soil moisture. The other thing about them feeding on the roots that makes them a challenge is you typically don't know you have them, because they're hidden from us to see and observe them. So they can be causing damage, and we may not even see that. The populations can be quite high. We sometimes get a variety of creatures that come in and will destroy the turf looking for the grubs to eat. They're a preferred food source for a lot of animals, for us, raccoons, skunks, armadillos, even wild pigs such as javelinas, oftentimes will tear up the turf grass so that they can find these grubs and eat them. So that's a second level of damage that they cause, is they attract animals that will feed on them. So again, just a quick review, we have the 4 stages, just like we do for the armyworm: the adult stage, the egg stage, the larval stage, which is the damaging stage, and it's also how this insect lives most of its life, then the pupae. So this is an example of a life cycle in the U.S., and this is really consistent in many parts of the U.S. I realized we would have to flip the seasons, and we'd need to start with on the left-hand side with July rather than January to match up with your seasons. But in the middle of the summer, typically, we get the beetle. The beetle may feed on trees or plants of other kinds of plants. It will lay eggs in the soil. Then those eggs will hatch out sometime in the middle of the summer. You'll have the initial small grub. It will develop into the medium-sized grub, the second stage, and then eventually into a larger grub. Now, depending upon how cold your winters are, the grub may go deep in the soil for several months, or it may just kind of slow down feeding for a very short period of time if your winters aren't cold. But they overwinter typically as this grub stage. And then in the spring, when things warm back up, they will feed for a while, then they form the pupa, and then eventually in the early summer, they'll emerge as the beetle again to start the whole process over. Again, for many of the species of larger white grubs that we have, they have 1 generation per year. Unlike the fall armyworm that has multiple generations, it can have a generation every month. This insect, usually it's once a year. For some of them, it takes more than 1 year to complete a life cycle. And there are a very few species that actually have multiple generations in a year. There are a number of products that some of you are familiar with. One of the most popular historically has been imidacloprid. It's been around for 25 years or so, and has worked very well. And continues to work well after all these years. There are some other products, clothianidin, thiamethoxam, and then a combination product, clothianidin plus bifenthrin, and then the chlorantraniliprole product that I mentioned is also very good. And Bayer has just, as I mentioned on the fall armworms, released a product, tetraniliprole, which again, I don't know the trade name in South America, but it is Tetrino in North America. These products all work very, very well. They work really well with a caveat, with one little bit of information you've got to have. They need to be applied when the eggs are being laid or when the grubs are small. And if I back it up to this slide, so in the US, in the area where I'm from, if you're applying the end of June, early July, you're going to get excellent control. If you would apply, and again, this will be, December, January, or for you. If you're applying in September, October, which would be equivalent of applying in April and May or so for you, or March, April, May, when the grubs are big, these products are not going to work as well. So you've really got to know the life cycle of your pest. And if you're consistently finding big grubs, large white grubs, you need to go out next year and start looking earlier and see if you can find them when they're small, because that's the time when you need to have these products out. And if you can apply them at the time when you see the beetles, when the beetles are laying eggs, you will get excellent control from these products. They are really very, very good. There are some traditional products that have been around for a long time. Trichlorphon is one of them. It's one that can be used when you find larger grubs. It's very water soluble. It doesn't have any residual activity, but it's very water soluble and can work very quickly. So it's a valuable product. There are other products that contain active ingredients of bendiocarb or isofenfos. These also can work really well against larger grubs in case you miss it. And then finally, diazinon. I don't know, again, the availability of these, but these are products that have been around for a long time. And if you can get them, diazinon, bendiocarb, and isofenfos can also be applied in the middle of the summer for control. Trichlorphon would only be used later in the year against larger grubs because it really doesn't last very long in the soil, only a few days. It's very important when you treat for white grubs that you either do it before an expected rain or you irrigate or water it in immediately, because that's so very important. In order to get good control, you've got to move the product down into the soil. When you irrigate, the grubs will get a little bit closer to the surface. You're moving the insecticide down into the soil. And you also avoid leaving the insecticide on the surface where sunlight will break it down and those things. So it's really important for the best control to irrigate as soon as possible. So I want to talk a little bit about what we call bill bugs. They've become a problem in North and South America more and more in recent years. They're somewhat similar to the white grubs, but these do have multiple generations a year, and they differ in their biology or their life cycles, whether they're in warm season turf grass or cool season turf grass. So it's one that we have to study and understand very, very carefully, and that in your location, you may actually have to do some research to figure out what their life cycle looks like. So this is the adult. It's a type of weevil or a beetle. They have a life cycle that's the same. They lay eggs, it hatches into a grub, then it forms a pupa, then eventually emerges as a beetle again. These are very active at night. You typically will not see these beetles during the day, but at night, if you went out with a flashlight, you might well see them. And that's one way that you can you can check for them. This is what we typically see in damage from them. Now, this is a warm season turf. This is a Bermuda grass, but the damage often looks the same. It's oftentimes not really large areas, and it's in kind of irregular shape patches or areas. And on the lower left, you see the beetle. And on the lower right, you see the grub. The grubs are not very large, maybe 6 millimeters long or so. They have no legs, which makes them different from the bigger white grubs that we saw earlier. So it's a very, very common pest that we run into, but we oftentimes never diagnose them because we don't see that many of the larvae, and we aren't out at night, so we don't see the adults either. Typically, the larvae feed right at the base of the plant, so you can see how they would be very destructive. They simply can cut the plant off at the ground. Many times in the damaged turf, you can grab a hold of it and pull it up, and it will just come loose from the soil because it's not really attached anymore. So it can be a very damaging problem, particularly in cool season turf. In warm season turf, we believe that the adults are equally as damaging, that they feed very aggressively in the crown of the plant or the base of the plant. And so that's why I say whether you have cool season turf or warm season turf, the damage it seems to be different. Like I say, the cool season turf, we find the larvae right at the base of the plant feeding very aggressively, and in warm season turf, we find the adults feeding very aggressively and causing the damage. So what we found in the southeastern portion of the United States, and I realize your seasons are flipped from ours. We find in the spring, we get a lot of adult activity. And again, in the fall, we get a lot of adult activity. So there are two approaches. One would be, if you want to control the larvae, you would want to control them when the eggs are being laid and when the grubs are hatching, just like the white grubs we talked about earlier. So in this case, in North Carolina, where I'm from, it would be you would treat in May or early June, or you would treat in October or early November. One of the other things that we have found by monitoring the populations of the adults is that we can actually control them very easily using inexpensive pyrethroid insecticides. So by controlling the adults, you prevent the laying of eggs. In warm season turf, we prevent the damage from laying of eggs, and we prevent the damage from the adults feeding, and we prevent the eggs from being laid. In cool season turf, we just simply prevent the eggs from being laid, so then we don't have the larvae feeding on the base of the plant. And this is just an example where we had damage from it. You can see the irregular shaped patches. And when we went and controlled the adults the next year, and the picture on the right, you can see that it had a very significant impact on the turf quality. The insecticides that you would use are the same ones, the pyrethroids, the same ones that we recommended for the fall armyworms, lambda-cyhalothrin, diltimethin, bifenthrin. When you see that they're active, you can control them. For controlling the larvae, it would be exactly the same ones that I showed earlier for the control of white grubs, such as imidacloprid and those products. They work very well, but you have to have the timing correct. And that's going to vary a lot with the audience that's on today in the various countries. So we really don't have a good way to monitor the adults. The best technique we have found is to go out at night with a flashlight and look for them. And when you see a lot of activity, you can either treat to control the adults, or you can treat to prevent the infestation of grubs. But this has been a challenge for us. We're continuing to learn more, and hopefully we'll continue to get better at it. I want to talk briefly about various beetles. This is something that we've not worked with a lot. in the States because we haven't had significant of problems. But more recently, one that we call the sugarcane beetle. It's, as best I understand it, it's a native to the country of Brazil, has caused a lot of damage for us. And we've learned more about it, and we've learned what to do about it, and we've gotten better at it. And this is the example, and I think for many of you, you have types of beetles that are very similar, and they create holes in the turf. They damage the turf. Their life cycle may not be well understood. Many times these are attracted to lights, and you'll just see lots and lots of them in the morning that were attracted to the lights outside of a facility, a maintenance building, outside of a home, whatever. And then many of them are dead in the morning. So it's a problem that while not always widespread, it's for those that have it, it's very problematic. This is an area on North Carolina State's campus that was heavily damaged by these sugarcane beetles. And if you look at the very top of the picture, you see a pole, a light pole going up. That's indeed what it was. It was a light, and it attracted the beetles at night. They dug holes in the turf, they damaged the turf, and they were very problematic. Well, we again had to monitor these. We had to determine when the life cycle was, and we found out that these beetles were very active in North Carolina in the month of April. And we were able to go after them with pyrethroid insecticides again, bifenthrin, lambda-cyhalothrin, and products like those, deltamethrin again. And they worked very well controlling these adults. And that's how we managed them rather than trying to control the grub stage, because we could do it exactly when the beetles were present, and we could do it much more inexpensively. So it does work. They're more difficult to monitor. They're sort of like the bill bugs, but they can be controlled. Now I'm going to spend just a few minutes on actually what is my favorite insect. And I know that for some of you, you don't run into these very often. I know that people here from Argentina do see them, but I just want to talk because these are really difficult to control. They can do a lot of damage. And we need to understand, again, the life cycle. And even if you don't ever see mole crickets in your turf grass, and I hope you don't, understanding the importance of knowing the biology of this pest and how that makes a significant difference in how much money you spend trying to control it and in how well you control it applies to all the other pests. And it goes back to that first or second slide I showed, understanding the systems of the pest. And if you understand the life cycle, you can control it better, and you can control it with spending less money. So this is a perfect example of that. I like to show this slide because for my friends that have experienced this pest, you know it can be very, very damaging. It's like white grubs, and it lives in the soil. So oftentimes when it's small, it can go about doing its some small amounts of damage and developing and growing, and you don't even notice it. And then when it gets large, it does a lot of damage, and it's harder to control. This one has a different kind of life cycle from all the other ones we've talked about so far. This one lays eggs just like the others, but then when the eggs hatch out, they hatch out into basically a miniature or small version of an adult mole cricket. They just don't have wings. So they're smaller, but they look exactly alike. And then as they grow, they get obviously larger, and then they develop wings. So this life cycle only has 3 stages: the adult, the eggs, and what we call the nymph. For those of you in the Southern Hemisphere, this is going to be an approximate life cycle. At this time of year, it's your spring, and you're probably seeing the adults begin to fly, just like the beetles fly or the moths fly. The same thing. They lay eggs, and then the eggs start to hatch. And at the beginning of your summer, the small mole crickets really don't cause any damage. But because they're small, they'd be very easy to control if you could detect them then and knew where they were. And then as we get further into the spring towards the summer, the mole crickets get very large. They do a lot of damage, and they're very, very difficult to control at that stage. So again, this is why understanding the biology in your area is so important, because this insect, until it gets large and does a lot of damage, remains hidden and typically undetected. And when they get large, you're dealing with a lot of damage, and it's much more difficult to control, and you end up spending a lot more money. And this goes back to what I talked about for fall armyworms. You can detect it using the soapy water. The same liquid dishwashing detergent in about 15 mils of dishwashing detergent in a liter. And then you pour it out over about a square meter area, and you get down on your hands and knees and you watch for the crickets to come up. The optimal time to do this would be early summer, when the crickets are just hatching, and you can detect when the eggs are hatching. And that is the optimal time to begin your treatments, because the small crickets are really easy to control. And when they come to the surface, they oftentimes die, or they don't move. So you've really got to watch carefully. The same thing's true for fall armyworms. You've got to watch carefully to make sure you detect them, especially if the turf is very lush and very thick. So I just want to give you an example of how the timing is so critically important. Here we have, I'm comparing our dates when I put these trials out in June 1st, June 20th, July 10th, and August 1st, and about when that would correlate to your time of year in the Southern Hemisphere. And you can see when the treatment went out early at the top, the control was very good, 85%. Then as we moved down and went with our June 20th treatment, the mole crickets were getting a little bit larger, and the control dropped off to 75%. When we waited till July 10th, they were medium sized, and the control dropped off to 45%. And then by the time we waited till the 1st of August, the crickets were quite large, and we only controlled 30% of them. So this is why, it's not because the product's not any good. It's because when the crickets get large, they really are difficult to control. So again, understanding the life cycle, being able to monitor that using a soapy flush to know when the eggs are hatching, can help you really do a good job of control. We do have some really good products once they get large. Products like Indoxacarb is a really good one. I don't know about its availability, but we found that it works really well as you compare the green bar to the blue one here, that it really does a good job even late in the year. These treatments were put out in August against very, very large mole crickets. So, what are the things you need to do to really control mole crickets well? If you wait until you see a lot of damage, it's going to cost you a lot. The damage has already occurred. When the crickets get large, they can actually avoid the insecticide. They'll simply go down deep in the soil for a couple weeks, wait for the insecticide to break down or degrade, and then they'll come back up. So when they get very large, they're really, really difficult to control. And so, you want to do the best job. You want to keep the cost to a minimum. You really want to take advantage of the timing and control them when they're small. And there are a lot of good products. Fipronil is still the best product we have. But products like Indoxacarb, imidacloprid, these can be used at egg hatch, at egg laying, at egg hatch, and they will also work very well. Other products like bifenthrin or lambda-cyhalothrin or acephate, these just don't have any residual activity. You'll kill a few of the crickets when they're small, but they don't last very long. And so they would not be my preferred options when you're trying to control them early. Older products, and I don't know about the availability, but products like ethoprop, diazinon, these are old organophosphate chemistries that still work very, very well and are very effective against controlling mole crickets. Now, just finishing up here, one that we're seeing a lot more of here in where I'm at, in mites. They're very small. You get these small areas usually of infestation, and they're very difficult to control. And there's mites of Bermuda grass, there's mites of zoysia grass, mites of several species of turf grass, and there aren't a lot of good chemistries to control them. Typically, we don't even notice them until they've damaged the turf grass. Usually, they're more severe during hot and dry weather. In Bermuda grass, this is a typical. The plant on the left is healthy. The plant on the right has these shortened internodes, and it provides this appearance of like a clump or even like a broom. That's very typical of mite control. So if you see an area where there are mites, the texture of the turf just looks different, looks very different. They're almost microscopic. You're not going to see them very easily. You have to have typically some sort of a small magnifying glass or a microscope to see them. So they're very, very difficult. What we have found in the last few years as we've fought these more and more is that products that contain the active ingredient abamectin work very well. This is typically available as an ag formulation. It works very well against these mites, especially the ones in warm season turfgrass. And that has been our experience. And, we don't see a lot of other options. We know that you can do cultural practices, especially in warm season turf, where you can cut the turf very short. You can water it a lot. You can irrigate it or fertilize it a lot to get it to outgrow the damage. But that's a cultural practice that helps, but it doesn't eliminate them. And chemical control, if you still have available in your country a chemical called dicafol, the active ingredient. Kelthane was the trade name in the States. It also works very well, but my experience in the products available, there really are very few. And the abamectin product that contains abamectin is one that has proven itself very, very effective for mite control in a lot of situations and in all turf types. All right, so finishing up here, these I hope are the points that I got across as we talked about these insects. The first is you really want to treat the insects when it's most vulnerable. When it's the easiest to kill. For many reasons, you can get the highest level of control, so you don't have to go back in and treat a second or a third time. You perhaps can use a lower rate because you're catching them when they're very vulnerable. So it can be a cost-saving effort. You really need to go out and monitor to know that the insects are present. About the third slide I showed was the one of the graph that a lot of times the damage shows up after the insects have kind of already developed and they may not even be present. So make sure they're there. Make sure you have a way to monitor them to know the life stage so you can treat when they're small and get the most performance out of your insecticide. Also make sure you properly identify the insect. This is more of a common of a problem that I hear about, where someone thought they had this insect and they treated with a product that really wasn't effective against the one that they wanted. Understand the factors that influence the insect's development. If you've got a very warm spring, the insect may show up earlier. If you've got a wet spring, in the case of like white grubs and mole crickets, many times the insect will show up earlier. So understand the conditions and what that might mean for insects and their control and their development as the time of year that they might show up. And also look at the impact of environmental conditions. When it's very hot and dry, it's hard to get insecticides to perform well, especially against insects in the soil. Oftentimes the insecticides will get tied up or bound to the soil particles or to the thatch, and they'll never make it to where the insects are. So those are all very, very important considerations. And if you can increase your understanding of the pest, monitor it well. I assure you that we have chemicals that can work very, very well today. So it's a matter of basically you doing your research to make sure that you know exactly what insect you're working with, what its life cycle looks like, and when it occurs in your area, and then responding at the right time with the proper product. Again, the slide I showed early, the main reason when I get people calling me about why an insecticide didn't work, 90% of the time is because they didn't put it out at the right time. They put it out late. They put it out late after the insects were already large, and it was just very difficult to control them. Okay, just finishing up. I know John mentioned my Facebook page. If any of you have questions, I don't mind trying to answer. I'm not going to give you my mobile phone number, but if you ever want to email with questions, you can certainly feel free to do so. There you can see my email contact information, and it's rick_at ncsu.edu. I also have a Facebook page. We've had it for over 10 years now. It is called Turf Bugs and Rock and Roll, and that rock and roll came from the fact that when we first started, my youngest son would always play a guitar solo to begin it. But I post on this literally 5 days out of the week, Monday through Friday, with information about new products, new pests, information on those pests, that sort of thing. And then one day a week, I also will have a video that we talk about some particular topic. In the past couple months in North Carolina and the U.S., it's been all about fall armyworms because they've been a real serious problem. So if you are on Facebook and you want to become a member, just all you have to do is type in Turf Bugs and Rock and Roll in the search box, and just then request membership, and I will gladly make you a member and be happy for you to join the group. I think we've got about 2,500 members right now. If you want more information, I don't know if any of the other speakers will present this, but at North Carolina State University, we have a website called Turf Files. So the site here, the URL is turffiles.ncsu.edu. And we have lots of information there about various publications that are, you can access them online, lots of new information, updates about what's going on, updates about what you ought to be doing agronomically and those sorts of things. I just put a warning on there, use with caution. And the reason for that is, obviously we're in two different hemispheres, so things are 6 months off in many cases, but also to be really good at turf management, you need to make your management specific to your location. And there's a lot of good information on the Turf Files site. But before you take it and just say, oh, that sounds good, I'm going to try it on a small scale. Try it in some small areas and really test it and evaluate it to see that this is exactly what you want, exactly what you need, and if it's really going to provide the benefits in Peru or Chile or Argentina that it does, say, in North Carolina. So I always caution, even when I'm talking to exclusively a U.S. audience, I caution them to move forward slowly when they're taking information from a different area, because turf grass is very unique in the environment and the soils it grows in, as are the pest problems. They're very specific to that particular location. So hope you can access this. Hope you can find some useful information. And for today, I think that was all the information I had. I realize it was a very quick overview. And we didn't get into a lot of specifics, but hopefully we'll have the opportunities to have this conference again, and perhaps we can have it in person. And if there are particular topics that you would like to see talked about or discussed in more detail, please provide that feedback either through the contact information that I provided or through John or whomever, so that in the future we can make the talks more focused on specific areas that you would like to hear more about. So with that, John, I'm willing to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Gracias, doctor. Por favor, las preguntas para el doctor Rick Brandenburg a través del chat y vamos a ir haciéndole una pregunta para él. ¿Cuál es la relación, doctor, entre el clima y el desarrollo de tormentas? Perdón, y el desarrollo de las plagas. ¿Existe alguna relación entre, por ejemplo, las tormentas que ocurren o los fenómenos naturales que van generando que las plagas se vayan moviendo de un lugar a otro? ¿Eso es algo que ocurre?
Rick, John, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
John is asking, can you comment a little bit or elaborate a little bit on what's the relationship between climatic conditions and pests? How do pests move around based on changing climatic conditions?
Okay, that's an excellent question. You know, without getting into a discussion of climate change and all the other aspects, insects are cold-blooded, so they are very much, their behavior depends upon the weather and the climate, just like for diseases they're dependent upon humidity and all that. What we have seen in the almost 40 years that I've been doing this is we have certainly seen changes in the pests that we deal with, such as these Bermuda grass mites. We're seeing more of them, and they like hotter weather more. And if indeed climate change, if the climate is heating up, we're going to see more of those. I think part of the reason we're seeing more fall armyworms than ever is that they're overwintering in places they did not used to overwinter, just simply because of warmer winter temperatures and especially warmer nighttime temperatures. So we're seeing a lot of this. Obviously, if we talk about weather, that's very short term, and we know that weather, such as a very wet spring, can increase the timing for mole crickets and white grubs. It can increase the abundance of mole crickets and white grubs because there's good soil moisture. So, you know, as we look at climate change, or we even look at weather, it's very difficult to predict, because for insects, they have the ability to adapt, which is different from weeds or diseases. If an insect prefers cooler temperatures and it gets hotter, they simply are active early in the morning or later in the day when it's cooler. A weed can't do that, and a disease can't do that. Or they can spend more time in the shade. So we can't just automatically say, well, because an insect's cold-blooded, if it's warmer, things are going to happen faster. It's more complex than that. And the other part is, a lot of it depends upon the host plant. You know, we can say that, the healthier the turf, the more it can tolerate pests, and that is correct. But the healthier the plant, also in many cases, the greater the source of food for the insect, and it develops more rapidly because it's a more nutritious food that it's eating. So, in fact, in a couple months, I'm giving a talk on the weather and climate on insects. And so I studied lots and lots of research papers and talked to other people. And it's hard to really predict what's going to happen long term. I know what we've seen during the course of my career. We've seen a shift. When I first started 30 some years ago, imported fire ants were in the very southern tip of North Carolina, and we didn't think they'd go much further. Well, now they're all the way almost to Washington, D.C. So their range has expanded dramatically. Some of that may be due to climate change. Some of that may be due to adaptation of the insect. But it's very important. And so we have to keep in mind that as we change our management practices, as we change the types of turf grass we're using, say transitioning from cool to warm season turf, that can dramatically impact insect populations. But I think more importantly is we just have to keep focused on the annual weather and what that means, whether it's cooler, warmer, wetter, or drier, because that has a dramatic impact in any particular year on insect abundance.
Thank you, doctor. Seguimos esperando más respuestas, más preguntas del público.
Es la mejor hora para aplicar pesticidas. So Rick, one of the questions is, what is the best time of day to apply insecticides?
Okay, another really good question. Almost all insecticides as a spray, not necessarily for the granular formulations, but for the spray formulations, it is best if you can apply them later in the day and then in many cases water them in. If you're trying to control mow crickets or bill bugs or white grubs in the soil, you want to water them in. And if you put them out late in the day, there's going to be very little exposure to sunlight. And for all insecticides, the sunlight and the ultraviolet light will cause slight degrading of the product, not significant. So in a perfect world where we could do anything we wanted, if we could put it out late in the day, that's when I would do it. Now, if we're trying to control armyworms, for example, who are going to feed on the foliage, and we want to apply the insecticide to the plant and then not water it in, at the same time, you want to do it late in the day because those insects are going to become very active in the evening when they feed, and there's going to be basically a fresh dose of the insecticide there. So as a general rule, late in the day is the preferred time if you have that option. Obviously, also late in the days when you get thunderstorms and rains and everything else. So it's hard to plan around that, but that's the optimal time if you can do it.
Okay, I'm gonna kill my camera because my internet is slow. There's one more question. What species of grasses and other ornamentals are attractive for cross-contamination of these pests to turf fields?
Okay, it's a good question. I'm not going to be able to give you a very good answer simply because that's very site specific of what your particular pests are. Many pests such as fall armyworms feed on all kinds of crops. So if you have maize or soybean or lots of plants nearby, you can have fall armyworms in there. And the same is true for some of the grubs. They'll feed on sugarcane and lots of other plants and even maize. But for like us, I can tell you that the Japanese beetle loves to feed on a variety of ornamentals and shrubs. And if you have those there, the beetle will feed on those, then they will lay eggs in your turf grass. But that's very site specific. But if you're in an agricultural area, many of the pests that you face, such as fall armyworms and white grubs, can also be present in adjacent crop fields. But it's, maybe again, sometime in the future, we can talk about this more specifically, talk about specific pests, and then we could look at some of these plants that might be nearby, because you are correct. Some plants the adults will feed on them, and then they'll lay eggs in the turf grass for the larval stage to feed. So that's a very good question. I'm sorry I can't give you a better answer.
John, you want me to do one more, or are we running into the next conference? There's one more, actually two more. Thanks, Dr. Rick, excellent presentation. On golf fields, specifically on greens, there's cases where you have earthworms that throw dirt, dirt particles on top of the green, making the green not in best quality for the golf player. Do you have cases like that? How do you control that?
Okay, yes, we have that. Controlling earthworms is also often a difficult question, because we know the earthworms also are beneficial, but on golf greens, they can be problematic. one product that works fairly well to suppress them is the old insecticide carbaryl. Trade name was often Sebin, but carbaryl, C-A-R-B-A-R-Y-L. You do need to be careful if you're using it in really hot, humid weather because it can cause some phytotoxicity. A fungicide that works fairly well is the old thiophanate methyl. Some of you may be familiar with that. These will actually suppress the earthworm populations, not eliminate them, but they'll suppress them. Carbaryl, insecticide, and thiophanate methyl fungicide are the best two recommendations I can give.
One more question. This one is from Chile.
Okay.
For the pests and products that you have presented, have you seen any stress on the turf after application? And more or less, how much time does it take for the turf to recuperate?
Oh, good question. With the products that I have mentioned, I have not seen any problems with them causing any sort of yellowing or stress on the plant. As I mentioned, the only one I would be careful with is using carbaryl in really hot, humid conditions because it could cause a little bit of yellowing to the turf grass. But the rest of the products, I have not observed any sort of negative impact on the turf grass. And if that's all the questions, I just want to thank everyone for your participation and thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this. And I hope it's the first of very many for participation for those of us from North Carolina State University. Thank you very, very much.
Rick Brandenburg, muchas gracias, doctor Brandenburg. Con esto cerramos nuestra conferencia del día de la hora. Esperamos que pronto nos podamos ver en persona. Efectivamente, hemos conversado con el doctor Brandenburg sobre la posibilidad de hacer alguna visita o que en algún próximo evento él pueda visitarnos por aquí, por este país, por Perú. Muchas gracias, doctor Brandenburg, de nuevo. Muchas gracias, Susana, por ayudarnos. Y nosotros entramos al receso de la hora. Vamos a tener 30 minutos de receso aproximadamente y los dejamos con algunos videos de nuestros organizadores y nuestros sponsors. Gracias y nos volvemos a conectar en unos minutos.
Llegué y me pareció pues diferente a todo lo que había visto.
Me impactó bastante la cantidad de áreas verdes que tenía.
Los campos de cultivo, el balance que tiene entre área construida y área verde.
Te das cuenta que estás en un campo abierto totalmente.
Vine a Jardín Botánico, vine a como ver plantas que solo había visto en la tele.
Había un montón de especies de árboles, que a mí me encantaban los árboles. Fue como una reconciliación con la naturaleza.
Y me pareció un lugar muy hermoso para aprender.
Tenemos una ciudad universitaria hermosa, con lindas aulas, buenos equipos.
También las instalaciones de muchos laboratorios y muchas zonas de producción que tienen una tecnología bastante avanzada, ¿no?
Fue muy agradable ver los pasillos, ver básicamente los salones, los ambientes.
Y tienen implementos y herramientas que sirven de mucho para la exploración dentro de los mismos cursos, ¿no?
Para todas las carreras tiene más de 250 hectáreas.
Y cada facultad tiene un espacio para desarrollar sus actividades. Los de zootecnia tienen una zona para criar ganado.
Un gran establo lechero, porcino, avícola.
La gente de industrias luego tiene un espacio para procesar lo que produce zootecnia a través de la planta de leche o lo que produce agronomía en la planta de panificación. Hay un curso de mecanización agrícola también, que manejas los tractores, conoces los equipos. Luego los forestales tenemos también pequeñas plantaciones dentro de la universidad.
Un huerto hortícola en los cuales los alumnos también practicaban.
Las salidas de campo son súper interesantes, hacer nuestras pruebas de ecología, las chacras de lejos que no habíamos visto nunca.
Otro tema importante es que la universidad tiene muchos fundos en diferentes zonas del Perú. Los alumnos pueden ir, ver diferentes cultivos o trabajar con diferentes tipos de árboles y conocer un poco más la realidad del país fuera de Lima, que es donde se produce la mayor parte del trabajo de los profesionales de esta universidad, ¿no?
La universidad agraria va mucho más allá de las paredes que tiene. Va más allá, llega a tu vida, llega a tu corazón y seguramente se quedará a lo largo del tiempo.
The College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at NC State stands poised to meet the increasing demands to feed a hungry world. We discover, develop, teach, and apply knowledge and technology that enable students to enhance the agricultural well-being of our state, our country, and the world. It is one of the most stimulating learning communities that you will find anywhere, creating and extending new knowledge through scientific research and extension in agriculture and the life sciences, ensuring that there will be plenty of food for all of us here and throughout the world. Agriculture, what we do, matters.
Toro is the exclusive provider of equipment and irrigation for the Ryder Cup on a worldwide basis. Just couldn't be more excited to be a part of it. It's really a chance to show off not only the course here, but what we can do on a worldwide basis when people come together. One of the more visible pieces of support that you'll see around if you're in the maintenance facility or even out on the courses is we do provide apparel for all the volunteers and the crew. You can't make these events happen without equipment, because in an event like this where you're playing morning and afternoon, the time for maintenance really gets condensed down into small chunks of when you can actually do it. Having extra equipment around is just imperative to really making the conditions what they are here.
They gave us 12 mowers. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, what more can you ask?
The 5010 fairway mowers are very nice to use. With the wider reels, we can get more grass mowed quicker, so that helps us move throughout the morning a lot faster.
I like the quality of cut. I mean, that was my favorite thing when we got them. And it's nice that the reels are not hydraulically driven.
We jokingly say that we just cut grass and it cuts grass and it does a good job doing it. So when you don't need to think about a mower and it does what it's intended to do, that's always a good thing.
Our relationship with Whistling Straits and Chris is a joint effort between our corporate folks and our distributors on the ground. Reinders is our local distributor in this territory. So in concert, we are obviously working with them well in advance to service the needs. Our job really is to be a strong but silent partner. We want to help them showcase the property, showcase the facility, what can be done, and to be there to support them really in any way. I'd like to express my thanks to the PGA, the Ryder Cup, Whistling Straits, Chris Zugel and his staff. Without them, this event obviously couldn't happen. And again, our role here is to be a partner and almost be behind the scenes where nobody knows we're here. But that's really what gives us satisfaction in the end, is knowing that the conditions are here, people around the globe are watching it, and it's really nice to be a part of it.
Gear-driven rotors were invented back in the 1980s, but they've come a long way since then. Rainbird 5000 series rotors feature rain curtain technology, an evolutionary leap forward in rotor nozzle technology. Engineered to provide a uniform spray pattern that competitors can't match, rain curtain nozzles deliver large water droplets for superior wind resistance and gentle close-in watering that eliminates brown spots around the head. It's easy to see why more contractors prefer Rainbird 5000 series rotors over the competition.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a una nueva entrega de IPESA Te Cuenta. Mi nombre es Santiago Mesones, soy subgerente de servicios en IPESA. Tengo más de 4 años en la empresa y más de 25 años de experiencia profesional. Hoy nos encontramos en nuestro taller de ATE y queremos mostrarte más de las soluciones que podemos brindar para el correcto funcionamiento de tus equipos. En nuestros talleres podemos realizar tareas tan complejas como el overhaul completo de una máquina. Por supuesto, también evaluaciones y diagnósticos y mantenimientos preventivos. Para ello contamos con la infraestructura y herramientas necesarias para lograr sacar su máquina operativa en el menor tiempo posible. Nuestros técnicos están plenamente capacitados, incluso por la misma fábrica, y cuentan con amplia experiencia. Y hoy vamos a poder mostrarles de primera mano cómo uno de nuestros técnicos atiende a uno de nuestros principales clientes.
Aló, buenos días, les habla Carlos Durán del Servicio Postventa. ¿En qué lo podemos ayudar? Señor Edgar, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo está? Buenos días. Claro que sí, atenderemos su mantenimiento preventivo a su tractor que se encuentra ubicado en Cañete. No se preocupe, muchas gracias. Así como nuestro amigo Edgar, tú puedes solicitar tus requerimientos de acuerdo a tus necesidades. Comunícate directamente con nosotros para poder atender y brindarte una solución rápida para que tu máquina esté siempre operativa en campo. Nuestro servicio postventa tiene cobertura a nivel nacional para atender todas las operaciones de nuestros clientes. Ahora voy a contactarme con nuestro personal técnico para que pueda atender a nuestro cliente.
tardes, don Edgar. ¿Qué tal? Mucho gusto. Venimos a hacerle servicio preventivo a su equipo.
Ya, bien.
Listo.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Edgar Arostegui Castro, mi empresa es Arostegui SAC. La empresa es especialmente lo que es zona agrícola. Inicié con el trabajo con un tractor y poco a poco va trabajando, vamos juntando más dinero para poder aquí más tractores, ¿no? El servicio que viene de la casa que me mandan los mecánicos, sí, vienen bien, arreglan bien.
Hola, soy Alexis Bustíos, soy superintendente de proyecto en IPESA, ya llevo 4 años trabajando con ellos. En este momento estamos en los campos del señor Edgar Arostegui para realizar el mantenimiento preventivo a uno de sus tractores John Deere 6110. Detrás mío está José Trujillo, uno de nuestros técnicos máster, realizando las labores de servicio de mantenimiento preventivo. El primer paso de este servicio es la evaluación general del equipo para poder identificar cualquier falla que esté ocurriendo y tomar las medidas correctivas. Posterior a ello, realizará el cambio de filtros y aceites del equipo utilizando repuestos originales de la marca John Deere, para así asegurar la vida útil del equipo. En caso requiera servicios de mantenimiento preventivo o correctivo de IPESA, nuestros técnicos podrán llegar a sus campos gracias a la gran flota de camionetas con la que contamos. Nos pueden contactar a través de www.ipesa.com.p o en nuestras 16 sucursales que tenemos a nivel nacional.
Toro is the exclusive provider of equipment and irrigation for the Ryder Cup on a worldwide basis. Just couldn't be more excited to be a part of it. It's really a chance to show off not only the course here, but what we can do on a worldwide basis when people come together. One of the more visible pieces of support that you'll see around if you're in the maintenance facility or even out on the courses is we do provide apparel for all the volunteers and the crew. You can't make these events happen without equipment, because in an event like this where you're playing morning and afternoon, the time for maintenance really gets condensed down into small chunks of when you can actually do it. having extra equipment around is just imperative to really making the conditions what they are here.
They gave us 12 mowers. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, what more can you ask?
The 5010 fairway mowers are very nice to use. With the wider reels, we can get more grass mowed quicker, so that helps us move throughout the morning a lot faster.
Oh, I like the quality of cut. I mean, that was my favorite thing when we got them. And it's nice that the reels are not hydraulically driven.
We jokingly say that we just cut grass and it cuts grass and it does a good job doing it. So when you don't need to think about a mower and it does what it's intended to do, that's always a good thing.
Our relationship with Whistling Straits and Chris is a joint effort between our corporate folks and our distributors on the ground. Reinders is our local distributor in this territory, so in concert we are obviously working with them well in advance to service the needs. Our job really is to be a strong but silent partner. We want to help them showcase the property, showcase the facility, what can be done, and to be there to support them really in any way. I'd like to express my thanks to the PGA, the Ryder Cup, Whistling Straits, Chris Zugel and his staff. Without them, this event obviously couldn't happen. And again, our role here is to be a partner and almost be behind the scenes where nobody knows we're here. But that's really what gives us satisfaction in the end, is knowing that the conditions are here, people around the globe are watching it, and it's really nice to be a part of it.
Gear-driven rotors were invented back in the 1980s, but they've come a long way since then. Rainbird 5000 series rotors feature rain curtain technology, an evolutionary leap forward in rotor nozzle technology. Engineered to provide a uniform spray pattern that competitors can't match, rain curtain nozzles deliver large water droplets for superior wind resistance and gentle close-in watering that eliminates brown spots around the head. It's easy to see why more contractors prefer Rainbird 5000 series rotors over the competition.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a una nueva entrega de IPESA Te Cuenta. Mi nombre es Santiago Mesones, soy subgerente de servicios en IPESA. Tengo más de 4 años en la empresa y más de 25 años de experiencia profesional. Hoy nos encontramos en nuestro taller de ATE y queremos mostrarte más de las soluciones que podemos brindar para el correcto funcionamiento de tus equipos. En nuestros talleres podemos realizar tareas tan complejas como el overhaul completo de una máquina. Por supuesto, también evaluaciones y diagnósticos y mantenimientos preventivos. Para ello contamos con la infraestructura y herramientas necesarias para lograr sacar su máquina operativa en el menor tiempo posible. Nuestros técnicos están plenamente capacitados, incluso por la misma fábrica, y cuentan con amplia experiencia. Y hoy vamos a poder mostrarles de primera mano cómo uno de nuestros técnicos atiende a uno de nuestros principales clientes.
Aló, buenos días, les habla Carlos Durán del servicio postventa. ¿En qué lo podemos ayudar? Señor Edgar, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo está? Buenos días. Claro que sí, atenderemos su mantenimiento preventivo a su tractor que se encuentra ubicado en Cañete. No se preocupe, muchas gracias. Así como nuestro amigo Edgar, tú puedes solicitar tus requerimientos de acuerdo a tus necesidades. Comunícate directamente con nosotros para poder atender y brindarte una solución rápida para que tu máquina esté siempre operativa en campo. Nuestro servicio postventa tiene cobertura a nivel nacional para atender todas las operaciones a nuestros clientes. Ahora voy a contactarme con nuestro personal técnico para que pueda atender a nuestro cliente.
Buenas tardes, estamos transmitiendo desde el estudio de grabación del primer Congreso Internacional del Césped, evento organizado por la Facultad de Agronomía y la Asociación Peruana del Césped. Vamos a continuar con nuestras presentaciones y conferencias del día de hoy y en esta ocasión presentamos a la profesora Liliana Aragón, quien estará a cargo de presentar a nuestro siguiente ponente. Bienvenida Liliana, ¿estás en línea? Gracias Liliana, yo me retiro, quedas a cargo.
Buenas tardes con todos. Permítame hacer la presentación de Magister Lee Butler. Él está adscrito, es coordinador adscrito al Departamento de Entomología y Fitopatología de la Universidad de Carolina del Norte, North Carolina State University. Él es coordinador de extensión. Permítanme comentarles acerca de su desarrollo profesional. Él recibió el grado de bachiller de la misma universidad y trabajó posteriormente en el manejo de los campos de golf y también en paisajismo. Antes de ser parte del staff de North Carolina State University, él realizó su maestría en Plant Pathology y durante sus estudios de posgrado investigó sobre las prácticas de manejo de la enfermedad Spring Dead Spot, en castellano la mancha anular necrótica, la cual es una enfermedad muy importante en el Gras Bermuda. Es ocasionado por el hongo Ophiosphaerella corrae y otras especies relacionadas. Lee dirige el Laboratorio de Diagnóstico de Enfermedades del Césped, así como el Programa de Investigación de Enfermedades del Césped. Me hizo recordar mucho es cuando habló del programa de investigación, dado de que dentro de la historia de nuestra universidad, la Universidad Carolina del Norte ha jugado un rol muy importante y mucho de la organización y toda esta parte de la organización desde los años 60 que la universidad pasa a ser por ley a otorgársele esta categoría de universidad y dejó de ser una escuela nacional de agricultura. Fue la Universidad Carolina del Norte la que nos ayudó, ¿no? Y nosotros también en la facultad tenemos programas de investigación. Bien, me hizo recordar mucho esta parte. Bueno, a través de esta dirección del programa de investigación y de laboratorio, eso le permite a Lee trabajar en el desarrollo de estrategias efectivas en el manejo de este patógeno y sobre todo uno de los componentes más importantes es el manejo de los fungicidas. Él ha sido expositor en varias conferencias y participado de reuniones en Estados Unidos y es parte del College of Agriculture and Life Science y del College of Natural Resources en la Universidad Carolina del Norte. Lee, muchas gracias por estar aquí participando de este evento. Para nosotros es definitivamente un enorme honor que tú puedas estar con nosotros y te doy el tiempo para que pueda iniciar tu exposición.
Go ahead, Lee. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Wasn't sure. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this conference. I've been looking forward to this for quite a while now. Hope everyone is doing well on this Friday afternoon. Today I'm going to talk about disease management in turf grasses. We're going to cover a lot of stuff. I want to focus on the basics because I think that's going to help most people the most, if you will. We won't get too far off into specific diseases. Towards the end, I will talk about a few specific diseases, some of the more major diseases in turf. But there are some basic principles that I think if most people understand these, managing turf grass diseases will be a lot easier. So that's what we're going to start with. First thing I'd like to talk about is just the simple stuff, right? And that's just managing healthy turf. And sometimes that's easier said than done, as we all know. We're all professionals here. And we can do everything right, but sometimes that's not enough, right? But anytime turf struggles and you think you may have a disease issue or even an insect issue, any kind of pest problem, you kind of need to step back and look at the basics. And if any of you have ever worked on engines before, I always like to compare this to when you're troubleshooting like small engine repair. You're making sure you've got fuel, you've got air, and you've got a spark, right? The three things needed to make an engine run. And it's no different with turf grass, right? So the first one is light. These are all pretty simple things, but if you're not getting enough sunlight in an area, that is going to weaken the turf, and it's definitely going to make it susceptible to certain diseases. So make sure you're getting adequate light. Make sure you're getting good airflow, right? This is not only airflow above and around the canopy, but I also mean good airflow even in the root zone, by having proper drainage. So, that can be achieved through cultural practices, airification, sand, top dressing, things like that. So you get good air exchange in the root zone. Because if you don't have good air exchange there and things become anaerobic, that leads to disease problems like Pythium root rot and other soil-borne diseases. So we want to make sure we're doing good there. Number 3, with food, I'm talking about nutrients. So make sure the turf is getting adequate nutrients at the right time of year. That can be achieved through soil and tissue testing. And it comes from just, a lot of what we talk about, it is science, but the best turf grass managers, it's also an art form, right? And if you're managing turf, you can look at stands of turf and know sometimes what nutrients are needed or not, but make sure you're getting adequate nutrients, because we definitely see certain diseases that are more severe when certain nutrients are low. So the best example of all is with dollar spot and low nitrogen. Those two are very, very common. The fourth one is water. So making sure you're getting adequate water, not drought stressing the plant, but also not overwatering. When you get in situations where irrigation is applied at the wrong time of day and you're extending the leaf wetness period, or you're putting too much water, then you're going to make certain disease issues more severe. All right. So we can do those 4 things perfectly, and we can still have disease problems. And that's where we have to have protection. And when I say protection, I'm speaking about the application of fungicides. So we can do all these things perfect. We still need to apply fungicides sometimes. All right. I always like to talk about, if any of you have ever listened to a plant pathologist talk, we always like to talk about the disease triangle. It's a very simple concept, but it is probably the most important concept when it comes to managing plant diseases. And this applies to any plant. It's not just turf. But speaking specifically about turf grass, when we look at the disease triangle, the host is our turf grass plant. And this is, for the most part, it's a perennial crop. So it's there all the time. This is different from traditional agriculture where you may be rotating from, beans to potatoes to corn or whatever, and you're changing the host in a particular field. But with turf grass, the host is always there. And at the bottom of the triangle, you'll see pathogen. And when I'm talking about pathogen, so that would be, it could be fungi, it could be bacteria, it could be nematodes, viruses. There are a lot of different categories of pathogens. Believe it or not, they are almost always there as well. Majority of our diseases in turf are caused by fungi. There's one bacterial disease we see, or a couple bacterial diseases that are very rare. One viral disease that we see in St. Augustine grass, once again, very rare. But the overwhelming majority of what we deal with in turf are caused by fungi and nematodes. So they're pretty much always there as well. So that leaves the one side of the triangle, which is the environment. And that drives all of our disease outbreaks, right? Temperature and water are the most important factors, the factors that influence disease development. So for foliar diseases, diseases that attack the leaves of our turfgrass plants, a lot of times when you read literature about when to apply preventative fungicides or when to start scouting or expecting disease symptoms to appear, we like to monitor low nighttime temperatures and the duration, leaf wetness duration. For root and crown diseases, so these are our soil-borne diseases, so things that attack roots, stolons, rhizomes, things like that. We like to monitor soil temperature and soil moisture. Certain diseases have very specific temperature thresholds. So for like brown patch, let's say, which is caused by Rhizoctonia solana, probably one of the most common diseases of all turf grasses. We know that when the brown patch and tall fescue, for instance, we know when the low nighttime temperature is consistently at 65 degrees Fahrenheit, we know that the environment is becoming highly favorable for the development of that disease. And that's when you want to time or start your preventative fungicide applications. For certain root and crown diseases, let's say something like large patch, which is also caused by Rhizoctonia solana, but affects warm season grasses. So Bermuda grass, zoysia grass, St. Augustine grass, seashore paspalum, etc. We know that when the soil temperature is between about 70 and 75 degrees, for 4 or 5 days in a row, that's when we want to start our fungicide application. So a lot of our diseases, we can predict when to start our fungicide sprays, and it's based on just these few simple parameters. All right, so switch gears just a little bit and talk about how to diagnose diseases, because this is one of the most important things you have to do, right? In any pest, no matter what pest you're trying to manage, whether it's a disease or an insect or a weed, the first step is identifying the problem, right? So if you can't identify the weed or the insect or the disease, then you're kind of in trouble as far as knowing what practices to put in place to help manage it, and which chemicals to choose if you choose to apply a pesticide. So diagnosing turfgrass diseases, some of them are very easy. You can look online at the internet. You can look in textbooks, and you'll see very classic photos of certain diseases, and it can be very easy to identify in the field. Other times it can be very difficult. And this is a very good example here in these two photos. Both of these photos are tall fescue, and we're looking at two different diseases. One is gray leaf spot, and one is Pythium blight. I actually took these photos, and I do not remember which is which. I've been doing this for 22 years now, and there's no way to look at these photos and know which disease this is just by looking at the photo alone. So we have to look a little closer. So we have to look at the plants themselves. We're looking for symptoms and signs of particular diseases. And oftentimes we have to use at least a magnifying lens, if you will, or a microscope to positively identify these things. So sometimes they can be a challenge. One thing you'll learn about turfgrass diseases, a lot of them are some version of a circle, right? And that's not always the case. As you see here, these are not circles, but if you've studied turfgrass diseases long enough, a lot of them are either kind of a small circle, or they can be very large. Most of our diseases do spread in a radial fashion, but those that produce a lot of spores. So spores for a fungus are like seeds to a plant. So that's how they disseminate and spread. So if you have a disease that produces a lot of spores, you get this kind of irregular stand symptom, like you see here with gray leaf spot and Pythium blight. You don't get the nice little perfect circle. So it can be quite a challenge sometimes. A couple of things to keep in mind when you're troubleshooting damaged turfgrass is to remember there are a lot of things that kill turf. I don't have the slide in here, but I think when you add it all up, there's 16 possible categories that can cause turf to look bad. So if you take into account insects, diseases, chemical injury, fertility issues, light, drainage, so on and so forth, there are a lot of things that can cause turf to look bad. Mechanical injury from mowers, right? So a couple of things to keep in mind, and I think this will help you a lot. So the first thing to do is to always kind of stand back and look at the symptoms overall, the pattern and the distribution. One thing to remember is diseases are actually fairly rare events in nature, and they're going to be random and sporadic. So anytime you see, let's say, an entire golf course putting green or an entire sports field or lawn affected by something, odds are that is not being caused by a disease. It's the damage, if it truly is a disease, the damage will tend to be kind of isolated and pocketed and random throughout the area. Another thing to look for is, if you look at the picture on the top right, this is herbicide injury in a centipede grass lawn. Anytime you see straight lines, right? So most everything we do in turf, we attempt to do in straight lines, whether we're mowing, applying chemicals, spreading fertilizer, whatever it may be, we're usually doing it in a straight line. So anytime you see straight line damage, odds are that's something that we've done wrong, and that should alert you that this is probably not a disease issue. Another thing to look for is anytime you see 100% damage directly adjacent to 100% healthy turf, that's usually a sign that that's probably not a disease as well. If you look at the picture in the bottom left here, this is large patch, which is caused by Rhizoctonia solani on zoysia grass. And this is a really bad case of large patch, but even in this case, out in the middle of the damaged area, there's still green blades of turf. It's not a 100% death of the turf. There are exceptions to that, and I'll show you one here in just a second. Those are a couple things to look out for and pay attention to. All right, and this is one that can be very tricky. So one of these images is injury from Roundup or glyphosate, the herbicide, and the other is a disease known as spring dead spot. So before I reveal it, I'll let just on your own, just think to yourself, which one do you think is the disease and which one do you think is herbicide injury, based on the things I've told you thus far. And this one can be very tricky because they do look similar, all right? The photo on the right is spring dead spot in Bermuda grass. You can see these dead, remember I told you the circles, so you see the dead circles, they will coalesce or merge together and you kind of get these irregular areas. But for the most part, they're different size circles, if you will. The photo on the left, this is a zoysia grass home lawn where the homeowner spot sprayed with Roundup or glyphosate when the turf was still dormant. That's something we do not recommend in zoysia grass for this very reason, because it will cause injury. But a couple things to pay attention to here that'll help you, that, because if you didn't know, spring dead spot does occur in zoysia grass as well. So the homeowner thought that that's what this was. They thought this was spring dead spot. But if you look at this little funny shaped area here, it looks like the letter T. And then you have this square here, right? So when you stand back and look across the patterns of the symptoms, these are the things you want to look for, these odd shaped things. You can see where they were going right along the edge of the plant bed here, spot spraying for weeds. We see this every year as warm season grasses come out of dormancy, where folks have caused injury in the exact same manner. So just, always stand back and look at the larger area and pay attention to little things like that. Here's another good example of, I just got through telling you that most of our diseases are circles. And you can see here, this damage is circular, and it's also in a line. This photo doesn't show it completely, but these little circles went in a straight line all the way across this putting surface. When you look at it up close, you can see, it's 100% healthy, directly adjacent to 100% dead. And if you remember, I told you that's usually a sign that it's probably not a disease. One thing that you can do, and this person used little push pins. I don't know if I would put push pins on a golf green, but maybe little marks of paint or something like that. But you can mark the edges, right? If this is truly a disease, it will continue to progress and spread out beyond where you put your marks. So that's one way to monitor. But in this case, this was a hydraulic leak from a mower. So everywhere the hot oil, the hot hydraulic oil dripped onto the surface of the putting green, it killed the turf. But the damage was just in the area where the drop hit. It did not expand any further beyond the marks. All right. And then my last one, just so you think outside of the box, this was a homeowner here in our state. This is centipede grass. They thought this was in the spring of the year, so they sent photos and samples to our lab. wondering if this was large patch. And I think I mentioned it earlier, but large patch is one of the most common diseases of warm season grasses, caused by Rhizoctonia solani, which is a fungus. But once again, just think to yourself here: is there anything odd about this photo that jumps out to you? Right? What had happened is this person had pressure washed or cleaned their sidewalk with some chemicals, and you can see where the chemical solution spilled off to the left and right, and even followed the yard slopes down towards the driveway here, and they killed their turf with whatever they used to clean their sidewalk. And the reason I show this is, once again, just anytime you see dead turf, try to think about all the possibilities that could happen, right? Stand back and look at everything, and that'll help you a lot, okay? One thing you can always do, this photo here, this is a Bermuda grass putting green here in North Carolina that has a disease known as mini ring or leaf and sheath blight. This is also caused by Rhizoctonia species, Rhizoctonia zea, and that's to submit photos. So if you ever submit samples to a lab for diagnostics or whatever, or you're sharing photos with colleagues, they help a lot. In our lab here at NC State, that is part of what I do. I diagnose diseases for folks, for people all over the country and even internationally now. And we require photos. This helps me as a diagnostician a tremendous amount to be able to see exactly what it is you're seeing. You see what the symptoms are, the distribution, so on and so forth. It also helps to see what the surrounding landscape is like. So very, very important part is to submit photos, all right? So as I mentioned, part of what I do here at NC State is running our diagnostics lab. And I just wanted to show you just a couple slides, just to show you the diseases that we deal with and which sector of the industry submits samples to us the most. Just a brief photo. This is from last year in 2020, just showing you where our samples come from. So we're located here in North Carolina. So we get samples from all over the country, and we've just opened up to international samples now. But I don't have that up here, but we do receive them from all over the world now. So that's where they come from. This may surprise you a little bit, it may not, but the majority of the samples we get are from golf courses. And not only from golf courses, but from golf course putting greens. So 80% of what we get are from golf course putting greens. So every year we look at about 800 to 900 samples of diseased turf grass, and 80% of that is golf, all right? If you're not, for those of you that are in golf, you probably understand this, but that is some of the highest maintained high value turf there is. It goes under a lot of stress. You're mowing these plants at a very, very low height, and it just sets them up for susceptibility to a lot of different diseases, right? Landscape samples, when I say landscape, I mean commercial properties, home lawns, things like that. We get a fair amount of samples from ornamental grass nurseries. And you see sod farms and sports turf are very small when it comes to submitting samples to our lab. All right, as far as the actual turf grasses that are submitted, these first two bars are pretty much all golf course samples. So Bermuda grass putting greens is the majority of the samples we get. And then second would be creeping bentgrass. And then I'll also lump in or add in annual bluegrass or Poa annua, because certain parts of the United States, it's very common to have mixed stands of creeping bentgrass and annual bluegrass. Then you see tall fescue, so that's mostly home lawns, commercial landscapes. Same with zoysia grass. And then you go on down St. Augustine, seashore paspalum, centipede grass. When we get into others, that would be things like ryegrass, Kentucky bluegrass, things like that. So the majority of what we see comes from golf. When you look at just landscape, so commercial and residential properties, it's pretty close tie between tall fescue and zoysia grass, and then you see St. Augustine and centipede. All right. So we're going to switch gears now and talk about fungicides a little bit. There's some important concepts I think it's very important to understand. for fungicides. Sometimes you may pick the right fungicide, your timing may be perfect, but it may fail. It may not work for you, and I'm going to explain why as we move forward. So a couple things to think about. One of the first things is the word itself, fungicide, which literally means fungus killer. Most of our fungicides we use today don't actually kill the fungus. It only puts it on pause. That's why I have this, instead of a stop sign, it's pause. And for those of you that have managed turfgrass diseases before, you know that you can apply a fungicide, and then most times you have to come back in 2, 3, or 4 weeks later, and you have to apply a fungicide again if conditions are conducive or favorable for that disease, right? And that's what I mean by the fungicides we use don't actually kill the fungus. You're only suppressing it just for a couple weeks. Once that fungicide wears off, the fungus is going to resume growth. So that's why we have to make repeat applications. So that's very important to understand, especially for any of you that are doing commercial applications, and if you have clients that wonder why it is you have to keep making repeat applications, it helps to explain this part to them. All right. As far as fungicides themselves go, I'm not going to get too far off in talking about specific fungicides. There are a lot of really good references out there that you can look up fungicide recommendations. We have ours on our Turf Files website. If you go there, you can go into each of the disease profiles, and we have the fungicides listed. Not only do we have them listed, but we also have them ranked as to whether they're good or not. So that's what makes our site a little bit different from some of these other publications. And that's based on our own field research. So a big part of our program here at NC State is we evaluate, lots of fungicides, stuff that's currently available, but we also do a lot of research with experimental products that the chemical companies are bringing to market. And we were able to test those against, the majority of diseases. And that's what we're basing our recommendations on. If there are certain diseases that we don't do work on here in North Carolina, we consult with our colleagues at other universities to get their feedback. So a lot of good resources out there if you look them up. All right, so now I want to talk about how fungicides move in the plant. This is one of the most important things to understand about fungicides is when you apply that fungicide, when it hits the leaf of the turfgrass plant, what happens to it? And that's what's known as the topical mode of action. And there are different groups, all right? So the first one is what's known as a contact fungicide. So you spray that fungicide and it stays on the leaf surface. Probably the best example of that is our products like Daconil, with the active ingredient is chlorothalonil. And there are others, but to me, this is like paint. It's like if you spray paint on a turfgrass plant, it does stick to the leaf surface, it coats the leaf surface, but it does not go into the plant, nor does the plant translocate the fungicide to the leaf tip or to the roots. So you're just coating the leaves, and these are very short-lived. So usually you're only going to get 7 to 10 days out of these. The biggest reason being, what's one of the most common things we do to turf, and that's we mow them, right? And when you're talking about high value turf, you talk about something like golf course putting greens, those are being mowed daily or every other day. So you're constantly removing just a little bit of that each time. The next one is what's known as a localized penetrant. And there are quite a few of these that we have out there. So this hits the leaf and then it soaks in. So if you hit the top of the leaf, it'll soak through the leaf to the bottom side of the leaf, but the plant does not translocate or move the fungicide throughout. And then we have what are known as the systemic fungicides. The majority of the fungicides we have are systemic, and these are ones that are absorbed into the plant and then they are translocated. The majority of those are what are known as acropoidal penetrants, which means they move upward only. We'll talk about why that's important here in a minute, but start thinking about that. Why would that be important, right? If I'm spraying a fungicide for a disease that attacks the root system, and I use a fungicide that moves upward only in the plant, I'll give you the answer in a minute, but start thinking about why what's something you may have to do to help that fungicide work. All right. And then the last one, they're known as true systemics. There's only one group of true systemic fungicides, and those are known as the phosphites. So things like Signature, Appear, or any of the generic phosphites that are available, those do move up and down in the plant. And those are mainly used on golf courses. All right. This is a very good visual of everything we just talked about. I love this photo. So these are actually leaves of wheat that have a disease known as powdery mildew. If you look at the top leaf, so this is an untreated leaf, you can see it's severely devastated by the disease powdery mildew. Then come down to the third leaf, which has been treated with azoxystrobin. Here in the United States, it's sold as Heritage. Very, very popular, very common fungicide. And so this fungicide is one of those systemic fungicides that moves upward only. So you can actually see the residue in between the two little marks here where they applied the fungicide. And you can see this wheat plant, this leaf, picked up that fungicide and it moved it all the way out to the leaf tip and gave 100% control of the powdery mildew, but none of the fungicide went back towards the root system, right? Very, very good visualization of that. On the fourth leaf here, this was treated with that localized penetrant. So this is the one that just soaks into the leaf blade and doesn't move around. And you can see that here. So they applied it. It did kind of soak into the left and right a little bit, but it really did not translocate up, nor did it translocate down. So understanding that with your fungicides will help you a lot. When it comes to applying your fungicides, it really helps to understand where the disease is attacking. So if it's a foliar disease, so something like dollar spot, brown patch, things like that, we can apply our fungicides in 1 to 2 gallons of water per 1,000 square feet. That's the carrier volume. So that's how much water is riding out when you spray with your sprayer. It does not affect the rate of the fungicide you're applying. This is just the carrier volume. If we're dealing with a crown disease, so something maybe like large patch or something like even basal rot and anthracnose, things that are lower in the profile, we may up our water to 2 to 3 gallons per 1,000 square feet. And then when we're talking about root diseases, we have to go up to 5 gallons of water per 1,000, or if we have a good irrigation system, we need to water that fungicide in immediately in order to move the fungicide down to where the target is. So going back to telling you to think about why it's important that you understand that fungicides, some of these fungicides move upward only. This is why. So if you're treating for a root disease, say something like spring dead spot in Bermuda grass or zoysia grass, and like I said, you can pick the best fungicide. Your timing can be perfect. You've been monitoring soil temperatures, all that good stuff. And then you only apply it in 1 to 2 gallons of water per 1,000, and you just put it on the leaves of the plant, then it's never going to work because the fungicide's not going to move down on its own down to the root system. So the only way for that to be effective is to apply irrigation or go in a higher carrier volume to help wash that fungicide down to where it needs to be. So keep that in mind. This is another photo that I really like. This illustrates this very well. This is, we're trying to control a soil-borne disease here in creeping bentgrass known as summer patch. So this attacks the roots of the turfgrass plant. So on the left side, this is non-inoculated. So we did not put any fungus in these containers, if you will. On the right side, it is inoculated. So we added the fungus to underneath into the root system of these plants. And then we had different irrigation strategies. So we applied the fungicide with 0 irrigation, and then we applied the fungicide and then followed that with 2.5 millimeters of irrigation, and then 3 millimeters, and then up to 6 millimeters. So typically when we're talking about managing soil-borne or root diseases and you apply a fungicide and you're going to run irrigation to water that treatment in, you need to be somewhere between 3 and 6 millimeters of post-application irrigation in order for it to be effective. And this illustrates that very well, okay? Another question we get a lot of times is, well, if I apply a fungicide and I water it in, will I still get foliar disease control? And the answer is yes, you will, as long as you're using a systemic fungicide, which a lot of them are. This is a very good example of that. So this is just a demonstration we did. This is perennial ryegrass that we inoculated with Pythium blight. So you can see how devastated these non-treated plants are by Pythium blight. But over here on the left, we treated with some fungicides that are very good for Pythiums, and these were watered in. So the fungicide was applied to the leaves. The fungicide was actually washed off the leaf and into the root zone, but the plant picks it up by the roots and brings it back up through the plant to the foliage, and you're still getting, so not only are you getting root control, but you're also getting very, very good control in the foliage in this situation. All right. Couple things to point out as well is anytime, the majority of our diseases, you want to control them preventatively. All right. If you get into a curative situation, so you see the disease, you start spraying fungicides, you're going to have a lot of patience. And I've got a couple slides here to show you just as examples, but this is with dollar spot and creeping bentgrass. So we had an area that had about 30% disease, which is a very severe case of dollar spot. And we applied several different fungicides. So these are all, this is one application. If you look at the grayish bar here going off up into the air here, that's the non-treated control. So that's if we did nothing at all. You can see by the, 2 weeks later, the disease had reached about 50%. So then we have a lot of different fungicides here, and a couple things to point out. This blue line and this green line, those are contact fungicides. So remember, those are the ones that are like painting the turfgrass blade. It doesn't enter the plant. So they do work for a few days. They do knock the pathogen down, but they wear off and the disease resumes damage. The other fungicides you see here, they're all systemics, so they enter the plant. But the thing to take note of is this was one application of a fungicide, and it took 2 weeks to bring it down near to zero. So when you get into a curative situation with diseases, that's where I said you have to have patience. So a lot of times turfgrass managers will apply a fungicide on day one, and then maybe 3 days later, they're thinking, oh, that didn't work. I need to apply another fungicide. So they'll apply another fungicide, and then they may apply another fungicide. And then when they get to 2 weeks later, they're left thinking that whatever their most recent fungicide application was the one that worked, right? When in fact, it was actually the first one they applied back 2 weeks ago. So have patience. Be sure you pick good products, but do have patience. Another example, the same thing. This is Pythium root rot in creeping bentgrass, where we had severe disease, applying fungicides that are very, very good for Pythium root rot control. But this is in the summer, which is when creeping bentgrass struggles. Cool season grasses are not growing very well. So even though we're using very, very good fungicides, we were only able to cut the disease from 30 to about 15%. Right? We were never able to get it completely under control. So the thing to remember here is that you can choose phenomenal fungicides, and they may suppress the disease or the pathogen, but if the turf isn't growing, so if cool season grasses in the summer, warm season grasses in the fall and spring when they're slow growing, they have to be growing good to recover. And that's another thing to keep in mind. The last one to show, another great example, this is fairy ring control. There are a lot of fungicides that work really good for fairy ring, but the same thing, a lot of patience has to be had here. So these were several applications of various fungicides, and you can see it took a few months to get it back down to zero, to where it was completely under control. And I know that's easier said than done, especially when you're the one making the decisions and you have pressure to fix the turf. But making sure your clients or whoever understand this concept will help a lot. All right. So for the last few minutes here, I just want to cover a couple of diseases in specific because I'm pretty sure you all see these. Spring dead spot being one. It is the most destructive disease on Bermuda grass and zoysia here in the United States. This is where it occurs. So if you're wondering why this is such a weird area, for starters, as you get into the northern United States, there's really no Bermuda grass planted. This line keeps moving further and further north as our climate's changing. And then when you get closer to the equator, so South Texas and the southern Florida, Bermuda grass never goes dormant. So spring dead spot is an issue where Bermuda grass goes dormant in the winter months. So it's directly related to cold injury or winter injury. So keep that in mind. All right, it is a below ground disease. It attacks the roots, stolons, and rhizomes. So once again, if you apply fungicides, you've got to water those in order for them to be effective. These symptoms do appear when these grasses green back up in the spring of the year. Or I guess it would be in this time of year for you all down in South America, as those that have gone dormant through the winter, as they're greening back up, you'll see these dead circles of turf. Once you're at this point, there's nothing you can do. So spraying a fungicide now doesn't help. You have to make your applications back before it goes dormant in order to be effective. Cultural practices like regular aerification do help reduce spring dead spot development. This is a very good photo from a soccer field here. They aerify the field out here on a regular basis. And you can see there's no spring dead spot out on the field. But over here with the players, stand, parents, and so forth, very compacted turf. They had not been aerifying or removing cores. And you can see the spring dead spot is very severe in this area. So regular cultural practices like aerification definitely help a lot, removing thatch. Spring dead spot is very difficult to control. It can take several years to get under control with fungicides. It does help to map those areas or take photos, make notes, because spring dead spot will occur in the same spots year after year. You want to apply your products before the turf goes dormant when that soil temperature is between 16 degrees Celsius and 27 degrees Celsius. So a pretty big window there to get your applications out, which is nice for those that choose to apply fungicides. And once again, you got to water that in immediately with 3 to 6 millimeters of water. All right. And when I say immediately, that's as soon as the sprayer leaves the surface, the irrigation needs to be turned on. You don't want to wait and do it that night. You don't want to wait till the next day. It needs to be right away if at all possible. I want to go through some primary diseases of tall fescue real quick, and these are just photos because sometimes I think it helps us to see things, especially for foliar diseases. This photo here is the most common disease of tall fescue, which is brown patch. Creates these big, these nice brown circles in the turf. Creates a very unique lesion on the leaf blade. So that's what you want to become familiar with when you're scouting for this disease. So the photo on the left is brown patch. The photo on the right is dollar spot in Kentucky bluegrass. And the reason I put these side by side is I don't want you to confuse the two, because often we see mixed stands of tall fescue grown with Kentucky bluegrass. So it helps to learn the difference between what a dollar spot lesion looks like, where it's kind of bleached white with a light tan border, versus brown patch, where it's kind of a darker brown lesion with a really dark, kind of like chocolate brown lesions in your regular shape. The other thing that's unique to dollar spot is a lot of times the lesions look like an hourglass. Some other diseases in tall fescue and on St. Augustine grass, gray leaf spot. So you can see that on the left in the tall fescue, St. Augustine on the right. Creates a pretty unique little spot on the leaf blade. When you look at it side by side, these are both tall fescue photos. This is brown patch on the left, gray leaf spot on the right. It may be tough to tell the difference between the two unless you're pretty well trained. You may need the aid of a microscope to distinguish. And then the last one is Pythium blight. You'll see this in tall fescue where you'll get this complete blighting of the leaf blade. You won't see those nice little distinct lesions or spots. It just completely withers the leaf or blights it. And you'll actually see the organism or the Pythium itself. It'll cause a fuzzy looking, the mycelium of the fungus. And then this is a good photo here. So this is Pythium blight in tall fescue. To me, it kind of looks like cotton candy. You got that fluffy stuff in the turf. You really don't see this with brown patch or gray leaf spot. So if you're seeing this, then odds are you're dealing with Pythium blight. All right. The last thing I want to talk about, and then we'll take questions. is a large patch of warm season turf grasses. So this is the most severe disease when you're talking about things like centipede, St. Augustine, zoysia grass, especially, it doesn't matter where it's planted. It doesn't matter if it's golf turf or home lawns or whatever. It's very, very common. As the name implies, it does cause large patches of turf. And once again, going back to those circles, remember I talked about how a lot of our diseases create circles. So these will be very large circles. You will see these in the spring and the fall of the year. So when these warm season grasses are about to go dormant, or as they come out of dormancy, is typically when you see this disease appear. It does create a very unique lesion, and it tends to be on the on the sheath of the turfgrass plant. When we were looking at those photos of tall fescue, if you remember, the lesions were up on the leaf blades. Large patch is different. It'll be on the sheath. And a lot of times it's where the sheath touches the soil. So you'll pull stolons or runners back, and you'll see these marks on the bottom of the plant where it touches the soil, and that'll help you identify it. Conditions that favor large patch, it tends to be when the soil temperature gets below 27 degrees Celsius for centipede and St. Augustine grass. For zoysia grass, it's a little bit cooler, so 21 degrees Celsius is where we see that. And with any disease, I know I just have it here, but for a lot of our diseases, if you have excessive thatch, poor drainage, things like that, that's going to make these diseases worse or more severe. Just remember that fungi love water, so you want to manage that. Fertilizing too much with nitrogen when they wake up and coming out of dormancy or before they go into dormancy can be a problem as well. And always make sure you mow at the correct height. Final thing I'll show you is with large patch, and this kind of brings it all together with what I was talking about with the fungicides, is large patch is right at the soil surface or just below the soil. So we want to make sure we're getting it out in a high carrier volume. So using a fungicide that's very, very good for this disease is oxystrobin, or it's known as Heritage. When we put the fungicide just on the leaf blade, we get 0% control. If we put it on the sheath, we get a little bit better control. But if we get it down to the stems, which are right at the soil surface or just below the soil surface, by having our carrier volume up to at least 2 gallons of water per 1,000, we get excellent control. So, once again, going back to the whole carrier volume thing and knowing where the disease attacks the turfgrass plant, whether it's hitting the foliage or the roots, will help you a tremendous amount. When you choose those fungicides and you apply them, you want to make sure that they're right on target. If you want to learn more about turfgrass diseases, you can go to our website. My contact information is there. If you have any questions, please email me. You can email me in Spanish. I will do my best to translate it. Would love to help you out if I can. Once again, thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure to get to speak to you all, and I'll take questions now.
Thank you very much, Lee. It's a good presentation. There are 2 questions. The first from of Jose Luis Ore. He wants to know how to control the mushrooms on Bermuda turf.
Okay, so for mushrooms, that can be tough. There are fungicides that will help, usually frequent. So physical removal of the fruiting bodies. They tend to only show up after rainfall events, is usually when you see them. But there are fungicides. So if you look at fungicide labels for controlling fairy ring, those products work very well against that group of fungi, the basidiomycetes, and they will give you some suppression there if needed.
Okay, thank you. Another question is it possible to give some suggestions about to avoid the resistance to fungicides?
That's a fantastic question. So when it comes to fungicide resistance, it does depend on the disease you're managing. So I'll give you 2 cases. One, we talk about brown patch, which affects cool season grasses. Resistance has never been documented. We've learned that through some recent research that throughout the year, the species that cause brown patch actually shift a little bit. So it's a moving target, which is a good thing for us when we're applying fungicides. So something like brown patch and cool season turf, you can apply the same fungicide over and over and resistance will not develop. The other side of that is you talk about something like dollar spot, which is very prone to resistance and to multiple chemical classes. So the things that you can do to help manage that is one is to rotate your chemical classes. So don't apply the same chemical over and over, especially back to back. So you want to rotate through different modes of action. So, you know, you do have to be aware of their, what's really nice is on fungicide labels, they put what's known as a FRAC code at the top. That's the Fungicide Resistance Action Committee code. So if you're looking at two different fungicides and you're wondering if they're in the same chemical class, all you have to do is look at the little number at the top of the fungicide label, and that'll help you. So avoid applying products that have that same number or code at the top, and you rotate through as best you can, and that helps a lot with managing resistance.
Okay. Well, another question is natural products in conjunction with the basipetal products that you recommend us to apply in grass fields?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Natural products, maybe you refer to organic production, maybe similar, in conjunction with the basipetal products that you recommend us to apply in grass fields or turf risks, maybe it's better.
I've got you, yeah. So good question. So organic products or natural products, that's tough. So we've looked at that for years. We've looked at lots and lots of products. It can be a challenge to manage diseases with organic or biopesticides or biofungicides, if you will. There is one that we have tested in the past. It's known as ZIO, Z-I-O, and it's actually shows some efficacy against rhizoctonia or brown patch diseases. But that's about the only one that's ever worked from a biofungicide standpoint. The best thing you can do is go back to that first slide I presented about making sure you're getting adequate light, food, water, make sure you have good drainage, you're mowing at the right height, doing all the things right that you can, selecting varieties that are tolerant of certain diseases. So, that's a big part of what Dr. Susanna does, right? She's breeding and trying to select varieties and cultivars that have natural resistance to certain diseases. It is a real challenge to do that with diseases. There are some products that are on the, I think it's called the OMRI list, that are safer. And one of those is the azoxystrobin or heritage. It was actually derived from a fungus. That's a pretty neat story. If you've never heard that about azoxystrobin, they made the observation that there was this particular mushroom that was able to keep other mushrooms out of the area by releasing a natural, its own compounds, if you will. And they were able to identify that and synthesize it, and that's where that chemical comes from. So there are companies that work on that, and we continue to look at that. And but as it stands right now, there are not many options.
Okay, thank you. About the dose of application of fungicides, is it possible to use under the dose?
So that's a good question. So
to create resistance?
So from a resistance standpoint, right? So you do have to be careful with that. We always, you want to follow the label directions. So try not to go lower than what's on the label. There has been research where people have looked at lower than labeled rates, especially doing tank mixes with multiple active ingredients to help. But you know, the best advice is to follow that label and don't go any lower than that, because you know there's been years and lots of research that gets put into those rates, and if possible, you want to stick to those. It's a good question though.
Okay, thank you. Well, there is no more questions at the chat, but let me ask you some questions, Lee. Have you ever experienced with these products to induce resistance, acquire or resistance induce, SAR?
So I know what you're asking. We haven't done too much of that in our program. For systemic acquired resistance or trying to flip the trigger for that. I haven't worked all that much with that, but I do understand what you're asking. So I don't know.
Okay, thank you. And I think after I hear your presentation, well, it's very interesting. And for me, I think it's very complicated to management the disease in that condition, because there are some situations that create favorable conditions, like the constantly mowing, the perennial behavior of the host, and the use specific fungicides. How do you do? Because I think it's very, very complicated. In other cases, there is the possibility to cut the cycle of the disease, or maybe finish the host, no, the field. But in this case, it's perennial, all year, every day. How do you manage the disease?
So it is very complicated. You're exactly right, because you can't rotate to another crop. You're stuck with that. It's a multi. You have to look at it from all the angles. It's not just about applying fungicides. And you know, I tried to allude to that early on. You do have to do all the management things correctly. So all the cultural practices to help minimize conditions that are favorable for those diseases, right? And water is a big part of it. Fungi love water. So having good drainage makes a huge difference. And being careful with irrigation, you know, how much you put out, when you put out. And then you get into, you know, like you said, things like the mowing height, making sure you're at the right mowing height, you're mowing frequently, making sure that if you had input on selection, you know, going back to making sure you choose varieties that are suited for your climate or your area, you know, not planting grasses that aren't meant to be in certain climates. That helps a lot. You know, I've seen cases where folks try to force, you know, say a cool season grass to grow in a very hot, sandy, dry environment. And it's just not going to work, and it gets overrun with diseases and other issues. So you know, you have to do multiple things, and even then, you can do all those things. You can pick a good variety. You can be very good with all those steps, and that sometimes Mother Nature wins. The environment is just too overwhelming. You know, you can't control rainfall, things like that. So, and that's where fungicides do come in and help. But it's not all about fungicides. It's you got to do all those things in conjunction.
Okay, thank you very much, Lee. The time is over, so I appreciate your presentation and that this possibility to share your knowledge and your experience. So please, to the audience, claps, virtual claps, it's possible to put in the screen. And well, it's time to John. John is in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. John is. John.
Muchísimas gracias por tu participación. Muchas gracias a Lee Butler, un gran amigo de este congreso. Muchísimas gracias a ambos por la presentación de esta conferencia. Con ustedes cerramos la conferencia número 12 y nos vamos a preparar para la siguiente conferencia, que es la número 14, con el doctor Gary Gravel. Vamos a cerrar unos segundos y nos volvemos a conectar en unos segundos con la siguiente conferencia. Muchas gracias. Buenos días, buenas tardes con todos. Buenas tardes con todos. Estamos transmitiendo en vivo, siendo las 3 de la tarde con 1 minuto, desde el set de producción del primer Congreso Internacional del Césped. En esta ocasión nos corresponde la conferencia número 14 a cargo del doctor Gary Gravel. Doctor Gary Gravel es doctor en Ingeniería Agrícola y él nos va a hablar sobre el tema de riego. Dado que esta conferencia es en inglés, vamos a tener la posibilidad de escucharla en los dos idiomas. Seguramente ya todos están conectados a los canales de audio que corresponden. Sin más palabras, le damos la bienvenida al doctor Gary Gravel. Bienvenido, doctor. Welcome, Dr. Gravel.
Okay, I'm trying to share my screen. You see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not
Okay.
yet.
I'm going to have to escape here. Let's try this. Better?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the invitation to this this conference. I was asked by Dr. Mel Lewis to speak on irrigation. And one thing I've learned from this conference and from working with colleagues is that the management of turfgrass is a kind of integrated, holistic thing, and it's not about one area. So when I talk about irrigation water management, it is not isolated from the other things that our guests have been talking about, including turf pathology and insect management and drainage and all the other things that have been given at this conference. So I'm going to try to focus on irrigation, and it's going to be a mix of sports fields and homeowner, light industrial, commercial irrigation, which is different in terms of the equipment, but not in really the physics or anything else that we talk about from a kind of a general theoretical concept. So I'm going to try to play this, and hopefully you can, do you see my slides on the side? Do you see my whole screen? I'm going to go ahead and see if I can play from the start and see if that works. And it may not, but we'll try. Okay, do you see my screen still?
Yes, full screen.
Okay. So first I wanted to start with performance evaluation of turfgrass irrigation systems. And what I want to talk about here is in order for you to manage your irrigation, it's essential to know your system. And so through this talk, I'm going to give you some background on how what parameters we use to measure irrigation systems and how that we can do an irrigation system audit and look at manufacturers' charts and use everything in our knowledge to try to characterize that system so that when we go to manage irrigation, we can program controllers correctly, we can hit a target closely, and then adjust from there. So I'm going to focus on that. So this is going to be looking at performance of the system itself, and then we'll talk about irrigation water management in the next talk. So when we talk about this, I'm going to list a couple of objectives. There's really a number of objectives, but two in particular, we're going to come away with numbers. One way to get to performance evaluation is simply by using manufacturer's charts. Rainbird, Toro, all the big players have manufacturer's charts that are specific to their sprinklers, whether they're rotors or whatever types, that tell you the performance given a pressure, how they will perform in terms of flow rate and distance of throw and those sorts of things. But we also want to look at how do we calculate a precipitation rate. And here, in the agricultural background that I'm from, we like to talk about application rates and associate those with the irrigation system versus precipitation rates, which we think of falling from the sky. But just know that if I say precipitation or application rate, in this talk, I'm talking about the same thing. That's the rate at which the system applies water, usually in length per time or millimeters per hour. So about uniformity measures, how do we calculate them, what they mean, what kind of ranges we're looking for, and then we'll end up with going through how do you perform an audit, give you an example, and then end up with a couple of resources that may be of interest to you. Okay, one of the main objectives in evaluating system performance is determining the system's application rate. And while there are many other objectives, if you do not know this, it's going to be difficult to program run times in your controller, or even if you manually water, how long to run the system to achieve the desired depth of application you want. So that's of importance. Here you see in the left panel, a student worker for an irrigation audit we did in a local town. And those are just catch cans that we're collecting the depth of water, and we can determine how uniform and what the application rate is by doing that. This is a very old publication, but it's very good. It was done in the 40s at the University of California. And it's an extension publication on irrigation by sprinkling. If you look at the left here, if I can control my pen over here, maybe not. So here is overhead or bird's eye view of the distribution of water of a sprinkler. And you can see here in this middle, it's pretty high application that corresponds to this cross-sectional view. And then there's very little applied out in the middle, which corresponds to this area. And then on the edge, you see you get a higher application rate or depth, either way. And then this is in the other direction, but you see the same thing. And we would call this somewhat affectionately a donut pattern. And it's very typical of something with low pressure. So this is 20 pounds per square inch, which is equivalent to 1.4 bars or 140 kilopascals. And that's what you might see under a low pressure condition. This author categorized sprinkler distribution from a single sprinkler into these classical patterns. You see A, B, C, D, E, F, and they're really normalized and simplified to meet like a triangular or kind of a parabolic shape, or this type of a shape, and even the worst, this kind of a donut pattern. So this was research that was done many years ago, but I think it's the point I want to make here is that one sprinkler will not apply a uniform pattern by itself, and that's why we need to overlap. Now, different overlap or the space of the sprinklers is different by the type of sprinkler. If you overlap more, you may be more uniform, but you also are going to pay for it because you're having more hardware. So I'm going to switch back here. Okay, so I'm going to divide this into either sports fields. Here on the left, you see a golf fairway with large rotors irrigating, and that in homeowner or light commercial industrial type of applications. Here, these are also rotors, same general type of sprinkler here, but a smaller radius, smaller discharge. Here again, this was an audit that we did locally in a study. So they're similar in concept, but we're going to have some difference in details. I did a little research. I'm not an expert in golf course irrigation, but I went out and looked at some things that are available now in terms of nozzles for golf course. These are Rainbird rotors, and you can see all the different nozzle configurations. So you can see quite quickly that it became rather complicated in selecting the appropriate nozzle and configuration. This is a very simple nozzle. It just has one nozzle like you would see in the landscape application with what we call a nose spreader. And you'll see that in the next slide, what I mean by a spreader nozzle. This is a spreader nozzle here. You see the primary nozzle and a smaller nozzle. The smaller nozzle or a spreader nozzle is meant to irrigate in a closer radius or throw from the turret here, the pop-up rotor, so that you just don't throw a lot at distance and not get anything around the head. Here you see something called a cascade nozzle, and I think the cascade is because of this X pattern. It will actually throw a sheet of water. And finally, over here, there's a dual spreader. We have a spreader nozzle on either side of the main nozzle. So when you're selecting golf course nozzles or doing an audit or looking at them to find the correct chart, it's going to be a little bit tricky to make sure you get the right chart. Now, a lot of these nozzles and names are a bit of marketing, I would say, and it doesn't mean they're going to be better, but they're different configurations. So when I talked about the spreader nozzle, you can see right here in this gray area, that is the area covered by the spreader nozzle. And this one has a rear nozzle, like the old agricultural sprinklers. You'd have the main nozzle one direction, the spreader pointing 180 degrees in the other direction. And then this is for the main nozzle. So that gives you an idea of the coverage from a bird's eye view. What we want to look at here in terms of reading the chart is that you will enter the correct series body for in this case, a rotor. You will go to the correct color-coded nozzle, and they color-coded the nozzle, and we'll see that this is also a number 28. Well, a number 28, if historically and by convention, would be in 64ths of an inch, at least in the agricultural world. And I think that applies here. I'm not exactly certain. The problem in the irrigation industry is nothing is totally standardized. So you have to be very careful about interpreting numbers. But in any event, they show you by the color code that at a given pressure for a certain nozzle, as we increase the pressure, you see the flow rate increase here. The flow is going to increase with increased pressure. There's no surprise there. It's usually as a square root of the pressure. And then as you get a larger orifice, a bigger nozzle, you'll see the flow increase too, up to a certain point. And then you see here with the diffuser, that means we're actually breaking the spray up, and that's actually probably impeding some of the flow, and that's why you see a lower flow rate. But for any of these pressures, and if I got this right, this is actually 4.1 bars at 60 pressure, 60 and 70 and 80. Move back here. It would be 60, 70 and 80 PSI, and these are bars for metric. I tried to present metric for the group. So some of these rotors, which most oftentimes contain their own solenoid valve within the sprinkler, so each can be controlled individually. you may be able to get preset pressure regulation, and that is advantageous so that you have a known pressure, and so you could go to the chart and be confident that the discharge is correct. And then you can also adjust. So these are color-coded and you can adjust the pressure, but if you adjust the pressure, you may not exactly know where you're at, but we can see there's ways to measure pressure a little later on in this presentation, I believe. So pressure regulation, it prevents overpressurization. It will not increase pressure. You're only knocking it down if you have excess pressure. And that can be good to prevent too much sprinkler breakup of the stream and creating some very small droplet sizes. Very small droplet sizes creates drift and goes off target, and you're subject to more evaporation. So you can only reduce pressure with pressure regulation from the supplied pressure. You can't increase it above the supplied pressure, which we think was obvious, but some people probably don't understand that. Okay. So here's another example of a nozzle, and here they have LA here, where my arrow is, means low angle. So another configuration, or another category of how we characterize a nozzle could be the angle of the stream. And if I can, might be able to, so a lower angle would have maybe a stream like this, and a normal angle would be higher. And the reason you might want to choose a lower angle is to fight a windy condition. Of course, with a lower angle, as you'll see on here, you have less of a radius. So it goes from 8.8 here at the number 18 nozzle at 4.1 bars, from 8.8 to 5.8 meters of radius throw. And that's because it's just thrown at a lower angle. It's sort of like hitting a golf ball or something like that. If you get the right arc, it's going to go farther. So anyway, select the correct nozzle category or color or size, and then you can read the radius of throw and the flow rate. Here is in liters per second or meters cubed per hour, based upon the pressure. And this is in bars here, 3.4 bars, or about 50 pounds per square inch in English units. So, we'll talk about golf course are pretty high pressure systems in terms of what you want to supply to the rotors. Okay, so going to landscape irrigation, you'll see this is a rotor just like a golf course, but it's much smaller. And this, I think, is a 6-inch stem that pops up, and you can get them in different stem heights, different body heights, and that's for clearance. So if you have maybe a 4-inch stem or a couple centimeters, then it may not clear some of the taller turfs like tall fescue. So you have to make sure you select the correct the body size for pop-up. Our rotors, which actually pop up too. Some of these are spray heads, and they just spray around anywhere from a quarter circle to a full circle. The purple you see here is indicative of a standard for wastewater irrigation or reclaimed water. Now, these are no different hydraulically than normal sprinklers. However, they will slap the purple cap on them and probably charge you more. They may be a little bit more robust in terms of corrosion, but really the same type of sprinkler. Special features you can get with even landscape sprinklers now for homes is pressure regulations and check valves, such that if you turn the water off, it doesn't all flow out of the head. It will check it out. But again, we'll look at application rates and discharge and radius, and that from a manufacturer's chart, and we'll get to uniformity a little bit later. So what do we talk about in terms of precipitation rates? Precipitation rate or application rate is going to depend on not just on the sprinkler, but in the spacing, how close or far away you space them. The closer you space the same grouping of sprinklers, the higher the application rate, because you're putting out more volume of water per unit area per unit time. But the fixed spray heads, and you might have seen them tend to get really misty. They generally have the highest precipitation rate, anywhere from 25 to 100 millimeters per hour. So you have to be careful with those in terms of watching for runoff and over application. Rotors, the other typical landscape sprinkler is lower in application rate, generally at the appropriate spacing, 5 to 50 millimeters per hour. There's kind of the in-between, not really in between, but something called a multi-stream rotor that was introduced several years ago. And that's a lower application rate than the sprays because it's really covering a greater distance, and assuming you're spacing them likewise. So with a high precipitation rate, you may need to what we call cycle and soak, or split the application and run it for 10, 15 minutes, stop, wait 20 minutes, run it again, so that the infiltration rate is not exceeded with the soil. And the soil infiltration rate usually starts high and then ends up at a basic rate, something like this over time. If we had rate on this over here, can't write very well with this cursor, with this mouse, but in time, ultimately it's going to get to what we call a basic infiltration rate to the right, where it levels out in that curve. And you don't want to see, application rate should never exceed that, because it's not going to go in the ground, it's going to run off. Okay, here's an illustration of a landscape rotor. This is called a T5. Toro is the manufacturer here. So with a given nozzle size, and here's a nozzle size here, and really the 3 here, that you can see me circulating with the arrow, is the nominal gallons per minute expected of that nozzle at the pressure given in bars here. So from that, I've circled this one thing. So one row here for this nozzle, which is what we call in the US a 3 gallon per minute nozzle, because it has 3. At 3 bars of pressure, which is about 45 pounds, I think, per square inch, it's going to have a radius of 12.1 meters and a flow rate of 0.68 cubic meters per hour. So that's a fairly high flow rate. I think liters per minute, 11.3. No, that's not, it's probably about, okay, it should be about 3 gallons a minute. Now you see the precipitation rate. How do you interpret that? Well, the assumption on these manufacturers' chart is that you are spacing the sprinkler at the radius provided, radius given. If you are not have your sprinkler spaced at this radius, or what we call head-to-head coverage, it will not have this precipitation rate. Now note in this chart also assumes that you have a 180-degree arc. So for these rotors that you could set for different arcs in the horizontal, this would be an 180-degree arc. That's the assumption in this table, is that you are setting the horizontal arc, and when it goes back and forth, at 180 degrees and not 360. Because if you do 360, you will get a different application rate. You'll get half that application rate. So if you were to have a full circle configuration, it would be half of the application rate, this chart. So I went through the calculation and saw it was wrong, and then I figured out why. So be careful in interpretation. And sometimes they don't tell you this. Hopefully they do, at least in the footnote. The other thing to note, that this is a square here, that's for a square spacing, and this is for a triangular spacing. And we'll look at that shortly. So here's another a spray head a variety of angles that you cannot set these, you buy them with that angle. And that is the angle of discharge for a spray head in some of these landscape systems. So anything from 60 degrees to 360. The 5 here in the mole number is the nominal radius. And again, the precipitation rate assumes a sprinkler spacing of the table radius at the given pressure. So they give you a precipitation rate here. It's based upon that flow rate and that radius in the table. So usually when you get these small landscape homeowner type things, they only range to maybe not much more than 15 feet or 4.5 meters in throw of radius. So how do we calculate a precipitation rate? Well, here we have the square spacing here where this S equals that S, and it's nice and square. We're looking at what's being thrown on between 4 sprinklers here. And in SI, simply liters per minute times 60 to get it liters per hour, divided by your spacing in meters by spacing in meters, and that will give you millimeters per hour. In US customary or English units, where you have this very strange looking 96.3 units conversion times gallons per minute times divided by the this dimension by this dimension, or S squared in this case. If we look at a triangular spacing that we'll see that it's triangular spacing, this S is a little bit further apart or longer stretched than this L. So what happens in a triangular spacing is, I think it should produce something that's, because S is longer here. No, this is S and this is L, because L is shorter than this S. This S equals that S, excuse me. You actually get a higher precipitation rate in the triangular configuration. You're looking at what's being thrown between these 3 sprinklers in that configuration. Or if you want to look at it another way, it's kind of a stretched parallelograms. You're getting a little bit more area in here for the same sprinklers that you had over here. So just some subtle differences. Supposedly the triangle pattern produces a better uniformity. I don't get hung up on triangular versus square. Use whatever you want, it's convenient. The multi-stream rotor I showed before looks like this, and it just actually swirls around. It's kind of fun to watch, but you don't see too many of these. And this is some a testing unit that they tested it on, and they argue that it gets a better uniformity than spray heads. Note on this graph, there's something called the scheduling coefficient. Never use that, because you are trying to satisfy the lowest or the driest 5% of the land that you cover with these sprinklers. And to do that, you have to triple the runtime. You don't want to do that. That just becomes not wise at all. We'll talk about really how to cap a runtime, even if you have non-uniformity issues, because you just don't want to over-irrigate some places. Okay, what about pressure regulated heads? They can be good, and we looked at them in the golf course setting. They're built-in pressure regulation. You can get those in landscape sprinklers too, especially for the pop-up spray heads, because they typically have a lot of misting and fogging under high pressure. So you'll prevent that by regulating the pressure or cutting it down within the body. It's actually in the stem on the fixed sprays in landscape systems, and typically rated to the 30 or 40 PSI, or about 2 to 3 bars of pressure. So no matter what comes in, that's nominally maybe 10 PSI, a little bit higher than the regulated pressure, it will not increase in pressure. And we'll take a look at that a little later, next slide or two. So essentially, usually if you have an inlet pressure in the body, the outlet pressure is going to increase with what's coming in because it's just going through this mechanism and out. And you're going to get the pressure at the outlet and commensurate flow increase and spray breakup, which you don't want with a normal head. But if we regulate, and we actually did a study on this at NC State, we actually took some spray heads, took the nozzle off, inserted a T adapter, measured the inlet pressure, the outlet pressure, and recorded that so that we could set up a test that others could follow to evaluate these spray heads that come on the market. As you might know, these spray heads come out with various claims, and some people really want to know how they perform. So we did this way back in 2012, and the reason we did it was just to set up a protocol by which we could hand this over to a third party and have them test it in a reasonable fashion. We actually didn't come out with a report. We just came out with a protocol. So here you see what we had set up. These are pop-up spray heads out behind our building. And we hooked all these water meter, pressure meters to a Campbell Scientific data logger and logged the data, and then made our evaluation given various inlet pressures, what the outlet pressure was, and if it in fact regulated to the advertised pressure. The side benefit of this is you could run your car up here and get a car wash. Not really, I'm just kidding here. Okay, so let's look at a couple of results. This is a Rainbird, and I can divulge this now because it's not top secret. Rainbird pressure regulating spray head, 4-inch body, a 180 spray. That means it's half circle spray at 60 pounds per square inch, or about 4 bars of inlet pressure, as you see right here. We measure the outlet pressure, and the advertised regulated pressure is a straight line. You can see it's right on. There's little fluctuations with the supply pressure and whatnot, but it did excellent. Next, we wanted to jack it up and see what would happen. So we raised the pressure clear up to 100 PSI, or about 6.9 bars. Here's our inlet pressure over time, and our outlet pressure. Here's the target. It is a little bit off, but not by too much. Amy is at 32 to 35 pounds per square inch. So it still did a quite good job, even when we increased the pressure to very high pressure, something you would not get at a home normally from a service line, but just to test it, and did quite well. Now, I will say that not all brands did well. In fact, some did poor. And I don't remember which ones they were, and I won't mention them anyway, but this was Rainbird, a good standard brand. I'm not here to promote any brand, but Rainbird and Toro are probably the two brands you would hear worldwide most often. Okay, let's go into how we do a formal audit of a system. Now that we've looked at some of the ways that we measure performance of an individual sprinkler, how does the whole system perform overall when we lay out sprinklers, install sprinklers, have certain spacings? But why do we do this? Life is not simple, as most of us know. It's a little bit messy, so we don't have perfect squares, perfect triangles, and the charts, are helpful when we go to design a system. But in reality, we want to go on the ground and field test. We might not know the nozzle pressure. There might be an irregular sprinkler spacing. Additionally, we want to monitor the conditions that may be native to the soil's slope and look at runoff, because it's not just about run times, it's do we incur runoff at certain run times of irrigation. So we'll take a field measurement of the application or precipitation rate. And then from that, we can do a uniformity assessment. How uniformly is the water being applied over our irrigated area? Also want to look at potential runoff. So ultimately, we're looking at how we are going to program our run times and cycles. Now I'll stop here and make sure you know that there's a number of cultural reasons or operational reasons that you're going to program irrigations at certain times. And that's because you have traffic or you have sports events, and that all should be taken into consideration. Okay, objectives of the audit. It may end up in reducing your water application, but that's no guarantee. What we're really after is trying to put on the right amount at the right time and have a reasonable uniformity. You also want to obviously improve your landscape appearance. You definitely want to reduce your irrigation water runoff, and we can control that with some cyclone soak or even re-nozzling and putting on less water out from each individual sprinkler. That works. We don't want any water loss that goes down below the root zone. We call that deep percolation. And if our run times are too long, it's either going to run off or go to deep percolation and not be stored in the soil. So basically, though, it's going to aid in our irrigation scheduling and control of programming. And that's through measurement of application rate and application uniformity. Okay, these slides, next slides, are courtesy of Dr. Miller, who spoke earlier, who did a lot of talks and pictures of sports fields. And actually, this is one that I saw him show. I always say, trust your eyes. Observation is a wonderful thing. Don't just crank numbers and put them in a controller. Always look and get field truthing. Well, to me, this is pretty obvious that either it was insufficient pressure and it didn't throw far enough, or the designer put the sprinklers too far apart, or incorrect nozzles, or any combination of that. That, believe it or not, is not too unknown. I've seen a number of wastewater irrigation systems where they just want the circles touching. That is not what we want. We want them to be overlapped. Here, another one that Dr. Miller showed, overwatering. You can see the tread marks of the vehicle that went over for mowing or whatever, and you can see this leaving marks. It's too wet. No, over irrigation is not good for a number of reasons. It's also promotes disease. Drainage. So all the things when you're doing an audit, and even when you're operating the system during an audit or afterwards, you want to look for things on the ground that tell you you're putting on too much water, or your drainage is not, your field isn't correctly graded, or you have drainage issues. And I think all of us have seen something like this. This is obvious, but until you go out there and watch the system operate, you may not know that happened. Unless you look at your water bill and you're paying a water bill and not pumping it from a lake, you will get a surprise when you look at your water bill because you've used a lot more water. And so that's equipment damage. You want to make sure your equipment's in good running order by visually observing it. Okay, what do we need if we're going to go perform an audit? Here's kind of a laundry list. Primarily, we need something to catch the water in. These are catch containers, you catch cups. It's important you have the same entrance, or the top of the cup is the same diameter, so that when we can measure a volume and we're okay. You don't want to have cups of one size and cups of another size and then go measure the volume of water. It's not going to be correct. A graduated cylinder, we use that to measure a volume, and we convert that to depth by knowing the surface area of the cup. You want some way to time your application so you know your rate. Flags to mark your heads and your zones if you want to isolate zones for auditing. You may want to get a pressure gauge, and we'll look at the pitot tube next, and all these other things that are just general good tools. So I stay light a few of these at my garage the other day. If they're not complete, here's flags, clipboard, right, record your results. And here's just an example of audit. Now these are all lined up in a nice row. Unless you want to do a spatial analysis on a graph and see where exactly it's non-uniform, which is good, you don't necessarily have to do that. You can randomly set the cans And even if it's random, I guess you could plot it out where it's located, but it's easier to plot it spatially if you want to get an idea of spatial distribution and not just a number of uniformity. But you're going to need a whole lot of cans. You can buy cheap ones. Dr. Miller got these at Florida when he's at the University of Florida, and they were just the cups that were provided at the stadium for football games. They were very cheap. And we used a nominal 3-inch PVC to set those in so you have something that will keep them upright and weighted down. Okay, so before you run the audit, you want to record the existing controller settings. You want to flag all the sprinklers and you want to know which zone is contributing to what area. You're going to run zone at a time normally, and you'll note the sprinkler type, record the pressure if you can. You want to adjust the sprinklers for the alignment and arc such that you don't evaluate a sprinkler that's way out of alignment to start with. You want to start with what you can expect of that system. And a diffuser screw is just a little screw that you screw down into the stream to break up the stream and to actually reduce the throw the further you screw in the screw into the nozzle. Nothing beats walking around taking drawings and photographs. Here's one now. This is my drawing. It's not exactly a Leonardo da Vinci prize drawing, but at least I can read it, and it shows the different zones I've numbered here, shows where the valves are, and in this case, it shows where we're going to install a sensor-based smart system, and so we can attach it to the zone. You will see in that home motor systems, if you have the opportunity to see them, are all over the board in terms of the quality of installation. We've seen many installations that are poorly done. Here you see the line coming out of one of these zones that is laying on the ground. So even though we have certified irrigation contractor licensing here, there's still some shady characters out there are not very professional and will not install it correctly. Here you have a slope, so that's going to be a problem with runoff. It's going right back to the lake, and in this case, they pump it to the lake, to the irrigation system, and if you overwater, it's going right back to the lake. Here's another illustration of poorly installed system. You see a couple of zone lines that are been eroded by this driveway, and you can see them. Okay, how do you might take a pressure measurement? Here's, you can take off on the spray head, take out the spray head here, insert the adapter, hook at the pressure gauge, run it, and you can see the pressure on a regular pressure gauge here. Another way to take pressure can be to hook what this unit here is called a pitot tube. Next time you get on the airplane, if you've been on airplanes before, you'll see them coming out the side, and that is to judge velocity or to get an idea of velocity. It converts what we call a velocity head to a pressure head, and it registers on here. If you have a good sized rotor stream, you can do it. You cannot deal with spray heads because you don't have a good stream to put that into. That's another way to measure pressure. And then you can look at your charts and get an idea of flow rate. Okay, so here's another just example of a house we did an audit of and laying out the catch cans. We generally would take a different color flag, have a common color per zone, and then use a different color flag for a different zone. There's no set rule in the spacing, 2 meters is usually sufficient. You want to have a number of cans between the sprinklers and this complete your array. On golf courses, you can space it out a bit more because you can get into hundreds of cans on a golf course if you're doing a fairway. Here is an example of just observing the system while you're doing an audit. And I can tell you right here that this system has pressure in terms of pressure. It's low pressure, so you see a stream here that's not well distributed. It's just a stream. And you can see all the water's coming out here, and there's very little in here. Most like commercial, industrial, homeowner systems, if they tend to be one way, they tend to be under pressurized, which means they're running too many zones on one, too many heads, excuse me, on one zone, or your pump is insufficient, not generating enough pressure. If you're getting it from a service meter from a city, there's only so much you can do, and there's charts for those in terms of the diameter of the service line and what pressure and flow you can expect. So it's important to know what's coming into the system, your pumping system, or what you're getting from the city or municipality before you put too many heads in a zone. Okay, so here's just a kind of a color graph of these are application depths, I think in inches in this case. And this is a very good system. This coefficient uniformity was 84. That's quite high. Distribution uniformity of 70 is quite high. That's more than we normally see in a homeowner situation. Obviously, the more these numbers are close together, the better uniformity. So the other thing you have to watch out for is you put catch cans on, and if the stream of water is a low angle and it bangs up against the can, it doesn't fall vertically in the can like rainfall does, you might see a much lower catch rate in the cans than you would if you looked at what went through the water meter divided by the area and divided by the unit time you applied it and get its rates. In this case, it was about 50% higher measured through the meter than we caught in the cans. So that's just another thing to be watchful of. The height of the can versus the height of the stream and how it's falling can affect your measured precipitation rate. Okay, just some general ways to measure water here. We have application rate is simply, take our average catch depth over runtime, that's length per time, and we want to divide that by 60 to get to hours in millimeters per hour. This is the equation. And we can rearrange the equation to get our average catch depth. If we know our rate, we can set our runtime based upon this equation. And so we can have a target depth and we know our rate. We can rearrange this equation, bring this down over here and get a runtime. They're all interchangeable. So here's actually a calculation. Now we're talking about how do you actually calculate these standard uniformity measures. DU, low quarter, or if you don't see the LQ, is just DU. That's the average catch of the lowest quarter of catches divided by the overall average. That's a pretty stringent measure, and it's going to be a lower number than what we call the distribution uniformity of the lower half, which is the average of the lowest half. We rank them here. You can see in the spreadsheet, I ranked them here. This low half divided by the overall average. That's going to be a higher number than that. CU is based on the average absolute deviation from the mean, and that normally is pretty close to the DU low half. You can actually get a CU negative because if you have the absolute average deviation is greater than the overall average, you'll get a negative number. And I've done that before in a wastewater irrigation application where the sprinkler stopped rotating and it put a bunch in some cans and not very much in other cans. Here's a plot of a green. I think Dr. Miller supplied this one. So if you can spatially represent what was caught, you can see that there's some very dry spots on the edges here and relative wet spots. So this gives you a nice color image of what. I do not know what these units are in this key, but it's just relative. You can see that uniformity may not be very good on this green, in which case you have to do hand watering or syringing or whatever you need to do in the dry spots such that it wouldn't be too dry. Here is an example of an audit I recently did. It's actually at our church, and there's one irrigated section. So I thought it'd be kind of interesting to go out there and look at the application, uniformity and rate. You can see here's a bird's eye view or plan view of all the catch volumes, I believe, in this case. And you can see how they were laid out here. This was a poorly designed system. There's one zone has one sprinkler here. The other zone has 1, 2, 3 sprinklers, which you should not do. You should balance your sprinklers per zone. It's based on the city water supply. You can see there's hot spots here. Now, if I were to design it, I would have put the sprinklers on the edge of this elliptical area and thrown them toward the middle. Here they didn't, so you have problems trying to adequately irrigate the edge. And so it's not a very well designed system. And consequently, our DU low half is not terrible, but it's not great. And you can see in this case, as I mentioned earlier, it's equal to the coefficient of uniformity. Those two measures are usually pretty equal. And the DU, which is the low quarter, is not very good. So we were to look at a distribution graph here. Here's our target depth, or in this case, just our average applied. And this is in inches. And you can see that there's some here that just a few that have very high rate. Well, quite a bit in the middle here. And that's where you see this really high hot spot. And this is actually after I went and re-nozzled some of these down, because the first audit, I saw runoff after 15 minutes. So I went in and reduced the nozzles, I re-nozzled. The uniformity did not improve, it actually went down a little bit, but I think the runoff problem is a little better. Some resources for you, if you like. You just Google landscape irrigation auditing made simple. It's an extension publication from NC State done by my colleagues. I think I contributed a little bit, but not primarily. Dr. Miller, and then Dr. Drew Penix, who's recently graduated, a graduate student of Dr. Miller. And on that, it has more links here to get to that. So if you just Google this, landscape irrigation auditing made simple, you should come up with that publication. You can download and take a look at it. It gets into more details about the audit itself. And if you're a user of R, it may be more for the university types. R is freeware. It's statistics and many other things, graphing, and a whole array of things you can do with it. I wrote a package for that called SPR EVAL, or Sprinkler Evaluation. And you can download that from the CRAN site or from my GitHub site here. And it's really more geared for agricultural irrigation, but you can use it if you're doing some of the functions in there that I have can be used just as well for landscape or golf course irrigation. Anyway, that's just for your FYI. I can be contacted at this email address down here, glgrabo@ncsu.edu, and I'd be glad to answer your questions. I'm emeritus professor, so I'm retired, been retired for about 3 years, so I can't guarantee I'll get back to you really soon, but I will try to answer questions if you shoot me an email.
Hey, Gary, I'm your official translator.
Okay.
There is a question in the chat. I've seen that in soccer fields, they don't necessarily use filters, which makes the rotors get obstructed.
Right.
Can you, in your experience, can you comment about filters? What are the most used ones?
Yes. My experience comes from more agricultural applications, but there are an array of filters. You can get screen filters that are used a lot with groundwater if you have a sandy stratum you're pumping from. They're disc filters that actually are a stack of discs on a spine that the water has to pass through, and that takes the sediment out. And then after it gets a certain differential pressure across those filters, it will automatically pop the spine up, expand the disc, and backflush the disc. So There's also just screen filters and disc filters are the two major types. And usually it's more of an issue in drip irrigation. If you have large nozzles, you usually don't have this problem. So I've not really seen it too much in something like golf course irrigation, but I could see that, if you had a lot of sediment in there and then it might cause issues. But so screen filters and disc filters are the two general types, and you have to size those correctly for a certain flow rate so that you don't overextend them. They have enough capacity, and those will be rated in gallons per minute per square foot of screen or disc area. There's different screen sizes, different disc sizes in microns and screen sizes and mesh sizes. So they're all a little different, but there's a variety of screens and filters you can use. Okay, so it looks like
I have a question for you. What do you think, in your experience, of course, about a drip irrigation system for watering turfgrass? Drip irrigation system in turfgrass.
It has been done. I have done a number of research experiments on subsurface drip irrigation, and I'm assuming that's what you mean below the ground level for agricultural crops like cotton and corn and soybeans and whatnot. It has been done in turf. I don't have direct experience with it. I know it's been done. There you would want to be very careful about filtering your water, especially if you took it from a pond or even groundwater and it wasn't from municipal supply. Usually if you get it from municipal supply, it's going to be expensive, of course, at least here in the United States, but it'll be clean. But when you go to drip, you definitely want to filter it. And then the next issue on subsurface drip is how close you space the laterals. And I think from what I recall in turf, you probably don't want to space the laterals much more than, a foot would be 30 centimeters, 30 to 45 centimeters apart, because that way you assure you have a decent lateral distribution. Actually, it works quite well if you have a more impermeable layer below the drip line, because then it will actually spread above that more impervious layer if you have a layered system. But obviously the laterals have to be spaced fairly closely to get a uniform distribution. I think it's done like in what we call double strips or the parkways that are strips along sidewalks, because if you have a narrow strip, that's very amenable, or it's a good situation to use subsurface drip because it's a narrow strip. So, and some of it depends on your geometry of your site.
Okay.
The chat, how efficient are water guns or giant long-range sprinklers as auxiliary irrigation in turf fields?
What we call big guns here in the United States are usually very uniform, and they can be spaced further apart. So instead of head-to-head coverage, you can go out to like 70% of the wetted diameter and still achieve quite good uniformity because of the pattern that they throw. They go out pretty well up to about 90%, and then they kind of tail off dramatically, but you can get away with a larger spacing between those guns, but they're very good options. And you can sometimes put them around the edge of a field and avoid the infrastructure in the middle of a field. So yeah, those are good options. They're used a lot here in North Carolina for wastewater systems, but they can have quite good uniformity and performance. You have to watch out about the drop size. If it gets too big and you have impact energy, you might have to, consider that because they can get pretty big drop size with impact energy.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Grabo.
Later for my next talk.
We will talk later, for sure. Hacemos un pequeño receso. Vamos a coordinar la siguiente presentación con el Dr. Grabo de nuevo. Por favor, manténganse conectados y compartan este link. Repito, manténganse conectados. Muchas gracias, Susana. Muchas gracias, Dr. Grabo. Volvemos en unos minutos. Muchas gracias.
Llegué y me pareció pues diferente a todo lo que había visto.
Me impactó bastante la cantidad de áreas verdes que tenía.
Los campos de cultivo, el balance que tiene entre área construida y área verde.
Te das cuenta que estás en un campo abierto totalmente.
Vine a Jardín Botánico, era como ver plantas que solo había visto en la tele.
Había un montón de especies de árboles, que a mí me encantaban los árboles.
Fue como una reconciliación con la naturaleza.
Y me pareció un lugar muy hermoso para aprender.
Tenemos una ciudad universitaria hermosa, con lindas aulas, buenos equipos.
También las instalaciones de muchos laboratorios y muchas zonas de producción que tienen una tecnología bastante avanzada, ¿no?
Fue muy agradable ver los pasillos, ver básicamente los salones, los ambientes.
Y tienen implementos y herramientas que sirven de mucho para la exploración dentro de los mismos cursos, ¿no?
Para todas las carreras tiene más de 250 hectáreas.
Y cada facultad tiene un espacio para desarrollar sus actividades. Los de zootecnia tienen una zona para criar ganado.
Un gran establo lechero, porcino, avícola.
La gente de industrias luego tiene un espacio para procesar lo que produce zootecnia a través de la planta de leche o lo que produce agronomía en la planta de panificación. Hay un curso de mecanización agrícola también, manejas los tractores, conoces los equipos. Luego los forestales tenemos también pequeñas plantaciones dentro de la universidad.
Un huerto hortícola en los cuales los alumnos también practicaban.
Las salidas de campo son súper interesantes, hacer nuestras pruebas de ecología, las chacras de lejos que no habíamos visto nunca.
Otro tema importante es que la universidad tiene muchos fundos en diferentes zonas del Perú. Los alumnos pueden ir, ver diferentes cultivos o trabajar con diferentes tipos de árboles y conocer un poco más la realidad del país fuera de Lima, que es donde se produce la mayor parte del trabajo de los profesionales de esta universidad, ¿no?
La universidad agraria va mucho más allá de las paredes que tiene. Va más allá, llega a tu vida, llega a tu corazón y seguramente se quedará a lo largo del tiempo.
Gear-driven rotors were invented back in the 1980s, but they've come a long way since then. Rainbird 5000 series rotors feature rain curtain technology, an evolutionary leap forward in rotor nozzle technology. Engineered to provide a uniform spray pattern that competitors can't match, rain curtain nozzles deliver large water droplets for superior wind resistance and gentle close-in watering that eliminates brown spots around the head. It's easy to see why more contractors prefer Rainbird 5000 series rotors over the competition.
The College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at NC State stands poised to meet the increasing demands to feed a hungry world. We discover, develop, teach, and apply knowledge and technology that enable students to enhance the agricultural well-being of our state, our country, and the world. It is one of the most stimulating learning communities that you will find anywhere, creating and extending new knowledge through scientific research and extension in agriculture and the life sciences, ensuring that there will be plenty of food for all of us here and throughout the world. Agriculture, what we do, matters.
Toro is the exclusive provider of equipment and irrigation for the Ryder Cup on a worldwide basis. Just couldn't be more excited to be a part of it. It's really a chance to show off not only the course here, but what we can do on a worldwide basis when people come together. One of the more visible pieces of support that you'll see around if you're in the maintenance facility or even out on the courses is we do provide apparel for all the volunteers and the crew. You can't make these events happen without equipment, because in an event like this where you're playing morning and afternoon, the time for maintenance really gets condensed down into small chunks of when you can actually do it. Having extra equipment around is just imperative to really making the conditions what they are here.
They gave us 12 mowers. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, what more can you ask?
The 5010 fairway mowers are very nice to use. With the wider reels, we can get more grass mowed quicker, so that helps us move throughout the morning a lot faster.
Oh, I like the quality of cut. I mean, that was my favorite thing when we got them. And it's nice that the reels are not hydraulically driven.
We jokingly say that we just cut grass and it cuts grass and does a good job doing it. So when you don't need to think about a mower and it does what it's intended to do, that's always a good thing.
Our relationship with Whistling Straits and Chris is a joint effort between our corporate folks and our distributors on the ground. Reinders is our local distributor in this territory, so in concert we are obviously working with them well in advance to service the needs. Our job really is to be a strong but silent partner. We want to help them showcase the property, showcase the facility, what can be done, and to be there to support them really in any way. I'd like to express my thanks to the PGA, the Ryder Cup, Whistling Straits, Chris Zugel and his staff. Without them, this event obviously couldn't happen. And again, our role here is to be a partner and almost be behind the scenes where nobody knows we're here. But that's really what gives us satisfaction in the end, is knowing that the conditions are here, people around the globe are watching it, and it's really nice to be a part of it.
Gear-driven rotors were invented back in the 1980s, but they've come a long way since then. Rainbird 5000 series rotors feature rain curtain technology, an evolutionary leap forward in rotor nozzle technology. Engineered to provide a uniform spray pattern that competitors can't match, rain curtain nozzles deliver large water droplets for superior wind resistance and gentle close-in watering that eliminates brown spots around the head. It's easy to see why more contractors prefer Rainbird 5000 series rotors over the competition.
Primer Congreso Internacional de Césped. Yo soy Rafael Quiñones y pertenezco a la Universidad Nacional Agraria La Molina. También soy miembro del Grupo de Investigación en Ornamentales GIO. A continuación, vamos a seguir con la conferencia número 15, a cargo del Dr. Gary Grabow, llamada Estrategias para la gestión del riego en césped. Hi, doctor. Please start. It's all yours.
Generally, there's two different ways of doing it. We can vary the irrigation runtime. That is, we change the depth of application and keep the interval constant, or we could actually vary the irrigation frequency and keep the depth applied constant. So there's just two ways of looking at it. Again, all within the context of the constraints of managing a system, especially if it's a sports turf field and you have to irrigate only some certain times. We'll look at some of the newer controller technologies and some resources at the end. So when we go to determine the irrigation water requirement, and in this case, maybe for turf, usually that's based on something we call reference, ET, or evapotranspiration. And the common nomenclature or symbolism is ETO, or ET0, ETO. How do we get that value? Well, we can get it with weather data, and then using that weather data with certain equations to come out with a water requirement and a water use rate, or we can get it from publications. Then, once we get that reference evapotranspiration, we need to suitably change that or modify that potentially to the crop in question. In this case, it would be turf. So in the Irrigation Association is a US-based institution, and they use something called a landscape coefficient. And this is just for concepts. I don't want anybody to get too hung up in the details, but this is the way an adjustment is made to reference ET to get to the amount of water you really want to apply. First of all, you have to look at the species of the crop. And that's, in agriculture, we use something called K sub C, or crop coefficient. In some turf applications, they call it a species factor in case of what the Irrigation Association terms it as. That's essentially the same thing as a crop coefficient. For turf grass, that's going to be anywhere between 0.6 and 0.8, depending on if it's a C3 or C4 turf and that sort of thing. Density factor, in this case, we can ignore and just set to 1 for turf unless it's very poorly managed. And then microclimate is another adjustment factor. If you cannot neglect shady conditions or conditions that are right next to arid conditions where actually energy or wind is being blown in and there's extra energy being applied over your area, and it'll actually have some aridity effect and increase the demand. And when we look at the irrigation water requirement, we also want to know how much rainfall we can expect so that we allow for that and then just make up the residual or the balance with our irrigation. This is just an example of what has come out in the publication. You can see the URL down here. If you just Google water requirements in North Carolina turf grasses, it may not be applicable to you, but it gives you an idea of how this problem is tackled. And in this case, a graduate student did a water balance, I think a daily water balance by month. and then looked at, based upon these mean temperatures and average rainfall and our reference ET here, we can come up with how much the irrigation requirement is needed for either cool season or warm season. You'll see here that warm season turf grass, as we can get away with applying less because it doesn't suffer from drought stress like the cool season turf would. And so we can, the crop coefficient rule of thumb is 0.6, whereas it might be 0.8 for C3 cool season grass like tall fescue. So you can see it varies.
Disculpe, share your screen.
Share my screen. Okay. Where do I share my screen? I apologize for that. Is that better? Oops. That's the wrong presentation. Let's go to the other one. Oh, is that better? You see my screen now?
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Do you want me to go back to the beginning or just start from here? I'll start from here. I think we can start from here. Okay. You see it still? Okay. Apologize for that. Anyway, as I was saying, this is just an example. You can see the kind of the methodology we use to get to a water requirement, an irrigation water requirement, which is going to take into account rainfall. Now, we don't use all of this rainfall to subtract from the reference ET or the crop ET or the plant ET. We use something called its effective precipitation. It's going to be something less than the rainfall. But we need to make up the balance not supplied by rainfall by irrigation. And here again, this is warm season, we'll need less than cool season to keep it looking attractive because just of the physiology of the crop or the turf. Another way to get estimates of water requirements, here you see a weather station we deployed in this study, and then we used the weather data in concert with an equation to come out with a reference of evapotranspiration. Another way to do it is using something called, it's a physical model called a atmometer. This is simply a reservoir of water that's attached to a tube and has a ceramic cup on top, and the ceramic cup leaks or weeps water based upon the atmospheric demand. So it simulates sort of like the stomata on a plant, and it wicks out, and then you can get a good idea of how much your reference ET might be. It mimics a kind of a turf canopy. Here, for instance, is on the y-axis, we see what we got with a reference evapotranspiration using weather station data, and this would be daily values. I think we're regressing here. Or versus ET gauge versus the weather station data. So here's the ET gauge. You fill it with water, distilled water. It wicks out through the ceramic cup, and there's a canvas filter, a canvas top on that, and it wicks out based upon atmospheric demand that simulates what the crop would use. And that's another way of estimating kind of a reference of evapotranspiration. You can see there's a pretty good relationship here. It's a little less. And when it rains, this cap gets wet and it suppresses evaporation. But if you look here, even if you had just something like an atmometer and a rain gauge, here you have one component of a water balance, the crop demand. And here you have another component of the water balance, rainfall. Now, not all of that rainfall collected will be effective. There'll be some interception by the canopy. There may be some runoff. But anyway, that's the idea and the concept of how we go about determining what is required through irrigation. I thought it would be kind of interesting. I went on and did some calculations for these three stations in Peru: Trujillo, La Molina, and Cusco. And what I did is I took some freely available software crop watt computes the Penman-Monteith estimate of reference evapotranspiration, and you can get that online. It's a Windows-based program. It's sponsored and done by the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. And in concert with that, they have something called ClimeWatt, which is also freely available. And that has hundreds and hundreds of long-term weather station data from all across the world. And I just pulled that weather station down for Peru and did these plots. So you can see there's a difference in elevation as we work from around the coast up into the Andes at Cusco at 3,200 meters. Now, what I plotted here for those three stations is crop ET, and that is derived by taking a reference ET, and I'm assuming a warm season grass, 0.6 for a crop coefficient or a species coefficient there, and arriving at that ETC. That's the red dots. Now, when I subtract effective precipitation, and the program does it for you, you get what's called the net irrigation requirement, which is the crop requirement less the effective precipitation. So it's just accounting, essentially. You notice here at Trujillo and also La Molina, because there's so little rainfall, they're almost coincident, the two values. However, when we get up to Cusco and there's an appreciable rainfall, you can see that the irrigation required is suppressed at nothing in some of these months and then rises when there's more demand and a little bit less rainfall. So that's that, it shows you the difference in rainy seasons and elevation for you. In a way, it's easier to manage irrigation in a location with no rain because you know what's not to expect. When there's a rainfall that is spatially variable and not very predictable, it makes irrigation scheduling much more difficult because you don't know when that rainfall is going to come and how to adjust your irrigation. Okay, so back to the adjustments to the reference ET. This species coefficient can range from anywhere from 0.2 to 0.9. Again, I would say here's a warm season grass. And we are not irrigating here, it's dormant. We're irrigating here just for a uniformity assessment. I don't want to give you the wrong idea. This is warm season grass before it's greened up. We would assign that when it's greened up, probably a coefficient of 0.6, and that would derate it by 40% from the reference ET. Cool season grass over here, we might multiply the reference evapotranspiration by 0.8. And so we're going to put a little bit more water in this cool species and the warm season species due to their difference in physiology and their adaptation to drought stress. Microclimate, what I talked about, you see the shaded area, especially in smaller turf grassed areas next to forested areas or even buildings, you're going to get a sufficient, fairly different requirement due to afternoon shading, which would suppress the water demand. So that's something always taken to account. If you're in a large open sports field, you don't have to worry about that. Again, so this was kind of an overall adjustment factor to the overall coefficient, landscape coefficient. Again, don't worry about a density coefficient, set that to 1. Microclimate, you might account for shade. And species, we talk about that 0.6 or 0.8, depending on the type of grass. But don't get too worried about this because you're going to come in with a decent estimate and then adjust as you go. There's nothing to replace observation. And don't get too hung up in a lot of equations and a lot of minutia, as we say. So now another terminology. What's our gross irrigation requirement? We talked about the net irrigation requirement being the crop need minus the effective precipitation. Well, and on top of that, our irrigation system is not going to be totally uniform. And so we have to add a little bit more application to account for those areas that receive less than the average. And so typically we adjust by the DU low half. And because of the DU low half, is not decimal. We divide by 100 to get in decimal format. And so that will make it something less than 1. Therefore, our gross irrigation requirement will always be greater than net irrigation requirement. So there's no rain. You can just go use an ETC. If you have rain, then you're going to look at the net irrigation requirement. And again, the DU low half is a distribution uniformity of the low half that we talked about last session. You don't want to use, I would not recommend using anything lower than a 0.8 in the denominator or an increase in runtime of 1.25, because what you're going to do to satisfy dry spots is really over irrigate the other areas. So you should really cap this adjustment factor. Okay, so how do we measure soil water, and what are some of the basic soil water sensor types? One is based on soil water tension. This is what's called a granular matrix sensor. In the old days, it used to be some things called gypsum blocks. These are a little more advanced, but what they do is electrically, it's an electrical circuit. And as this gets wetter, the resistance goes down. And so it transforms it from electrical resistance to a tension, a reading of tension. And that tension is in centibars, kilopascals. So it's similar to a tensiometer. We'll see a picture of one of those later that's used in agriculture quite a bit. So it doesn't measure the absolute water content. It measures the soil water tension. The drier the soil, the higher the tension or negative pressure. There are other classes that just go directly and measure your soil water content in volumetric terms. And they measure electrically again. It's a dielectric constant, electrical